This is the world where elements of virtual reality have merged with reality. Numerous individuals have gained new professions and skills. Consequently, countless dungeons, ruins, and even mysterious realms have emerged, and within them, monsters existed. In turns, people can enter these places to gain experiences and equipment. However, despite the countless species of creatures, none come close to the existence of dragons. They are mysterious and rare, but primarily as powerful as deities. In the realm of dragons of the third school, someone knocks on the board, indicating that orientation for the awakening day is about to begin. The teacher warns that this will affect not only their entrance to university, but also all future success. Although the outcome of the ceremony is determined by luck, everyone there must have confidence. Basically, it's telling them to be a bunch of deluded individuals. In the background, we see a rather emo-looking guy, so we already know he's probably the protagonist. In front of him is the paper to fill out the aptitude test. He's excited. The day has finally arrived. His name is Lu Fan, a person who was transmigrated to this world 3 years ago. After some time in this world, he discovered that there are 3 types of classes here. There are combat classes, such as warriors, mages, and archers. They are the ones who can go to the realms and obtain rare equipment, and thus they are the classes most desired by people. Then there are professions like enchanters and alchemists, those who make life easier for explorers and assist them in some way. And finally, there are classes like cooks and miners, which comprise the majority of people and can only survive on the minimum wage they receive. His aunt named Han Ki has been supporting him in school, sustaining them both with a bread shop. She takes care of him without worrying about herself, even though she is only 8 years older. To survive in this world and help his aunt, he needs to awaken a combat profession. Suddenly, the teacher receives a call and informs the class that he has received information that the awakening platform is available, and they are going there now, and everyone is excited. But our emo protagonist is a bit hesitant. The teacher, whose hair looks like a headset, comes to ask him why he's so apprehensive. He's one of the best students. He doesn't need to be anxious. But well, at that moment, Lu Fan gets a shock. The treasure map system has been successfully activated. The teacher knocks on the table, asking if he's listening. He apologizes and runs off like a fool. He's all excited as he goes downstairs. He has finally received the system. It doesn't make sense for someone to be sent to another world just to suffer. He has no idea what this system does. But now the boy knows that something good awaits him. He's eager to get to the ceremony and awaken his profession soon. All the students gather in front of the principal. Lu Fan passes through the crowd, where everyone is talking about being anxious to awaken a class profession and make millions. Gandalf announces that the ceremony is about to begin and that the priest over there will assist them this year. Looking at the priest, Lu Fan realizes that the guy has a dominant aura. The system gives him the first function, the Eye of Analysis. As he looks at the priest, an interface with his face appears, and he clicks. Profession, level 29 priest with the ability to awaken professions. He gets a shock when he sees that the guy is worth 5 million. Gandalf tells everyone to be quiet. Everyone falls silent immediately, and he announces that the names called are to come up there. While Lu Fan is thinking that even if his aunt worked her whole life, she wouldn't be able to earn all of that. The first name called is Zhang Tao, and people seem to recognize him as one of the best students. With colorful hair and 2 meters tall, we know he's going to be trouble for our protagonist. The girls are in love, saying they love the guy. The priest begins the process using awakening spells. Zhang seems confident. A golden fireball begins to appear in front with some inscriptions. People recognize this awakening as being from a pyromancer or someone who uses fire abilities. He seems comfortable with the warm ball in his hand, and people are impressed with his ability. Seeing this, Lu Fan thinks that if he can also awaken a combat class, he can say goodbye to poverty. A kid awakens as a herbalist and says he'll continue his family's steps. However, a huge buff guy awakens as a tailor and isn't happy. The skinny guy awakens as a miner. I guess fate wants him to become muscular. Seeing this, Lu Fan realizes that only a minority awakens the combat profession. After the awakening ceremony, he returns home. He checks the system and sees that he awakened as a dragon tamer. Opinions were divided on this class since it's very difficult to tame a dragon. It's a strong class, but difficult to take advantage of. It's already extremely rare to encounter a dragon, let alone tame one. Gandalf told Lu Fan that he didn't need to worry. It was a difficult class, but it had infinite potential. Maybe he could find a dragon subspecies like a lizard, but Lu Fan knew the only way for him to be strong with this profession was with a dragon. Otherwise, it made no sense. The subspecies were just ferocious lizards, nothing compared to a true dragon. In the last 800 years of Dragon Kingdom history, some tamers have appeared, but someone who truly tamed a dragon never existed. No matter how strong a human is in front of a dragon, they are nothing but ants. Lu Fan knows that dreaming of taming a true dragon is too distant a dream. The worst part is that without a tamed dragon, he can't evolve or awaken his abilities. He has been working so hard to provide a better life for his aunt, but now with this class, it won't be so easy. He realizes he's in front of his house and hadn't even noticed that the way passed because he's so worried. He hesitates a bit at the door and enters, greeting his aunt, who obviously is in delight with the food she makes. She makes warm little bread rolls and throws two to our protagonist. She grabs his hand, saying she's sure today was the most fantastic day of his life. Sitting at the table, she asks what profession he awakened. Poor aunt doesn't know that, in fact, there's a failure in front of her. He didn't even get to say anything when she already says it's okay if it's not a combat profession. She was actually worried he would go out to fight every day, but he yells that's not the case. In fact, he managed to become a dragon tamer. The only problem is that he doesn't do anything without a dragon. She smiles and tells him it doesn't matter if he's a dragon tamer without a dragon. It shows how strong he is. She puts his head back on the warm and delicious bread rolls and says that if he goes to school, she'll keep supporting him. And if he doesn't want to, he can stay here in the aunt's shop taking care of her warm little bread rolls, with her. The protagonist feels a bit embarrassed and she tells him not to worry and eat quickly before it gets cold. Sometime later, he collapses on the bed. Remembering her hand full of wounds from cooking so much to support them both, he realizes he won't be able to get them out of this bad life. He hits the bed in anger. Damn it. Why did it have to be such a good and bad profession at the same time? Suddenly, the system appears. Congratulations, you received the treasure of the first day. He gets scared because it shows that the treasure will be a divine level item. He remembers that the system's function was to help find treasure. So he clicks and the system shows. There will be beginner, intermediate, advanced, divine treasures, and by combining 3 maps of the same level, he can receive a map for the rarest treasure possible. Every day you will receive a treasure map corresponding to his profession. The profession he has is the worst of the rare ones, but it can be the best of all as long as he can take advantage of this system. This first map he receives, strangely, is of divine ranking. In other words, maybe this is his chance to change everything. He can't give up now and stay at the bottom of society. He has to go wherever it is. The map shows the location of the treasure on Mount Shibusen, a region from level 10 to 20. He knows it's not far from the city of Yangai. If he catches the last subway, he can get there by tomorrow. So the night passes, and the most dangerous aunt of all stories wakes up, as always very healthy. She sees there's a letter on the table and realizes Lu Fan has left. He's already on the bus, and he told her not to worry that he's headed to Mount Shibusen. This might be his only chance to change his fate as a dragon tamer. She doesn't need to worry. He'll be back soon, ensuring they have a good life. Our protagonist arrives at the mountain, and suddenly someone bumps into him. A 16-meter buff guy and a girl with pink hair say hello. Another person touches his shoulder. A not-so-suspicious old man asks if he wants to go with them. Lu Fan says no. He knows very well. These guys are dungeon bandits. And the girl with pink hair says he's cute and should go with her to do some sticky and warm things. Lu Fan knows these guys must be stealing materials from everyone who arrives in this place, so dealing with him will be too easy for them. Lu Fan prepares himself, knowing something bad is coming. Once again, the guys ask if he wants to go with them. Lu Fan turns around, saying he already said no, he's fine. The old man says he doesn't understand the rules of the wilderness, and that the dangers at night are greater than he imagines. Lu Fan knows that without any power, he can't get into any conflict, so he tells the guys he's a summoner, and if anything happens, he'll summon some creatures and be fine. The guys seem a bit impressed, and the old man says it seems they don't need to worry, so they leave. But the girl whispers in his ear that she's looking forward to meeting this handsome guy again in the dungeon, and blows him a kiss as she leaves. Lu Fan knows it's much more dangerous to be close to these guys than to be alone in the jungle. He opens the map, thinking he needs to get out of there quickly. The forest seems empty. He walks around looking from bush to bush, and he finds a creature that looks like a horse with a human face and horn. They are passive, but if they get angry, he'll be in trouble. He wanted to avoid this path, but he has no choice. So he walks calmly through everything, praying not to be attacked. He's sweating but confident he's almost there, when suddenly he steps on a toad, making a loud noise. The horned horses stare at him. He starts screaming and tries to run. Now he's screwed. He'll have to escape from this. He manages to jump to the side and the animals pass, and he sees that the toad he stepped on is finished. But this made him realize that he can't even deal with such a simple creature right now. If he misses the map's opportunity, the destiny will be the same as the toad's. He sees on the map that it's showing he's on top of the location, and he gets excited when he realizes he really made it to the place. In front of 2 stone pillars with a red light, he enters to see what it is, and obviously, it's the only thing that can change the fate of a dragon tamer. A black dragon egg. He realizes it's cracking, which means it's about to hatch, but then he hears some sounds nearby, and he prepares a blade thinking things were too easy. A fox attacks him, but he manages to stop it with the blade, but instead of being cut, it bites him. Lu Fan struggles to hold the creature. He takes advantage of it being trapped and throws it to the ground. The fight has just begun, and he's already tired, and the system shows it's a bloodthirsty gray fox. Furthermore, it can recover life by hitting him, and it makes it an immortal creature for him, as he can't cause enough damage at once. With no abilities, he'll have difficulty dealing with this. The fox is attacking him while he's thinking the only way out is for the egg to hatch. Because of this distraction, he gets a cut on his arm. He knows the fox, now that it's stolen his blood, will use an ability. It attacks again, and he uses the blade to defend, almost breaking it. However, now it's coming at him with the other claw, and he has nothing to do. To dodge, he throws himself backward and finds an opening. With the bent blade, he manages to stab it into the ground, receiving 120 experience for killing the fox. The boy is exhausted but has really dealt with it. Suddenly, he hears a voice saying it's impressive that he killed that. It's the group from before, and the old man says he's an amazing kid. Lu Fen asks why they're following him since he said he didn't want to join the group. The girl and the old man say they know very well he lied to them and he's not the summoner. Lu Fen hesitates and kicks the fox, saying if they want it, they can have it. The fox falls at the old man's feet, who smiles, picks it up by the tail, and says it's only worth 80 coins. What they want isn't that, they're staring at the dragon egg. Lu Fen is startled, and now he's screwed. It's his only chance to change his life. Before he can move, the giant and the girl are already face to face with him. He takes a punch and ends up dropping the blade, being dragged across the ground. Suddenly, the girl has the blade at his neck, telling him not to move. He's on the ground suffering from the 3 weapons she's pointing at him. Suddenly, the buff guy comes running and tells them to look at what he found. Lu Fen is startled, and the old man says it's perfect. Now they just have to kill him. With her tongue out, she says it's a shame, but they'll have to say goodbye. Lu Fen can't believe he's going to miss the only chance to become a dragon tamer. Suddenly, the egg starts to crack and something comes out of it. Everyone looks up, and there's a little dragon in the sky. It descends towards the guys to attack. The old man tries to stop it by throwing a green potion, but the dragon observes it and easily dodges it. The buff guy approaches to try to punch it, but the dragon opens its mouth and claws and goes through him, tearing him apart. His head falls to the ground, and the old man is shocked. The dragon faces the old man, and he's desperate. He looks back asking for help from Lu Fen and the girl. Our protagonist is impressed. He never imagined that a newly born dragon would be so powerful. She's startled and asks him what he's talking about. Is it really a dragon? Suddenly, blood spurts near them, and the old man who was there disappeared. In the dragon's mouth, you can only see the remains. The protagonist says she's an idiot and throws her to the ground, calling her feminism. He runs towards the dragon and activates the dragon taming technique. The dragon, confused also. A red aura appears in front of Lu Fen as he tells her he's not a summoner. In fact, he's a dragon tamer. In the system, it appears that the contract with the black dragon has been established. Desperate, the girl begs, saying she didn't know it was a dragon egg. But Lu Fen doesn't forgive her, not even the hottie. So he commands the dragon to attack since she's a bandit. Blood spurts, and a while later, he's resting with his little dragon. While he's applying some bandages, the dragon is looking into his backpack. He grabs him by his little arms and lifts him, saying he's a very lively dragon. Now confident that he has finally reduced the distance from weakest to strongest. The dragon has just hatched and is already so strong. He can't imagine how powerful it will be when it has more levels. And touching his face to the dragons, he says finally dragon tamers won't be considered a useless class. He starts wondering about the most important thing. What will be the name of this dragon? Will it be Little Charcoal Ball? Black Diamond? He decides to give it a name when suddenly the dragon starts shaking in his arms. A red aura starts to come out and he flies. From the flames, a face appears. Red hair, a little tail, a little wing, and it turned into a girl. Thank God she's not the waifu of this story. Otherwise, the police will knock on everyone's door in this video. Lu Fen is impressed that she has a human form. She shakes her head there, saying obviously yes. In his system, it appears that the dragon has a formed contract. While he observes the information, she's eating dirt, clearly not right in the head. He receives some skills like, for example, a buff for the dragon and a claw strike. Her attributes at level 1 are much higher than some humans at level 20. Not to mention that the power of the bloodline doubles his stats just for making the contract. This is proof of the strength of dragons, truly one of the strongest classes. Observing her, he realizes that even though she now has a human form, she still acts like a complete dragon, and he's wondering what name to give. He says since she was born just before dawn, her name will be Xioi. Petting her, he thinks that this was dangerous but well worth it. Now it's time to hunt to fill her belly. Now that he's received this opportunity, he has to strengthen himself to the maximum until university starts. With her by his side, the dream of entering the best educational institution became possible. They were walking when they noticed something. Upon looking, they noticed a herd coming. It was a group of hyenas without level, and Lu Fen knew it was much more dangerous than that gray fox. Suddenly, smoke rises and Xiaowei goes to the skies. He realizes she wants to take the lead, and if that's the case, this mountain is no longer a danger to him. She jumps, filling her belly with air, and throws a barrage of fire, and experience reigns for the two. With one of her abilities, he gained a level and she gained 2. The boy is impressed with the sweep he made. He then tells her it's not even worth wasting time with these little things. While he keeps gaining experience, he's looking at a cave, saying there's something waiting for them. A paw hits the ground and 3 lion heads appear. With the most original name of all, this is a 3-headed lion, a level 25 boss. Lu Fen knows that normally a giant group would be needed to hunt this, but now that he's with Xiaowei, there's no need to fear. The lion suddenly roars, increasing his power. It starts to cast a fireball spell that takes some time to activate. Lufin warns Shoei they need to interrupt this skill. She activates a power of flames around her while Lufin is advancing. Seeing all this madness coming, the lion is even afraid. Lufin is already on top of Shoei, who is turned back into a dragon form, and uses a jaw attack to bite his head. With this, they interrupt the skill and Lufin takes advantage to attack, giving a precise blow right on top of the head. With that, the lion falls to the ground. He realizes the beast died way too easily. Not to mention he's already up to level 14 and she's up to level 9. Also, the system's cooldown just reset, so he's going to receive another treasure map. He's already excited to see what comes this time, and calls the little dragon for a stroll. In a part of the depths of the Kabaxan Mountains, a girl with blue hair tells the knight that the opportunity is very good and they can't let it pass. The knight named Sunji responds that to enter the realm of fortune they need at least 5 people. The girl named Kai, who has the profession of Heart's Bandit, says that even with her agility, this journey will take a day. However, the girl carrying a staff explains that these realms appear once every 24 hours and are extremely rare. She is Kin Shu and her profession is a mystery. Sunji tells her not to worry, with so much skill, she will get into a good college and receive many resources. But suddenly, he hears something and the three turn around. It's Lufin saying they don't need to be scared, he's just passing by. Sunji sees in his clothes and says that an adventurer of that level shouldn't be there, it's dangerous. But Kin Q touches the knight's hand, talks to Lufin, introducing herself and making an offer. She invites him to join the group to enter the fruitful realm without even needing to do anything and still receive 100,000 coins at the end. Lufin seems to recognize this name of the fruitful realm and asks if she really will give 100,000 coins. She says yes, and that he doesn't need to worry. The only thing they want is a few more people to close the group. They are already 4 people, meaning that knight who wasn't introduced is garbage and will die, and Sunji tells him to come quickly. But Lufin says he's not interested in money, but in participating as a member. The 3 turn somewhat startled. The Heart's Bandit asks if he really wants to compete based on performance, meaning whoever does more gets more items. And Lufin agrees. Kin Chu knows they are level 20 and this boy seems very weak. What's he going to do? He'll end up with nothing. But since they need him, she accepts and says it'll be very good to cooperate. With that, they shake hands and the deal is sealed. She warns that it's time to enter, while Lufin is letting Shoei rest to only use her when really necessary. With that, they enter the realm through the portal. This is the realm of intermediate level lamentation and hard difficulty. Upon entering, Kin Q says that place is very silent, the only thing heard is their voices. Sunji asks Lufin why he doesn't have any weapons. He stretches out his hands and flames appear. From the inventory, he takes out a dragon blade he received from the second map. Seeing the blade, Sunji says it's amazing. He thought he was trash, but is he a transfer student by any chance? Suddenly, the ground explodes with a hand coming out and decaying level 15 zombies appear. Shojia, the fighter who will definitely die, rushes forward with the advanced ability. Sunji says he did a great job and starts cutting down zombies too. Seeing the group's formation, Lufin thinks they're really well organized. Suddenly, Kin Q raises her staff to the sky, invoking lightning, and uses a Starlight Rain ability. This ability not only strengthens allies but also damages undead creatures. She then tells Lufin she has a secret class, the Light Mage. She not only can heal but also cause damage. Suddenly, the ground trembles and Lufin knows some kind of elite boss is going to appear. A hand explodes a wall and now there are bloodthirsty zombies. Sunji tells the bandit to protect the mage and our protagonist, while he's going to advance with the warrior on waiting to die. He jumps and delivers a vertical cut right on the zombie's shoulder, and his friend delivers a blow right in the middle of the zombie, but he's trying to remove the blade and it's not coming back. The creature's flesh is holding the blade. These creatures can drain the life of anyone they damage with the poison they have. What we were all waiting for is finally going to happen, and this guy whose name I don't even know is going to die. Sunji ends up having to let go of his blade too, which gets stuck in the zombie's shoulder. He pushes the extra to the extra, warning the bandit to help in the front line. But Lufin says it's not necessary. Already with the blade in hand and red eye, he says he'll handle it. The zombie is coming towards Lufin and Sunji is going to try to save him. But he takes a look and drives the dragon blade right into the zombie's chest. They are startled and Lufin is cutting everyone. No one there believes it and Kin is blushing. The poor knight doesn't even know what to say. Lufin hands back the sword, saying they can now move forward. Sunji wants to know his level. It's impossible for someone who just awakened to be so strong. The protagonist says he's a level 14 student who came here to take the big exam. There's no reason for him to lie. Healing the guy, Kin Q says then they are the same age, while thinking that the level 14 boy is stronger than the level 28 knight. But suddenly a bloody zombie appears next to her. The bandit goes in to steal a heart and shoot an arrow, but suddenly Lufin passes by her side and stabs the zombie in the chest. He pulls out the blade and the creature is all destroyed on the wall, warning that now the creatures will only get stronger and stronger. He's going to walk in the front line, and does anyone have a problem with that? Everyone is silent. and doesn't even know what to respond. Kim Q smiles, saying it's fine. She counts on him and the knight in the front line while she helps the others. Our boy says she can call him Lufin. And now let's go deeper. The group is trailing behind him, and it seems they've heard about a certain dragon tamer who recently appeared. However, Kin Q is confused because the dragon tamer class was supposed to be the weakest. Another bloody zombie falls to the ground. They have arrived at the central village. Lufin knows that Kin Q's healing magic can't remove the poison that's been applied to the guy. Suddenly, Kair, the bandit in this case, says she feels something strange. Underneath them is a pile of debris and some zombies are coming from behind. The poison guy tries to warn that there's something coming from behind. He falls to the ground and Kin Q rushes to help, but there's a red light on his back. They hear a sound and turn to see a zombie with steel skin. Kair recognizes that as the mystical guardian. Seeing that there are some bodies stuck to the creature, Lufin warns that they need to kill it quickly before it absorbs their friend. Samye advances with a moonlight cut. However, his blade can't even scratch it. Lufin is worried since the poison on the guy is attracting a bunch of creatures. He goes up and tries to stab the monster in the face. It seems to have affected it a bit, but he'll still need a few more attacks, as the creature has 40% more defense. One of the abilities he received with the dragon blade is dragon armorization. The steel zombie uses a charge ability to go towards Kin Q. Lufin asks her to use blessing powers along with him. Activating the dragonization ability, his hand starts to transform, and Kin Q raises the staff using the light ability. The strength of this hand depends on the strength of the dragon he has a bond with. With this, he strikes right in the middle of the zombie, while Kin Q provides support. Half of the creature explodes and the people realize it's starting to disintegrate. Samye says that apparently this creature depends on continuous absorption to grow so big, while thinking that this Lufin is definitely a pro. Inside the zombie, a head with a giant eye can be seen. Kin Q recognizes that as the main body and Lufin advances, he jumps towards the monster and delivers a fiery blow right in its face. The flesh disintegrates and an explosion occurs on its back, and the boy looks all stylish. Now the gothic girl is all impressed that the realm's guardian was truly defeated, while Kin Q can't believe he really defeated a level 20 boss. From the monster, a treasure chest appears. Kin Q approaches the chest, saying they'll follow the rules and apologizes for earlier. They didn't know he was so strong. Samye also says he's really strong and could have come here alone. He then opens the chest. Lufin is curious about what's inside. A strength potion, some antidotes for the poison, and a good quality bracelet that provides strength and resistance. Samye comments that this chest is very mediocre. Lufin agrees it should have been much better for a realm like this. Kin Q hands him the best item, the bracelet, since he did more than everyone else. He equips it, receiving new stats. While she's thinking, the portal still hasn't appeared. The bandit says they need to look around then. Lufin then notices something and tells them to pay attention. In his system, it shows that Zombie wasn't the final boss of this place. Sungyet is startled, asking if he found something, and Kin Xiu points in a direction, saying she feels dark energy. In front of a lake, she says it's close. They say they believe her since she's a light mage. There seems to be something under the water, and upon sensing their presence, eyes appear around tentacles. Lufin realizes something is coming, and several hands emerge from the water. It's a creature of which the system has no information. Sun Ye recognizes immediately that it's probably the final boss. The creature is attacking, and he tells everyone to get on its back as he will protect them. The attack hits him, and he seems to resist a bit. Very little because he's already fallen to the ground, beaten up. And now the tentacles are eyeing Kin Q. I just hope the work doesn't change genders. She's protecting herself there, and Lufin advances towards the hand, which is promptly cut off. The boy is very cool and manages to save her, obviously leaving her all flushed, still sliding on the ground. Kair asks if she's okay, but before she can respond, a monster is now on their backs. They turn around to try to understand what it is, and in the midst of the massive tentacles, there's a woman with long hair. The monster is a level 25 Morning Spectre with difficulty. At that moment, they recognize it as the true final boss. Sangye once again asks them to stay behind while he tries to defend. The hand is coming to attack, and he tells everyone to move back immediately. While he defends against the creature, he tells Lufin to keep up the offense. Lufin advances, thinking that only he can deal with this since everyone else is struggling to defend themselves. Seeing the woman in the middle, he's sure that hitting her is the only way to kill this creature, but suddenly she screams. The ability she emits reduces everyone's stats by 20%. She slams a tentacle on the ground, and Lufin manages to dodge. He takes advantage of it to land with both feet and leaps towards her. The monster seems startled, and Hin Tu warns him to watch out for the chains. Suddenly, he's whipped by them, and the monster screams that they're grouped, sending an attack their way. The guy who was lying on the ground just 10 seconds ago gets up and defends, while a hand is going towards Lufin. Suddenly, an arrow hits right in the middle of the hand, and he realizes that even though they're struggling, the group is still trying to help him. He grabs one of the chains and uses it as a foothold to launch himself towards the creature, and he cuts through all the tentacles that were hindering them. As a result, the monster writhes in agony and uses the whip with the chain again. He narrowly dodges it. He activates the dragon transformation in his hand and cuts the chains in half. They all fall in front of the group. Sungjae says they won't be able to handle it. It's better to retreat for now. Luffy asks Sungjae to take everyone out of there. Kinchu asks what he's going to do. He says they don't need to worry, he'll just cover their retreat. Kair tells them to go quickly, while Kinchu thinks they're not able to help at all. Luffy is opening a giant red portal beside him. The monster screams in his direction, but now the boy is confident, saying she can come out now. The hand that was about to touch him gets bitten by Xiaoe. The group looks back, startled, and here comes the black dragon fighting the boss. They can't believe a child actually summoned a giant dragon, which is easily cutting through the boss's hands. The boss is writhing in pain and tries to send a chain attack, but Xiaoe easily passes through it, cutting the chains and the boss, which falls into the water without having done anything. The group is in disbelief that he killed a boss so quickly, while Qin Shu realizes he really is the rumored guy, the dragon tamer Luffy. 300 years ago, someone says she was born there and was raised under the church's protection to avoid any kind of danger, until the plague destroyed everything. Bodies piled up in the lakes with not enough graves. She desperately wanted to save everyone, so she prayed every day. But in the end, she became a hot goth, a cruel witch of darkness. She couldn't save the people, so she summoned the spirits of the dead so people could say goodbye. But the church that had sheltered her for so long accused her of causing the plague. They chained her up and dragged her through the streets. Thrown into the lake, all she wanted was to save everyone, or at least allow them to say goodbye. She did nothing wrong, and that was the story of the Morning Spectre. While the group wonders how Luffy can summon a dragon, he's asking when they're going to leave that realm. But the portal hasn't opened yet, so that means the boss hasn't died yet. The lake starts to bubble, and suddenly an explosion occurs, sending a wave towards everyone, with a monster appearing in the middle of it, evolving from a Morning Spectre to a Vengeful Spectre, which not only gave her new abilities but also greatly increased her stats. The soft-hearted bandit was trembling, unable to believe it, and the boss warned that no one would escape from there and launched a water attack. Xiaoe has an effect that prevents her from receiving debuffs, so she defended Luffy. However, the bubble that exploded from Kair's lair trapped her in a water trap. Sunji tried to help her get free, but it was immune to physical damage. Trapped, she apologized to Qin Q, who said it was okay. She fell to her knees, saying it was all her fault for insisting on coming to this realm. Luffy asked if she was going to give up so easily. She explained that the boss was immune to physical attacks and only she had magic attacks, but she was too weak. The vengeful boss sends a hand attack towards Xiaoe, which can cause instant death or apply a debuff. Due to immunity, nothing happens, and Luffy warns that his dragon can handle it. Kair says that even though he's a dragon tamer, the level difference is still too great. The boss was preparing to attack again when Luffy said that dragons are incomparable. Xiaoe easily nullified all the effects the boss applied, and her stats increased when Luffy activated the dragon's inspiration. And immediately after, he activated the lava flame. The barrage of fire hit the boss's face, causing it to melt in front of them. No one could believe what was happening as the boss was falling apart. Suddenly, she exploded, emanating an aura that would awaken all the bodies within that realm. A chest appeared, and Xiaoe's and Luffy's levels increased. Sunji got excited, saying he could finally see the portal, but behind them, several creatures were rising. Suddenly, Xiaoe flew past them, and with a flame attack, she swept the entire field. They recognized her as the giant dragon, and Luffy said her name was Xiaoe, and these monsters were nothing but toys to her. And he turns around, saying it's better to worry about the rewards. He says that according to the rules, he will choose first and asks if anyone objects, and obviously, no one says anything. So he opens the chest, which emits a light. Inside, there's an excellent quality sacred light staff, a twilight cloak also of excellent quality, a morning ring of rare quality, and what Luffy chose was a class change scroll. It allows someone without a hidden class to have a chance to advance to a higher class. Qin Chu said it didn't make sense. That wasn't the best item he could take. He could take the rest for himself. But Luffy said it was okay. This is the item he wants, and these equipment items suit them more. She goes to the chest all greedy, saying that if it weren't for him, they would have died. And because of that, she offers him the ring. Luffy says if that's the case, he'll accept it then. And with that, the group is ready to return, while Qin Shu wonders what other secrets he holds. 4 hours later, he returned home, and this auntie came to be cute, throwing bread at his face. He told her to wait a little longer. He's still dirty and needs to take a shower. But suddenly, she started crying, saying she was worried, and hugged the boy. He apologizes for leaving only a note, and says it won't happen again. He pets her all sweetly, telling her to stop crying. This aunt is a dangerous national wish that. I've seen less passionate couples than those two. She pets Xiaoe, saying she's impressed that this cute girl really is a dragon. Luffy wants to give the scroll to his aunt while she's petting Xiaoe. He says that if she gets a better profession, she won't need to keep this store anymore. but she says it's too valuable and doesn't want to accept it. Why doesn't he sell it for money? But he shows the boy's bank account, which is already becoming a millionaire, saying he doesn't need that. She asks him to explain where he got it, and he says it was all a reward from the dungeon he participated in. He hands the scroll to her and tells her to make good use of it. When she opens it, it starts to emit a blue aura and her hair starts to float. Guys, this scroll activates a lot of nice things. He asks if she felt anything. She says it worked and her class has advanced to chef with enchantments. Sometime later, Xiaoe gorged herself on all the little bread rolls. That night, Ken Q was questioned by someone about the boy who was the dragon tamer. She explained that due to her recklessness, almost everyone died. It was lucky he was there and saved them. The blonde guy asked if she didn't tell anyone about the dragon. She said she didn't tell anyone because she promised him she wouldn't tell anyone except the Kim family. The guy's name was Kim Shanghai, and he said she did a good job. Since it's dangerous for people to know that information, she calls him dad and says he saved everyone. What is he thinking of doing? Is he not thinking of getting that dragon? Dad laughs, saying he's not that kind of person and she should worry about how she's going to thank him. She says she gave him 100,000, but she doesn't think it was enough, and her dad tells her to give him a purple card. Kin Chu asks if her dad doesn't want to go since he's so curious about him. Dad says it would really be good to meet the dragon tamer, but he has something to do tomorrow morning. The princess of the Taiji kingdom is going to study in the city of Zhengai. Of course, there had to be a princess in a Chinese work. They just arrived in the city and were hungry. So they went to the aunt who has the biggest bread rolls in town. The aunt came to greet them and said they were closed today. The princess said it was strange. She thought it was around here. When the aunt asked who they were, she was thrown to the ground. Let's join forces and kill this guy who hit the aunt. The princess asked her if she knew someone named Lufin. The protagonist came down the stairs asking if they were looking for him, but he was shocked when he saw that scene. His aunt had been beaten, and the princess was saying it stank there. Lufin went to talk to his aunt asking if she was okay, and the princess said she came to see him. Lufin turned around and asked who they were. The guys introduced themselves as Princess Jinzu and the guy is Kwai Hante. She said she had an incredible opportunity for him. Lufin was curious about this opportunity. She said that being a dragon tamer must be difficult. He was shocked when they opened the briefcase with a dragon egg, and she said that if he accepted the terms, it would be his. She asked what he thought and said the conditions were simple. He would only have to be her absolute slave and never disobey any order. Thank God we don't have to worry about the FBI because he'll probably beat her. Confidently, she says that this is the reward she received and it's the only dragon egg in the world. She asks why he isn't responding. He must be impressed with this incredible dragon egg. However, our protagonist is a bit disappointed. Compared to Xiaoei's egg, this one is very weak. With a look of dissatisfaction, he says that indeed the attributes seem interesting. The princess thinks he's an idiot who doesn't know how important a dragon egg is to a dragon tamer, while Lufin tells his aunt not to worry as he'll handle him. Jinzu says that without the dragon egg, he'll be useless. He should be excited about this news. Lufin says it's really amazing, but he refuses, disappointing the girl. Jinzu says he's refusing the chance to become her slave and still make history as a dragon tamer. Funny that she spoke as if the first part were a great opportunity. Lufin says that if that's all she's there for, she can leave because he's not interested in being anyone's servant. Kwai Hante gets angry, saying he's being disrespectful to the princess, who came there. Lufin laughs, saying that being someone's slave is ridiculous. Suddenly, Jinzu points and says it's up to her knight to teach the kid a lesson. The aunt steps in front, telling them not to get angry and stop it. But the knight slaps her on the cheek. Good heavens, we're going to kill this guy. She falls to the ground with flushed cheeks, and Lufin goes to help her. Queen Hante says he deserves it for offending the princess and moves to punch the protagonist in the back of the neck. However, he suddenly summons the dragon blade and warns that if he hurts his family, he'll die there. The aunt tells Lufin to stop being reckless, and Jinzu tells the guy to attack him again and stop hesitating. Lufin calls for the princess and slaps her back. Man, equal rights now. Let's spread them around. Queen Hante tries to attack him from behind at this moment, but Lufin manages to defend and throws his blade on the ground. Suddenly, the guy gave up the fight and went to help the princess, who's lying there. And he took another slap. The only one who hasn't been beaten up so far is the protagonist. Jinzu yells at him, saying he's trash. Does she seem fine? He should kill the dragon tamer now. Xiaowei is sleeping peacefully in bed while his phone is ringing. Qin Chu is calling, walking through the city, and guys, I didn't know she was so strong. A really promising mage. Suddenly, an explosion happens beside her. It's Hante being thrown and bleeding. Jinzu told everyone to get out of the way and stop staring. Hante apologized, saying the kid had too many attributes and he won't be able to handle it. She says it's okay then, this princess will help him. And she begins to cast a black magic spell. Lufin recognizes that magic as the opposite of Qin Q's. All beautiful and curvy, she's approaching. The dark power surrounds Hante's body. Both of them are surprised and he turns into a level 30 horseman. Jinju has the power of a spirit witch. Lufin realizes the guy has become a monster. Kin Chu steps in front of him saying she'll help. Hante jumps to crush them both, and the protagonist asks Kin Chu to take care of his aunt. He narrowly avoids the attack. Luffy knows he'll have to use his dragon abilities to deal with this now. Jinsu tells the knight to kill the kid, and that'll ease her anger. Hante is confident, but Chioe is coming to help, already beginning a dragon transformation, startling Jinsu, and in the middle of the city she turns into a black dragon. Luffy warns it's his turn now. Jinsu starts casting a spell to stop the dragon. However, Chioe roars and her ability is interrupted. Under her paw, Hante is already crushed. She tosses him aside, and Jinsu can't believe it. On the ground, he apologizes, saying it's impossible to win this. Luffy approaches and asks her if she was the one going to kill him. Desperate, she says he did something very wrong. She killed his knight, and he has no idea what will happen. He'll become the enemy of the Taiki Kingdom. Luffy asks if she's really trying to scare him, especially since she came here to hurt his family. Chioe starts to conjure a fireball, and he says he doesn't care if she's a princess. Even if she were a goddess, she would have to pay with interest. That's what happens to those who hit the aunt of the warm bread. However, from the sky, someone on a griffin shouts for him to stop. It's Kin Chu's father, and she tells him to be careful. Chioe looks in his direction with the fireball. Luffy tells her to stop and cuts Jinzu's staff, while the griffin is passing by Chioe, who's just giving a glance. The guy descends from the griffin and tells Luffy to hide the dragon since many people are watching. From the back, Kin Chu tells him to obey her father already, so Luffy orders Chioe to untransform, turning back into a little dragon. While Kin Chu is calling the protagonist, her father goes to talk to the princess. Talking to his aunt, they hope her father can handle the situation. But Luffy already knows things won't be so easy. Shanghai says it's the first time he's seen the protagonist and he's already causing trouble. Our protagonist apologizes, saying it wasn't his intention. The aunt asks Shanghai if he managed to resolve the situation. Shanghai explains it will be complicated since her family not only has numerous businesses, but also holds a high position in this kingdom. Luffy says he doesn't care how powerful she is. He won't compromise his dignity because of a dragon egg. Shanghai says he's a good boy with integrity. He doesn't need to worry because they have a way to protect him. However, he can't do it alone, so he has a condition. Everyone seems curious, and Luffy asks what condition it is. Shanghai warns that he'll have to become the champion of the Southern Province in the Grand Exam, while Shanghai delays the princess as much as possible. Kin Chu says it's very difficult with all the best students from the entire Southern Province, but Shanghai warns once again that he'll only protect him if he achieves that title. Determined, Luffy says he accepts the condition. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Jinju is walking around desperately asking why that guy hasn't died yet, and says to pass the order to the family to kill him. The next day was the Grand Exam, and everyone there was talking about the items and abilities they had. But everyone was stunned when Luffy showed up. But nobody there knew he already had a dragon, so they found it ridiculous that he had the courage to come there just to try to get into a university. Luffy thought he was too lazy to deal with all this nonsense. Gandalf appeared and told everyone to be quiet, and warned that the exam for the Southern Province was about to begin. Luffy is waiting to transform all the scrolls he's receiving into one of better quality, when suddenly someone asks if he's really going to participate in the Grand Exam. When he turns around, it's that teacher from the beginning who gives him a teleportation stone. The teacher says he believes in his determination, but he warns him to be careful because it's a place where people can die. Luffy knows that the points you earn in this exam are determined by the difficulty of the portal you enter, and he's aiming for first place. Someone calls him, and when he looks, it's Kin Chu bringing another curvy girl named Xiaomin, and she's extremely strong. Blushing, she asks Luffy if he wants to team up with the two of them, but her friend doesn't seem to like it much. However, he apologizes, saying he'll participate alone this time and wishes them good luck. Sad, Kin Chu also wishes him good luck. While she thinks that with the strength he has, she would only be a hindrance. Her friend wants to know why she wanted to team up with the person who is the weakest here. Kin Chu says she doesn't know anything, and for sure this year he will be the strongest in the south. So Luffy stepped through a portal. All the students were gathered under a dark sky where the exam would begin. Gandalf appeared on the projector and said the places were divided into normal, difficult, terrifying, and nightmare, and they should use teleportation stones to enter. In the normal level, the creatures are just projections and you can't die. In the difficult level, monsters are real and you can use a teleportation stone to escape. The terrifying level gives 3 times more points, but it's extremely common for people to die, so it's not recommended to go alone. A guy named Hongwu says the top one this year is his. Xiaoman recognizes him as one of the best in this province, and indeed he has a chance to be in the top one. The other students feel discouraged having to compete against him. In the observation room, people seem to believe that Hongwu is indeed the most formidable student of the year. The bald guy says he's also keeping an eye on Miss Kin Hu. She seems promising. Gandalf had high expectations for Luffy. It's a pity he awakened such a bad class. Kin Ku's father says he has a very promising person in mind, the dragon tamer Luffy. Gandalf is incredulous upon hearing this name, and the guy beside him says the boy hasn't even entered yet. He'll probably give up this year. Besides, Hanwoo already has 3,000 points and is in the top one of the ranking. Gandalf says apparently he's not giving up but waiting for the highest level portal. The sky turns red and they can't believe he's planning to enter the nightmare difficulty alone. Luffy is smiling while the guys reveal that no one has ever entered the nightmare and come out unscathed, but he's teleported to the skies. Gandalf is trembling, saying the last person who entered the nightmare was 8 years ago, and he had a miserable death. The bald guy says it's ridiculous. Apparently, they didn't educate the boy properly, and you should know what happens to those who enter the nightmare. Confident, Shanghai says it's too early to draw conclusions, and they should just watch what happens. Gandalf is curious and asks Shanghai if he has so much confidence in the boy, while thinking it's impossible that he really achieved that. Luffy appears on the first floor of the nightmare difficulty. The fog is dense and can't see anything, but he feels there are at least 10 creatures. Some humanoid black wolves at level 10 appear and attack him. Luffy seems confident, saying that everything is just beginning now. A slash of his blade cuts through all the creatures, and with that, he completes the first floor, earning 990 points. The old bald guy is incredulous that he really won with just one attack. Gandalf asks if he really found a legendary dragon. Luffy still has to climb quite a bit in the ranking. Suddenly, a guy with a red briefcase enters the room. The old ones can't take their eyes off Luffy's performance. The guy in the suit shouts to everyone and introduces himself as someone who came to investigate from the city of Langu. He wants to know where the dragon tamer known as Luffy is. His name is Qiangxiang, and he's a level 57 swordsman. In the tower, several vines are cut, and Luffy is progressing smoothly. One of the maps he had made was with the treasure there, and he finally located it. In the midst of all the plants, he manages to locate a book of accelerated growth skills. When used, his pet gains double experience. Luffy realizes that this will obviously be perfect for Xiaoe. After all, he had noticed that she had difficulty leveling up, so this will help a lot. Qiangxiang is looking at the screen, saying that Luffy is in their school. They'd better interrupt this test now and call him here. Gandalf says the test is something very important for all students, and as the director there, he can deal with whatever problem the boy has. Qiangxiang then asks if he will deal with the punishment he deserves. The old man is curious, and Qianhai asks him what he means by the punishment the dragon boy did. Qiangxiang tears off his arm, telling him not to come closer. However, he should know that if he tries to keep protecting this boy, the whole Jin family will go against him. He pushes him, telling him to get out of there, and tells the director to bring the boy now. Qianhai lights a cigarette and says that after Luffy's secrets are exposed, neither the Jin family nor the superiors will care. Qiangxiang asks what secret he's talking about and says he's going too far. But Qianhai grabs his arm and warns him that if he wants to go that far, he accepts this punishment, while revealing a deep dependence on cigarettes since he doesn't even drop the thing in the middle of the mess. Qiangxiang warns that he'll report his actions to the Longdu superiors. Gandalf asks him to calm down, and Qiangxiang wants to know why so many people are defending this kid. Qianhai says they just need to watch, and soon they'll find out why the Jin family will become insignificant. Qiangxiang is startled when he realizes that the boy chose the nightmare difficulty. In the challenge, Luffy says he wanted to see how far he could get without Xiaoe's help, because with her passive, he has twice the stats of someone at level 15. But maybe it's a good idea to bring her along because then she also gains experience. The old ones are discussing because he defeated the creatures with one attack, when suddenly they hear a roar and Luffy summons Xiaoe. They can't believe it, and she already prepares to attack with her claw. Qianhai says he's seen it once, but seeing it again is still terrifying. She strikes the wall, shattering everything. Qianhai says now everyone has seen the secret. He's the first dragon tamer in history to have a dragon. Gandalf is sweating, incredulous that he really managed to tame one. On the second floor, everything was burned, and he passed easily by cutting through. The guys say it's unbelievable. If this kid gets stronger alone, he'll be able to challenge an entire country. He's already on the 13th floor with 58,000 points. Easily, the duo is defeating everything and manages to complete another floor. Gandalf says it's not just the power of the dragon. The boy also seems to have incredible strength. He has at least over 100 points in each attribute. Qianhai asks Xiang if he really wants to challenge the boy, who responds, saying that now it's explained where he got so much confidence. And then he says to just send a video of Luffy's performance to that professor. Marcus Tu Jing. Luffy is already on the 20th floor of the nightmare. Some black knights seem to follow a busty monster as always, a level 15 creature called Black Sacrifice. Luffy grabs Xiaoe's chin and says she's about to level up, and activates the lava flame. The explosion is sent and the creatures are evaporated, with the 20th floor being completed. She goes up to level 11 and Luffy to level 16. With that, he already has 98,000 points. 1 hour later, during the fear challenge on the 50th floor, a muscular guy was exhausted, thinking that this year's challenge was really perverse. However, he was sure that the only person who had a chance to beat him was that girl, Kinkyu. Since she was in a team and would earn only half the points, he was confident that this year he would be the top one. He was already shouting to the heavens, asking if everyone outside was watching his incredible performance. Obviously, they weren't, my friend. They were watching our protagonist. They commented that he was also reaching level 50, and there they believed he wouldn't be able to go much faster. However, our boy was confident because Xiao Yi had received a shape-shifting ability. She got a baby dragon form, a girl form, a giant flaming dragon form, and an end-of-the-world form. Suddenly, they both felt the ground tremble as stone ogres emerged from it. They were 3 giant level 20 amethysts, and the elders were sure he wouldn't get past them. While the other elders wondered why they didn't have a guy as good as Lu Fan in their school, the golem roared and went to punch Lu Fan. However, he was smiling, thinking that things had gotten a bit tougher in the middle of the tower. Xiao Yi punched, stopping the golem's punch. He immediately ordered her to change to the end-of-the-world form. A red beam of light shot up, and the elders wondered what he was up to this time. Xiao Yi had risen towards the sky, and the transformation was happening. Her eyes started to resemble the one from Lord of the Rings. She advanced to the end-of-the-world form, and her strength went from 400 to 2,900. The elders didn't even know that dragons could change combat forms. They were all scared of our boy's strength. Once again, the golem came to punch, but he easily dodged. He was activating the pet inspiration that increased all his points by 10%. But to be honest, it seemed more like 30% from the numbers. He then ordered her to bite the golem's head, and it was a perfect hit. The elders were incredulous that it had been damaged so easily. Professor Gandalf was sure that to do something like that, it must have had more than 2,000 points of strength. Another golem tried to grab Lu Fan in mid-air, but our Matrix boy easily dodged. At the same moment, he pulled out a transformed dragon claw and threw an explosion at the golem's head. The old man started poking the fool, saying he was lucky not to have provoked Lu Fan, who was about to be hit for the 3rd time. But this time, he didn't dodge. It was Xiao Yi who roared and weakened the golem. The rascal was confident, saying he would deliver the final blow. However, I think his was stolen because she smashed the ground and destroyed the last golem. Seeing that both leveled up, he realized that the nightmare difficulty was the right choice. Not to mention, there were still many floors for them to level up. The old men, who were just poking each other, said that it seemed even the 50th floor wasn't difficult for Lu Fan. The brown-haired guy was a specialist in judging strength, and Gandalf asked what he thought of the dragon. The guy said it was hard to estimate, but it seemed that in the form change, she must have at least 2,500 strength. The muscular old man said it was impossible. How could a kid that age be stronger than all of them there? While Gandalf was thinking that he had already expected something like this, the elders warned that from the 50th floor on, the X+1 function activates. Gandalf said this was established by those who first created the tower. Basically, after the 50th floor, you always encounter a boss on each floor. This makes advancing any floor beyond that extremely dangerous. And obviously for Lu Fan, who will only face bosses on nightmare level, is even more difficult. The guy smoking a cigarette said to stop talking and better watch Lu Fan, who at that moment was finishing off another boss. With that, he and Xiao Yi leveled up again. However, he was starting to realize that each floor was getting much more difficult. But with Xiao Yi in the World Destroyer mode, he didn't need any strategy. The elders were commenting that it was unbelievable that he was already on the 70th floor, while another one imagined it was possible to pass the 80th. But now seeing how he was doing it, the truth was that it was quite simple. He set fire to the fleeing creatures. A big-mouthed worm came, and he used the blood transformation. Xiao Yi grabbed it, and it was over. He leveled up to 19, and the 83rd floor was completed. In the room, they were discussing if he could overcome the great final challenge. The great geniuses of generations always managed to get there, but all lost in this last challenge. However, Gandalf was confident, saying that Lu Fan was different. He would be the first in the last decade to conquer all 100 floors. Some still doubted until one of them announced that he had reached the 99th. Walking through the dungeon, he found himself in front of a throne. Around the throne were 4 headless knights. Suddenly, the candles in the place lit up, and a headless knight with a blue flame arose. It was a level 55 boss that brought the end of the world. Lu Fan had heard about the kingdom of the headless knights, and it was an extremely difficult mission. Interrupting his thoughts, the knight advanced, activating a curse on Lu Fan that he would die automatically if his health dropped below 75%. He found himself in a difficult situation, but since there was no control skill, all he could do was charge forward and deal with the 4 at once. The headless knight unleashed the Pantheon skill from League of Legends. But our boy easily dodged and approached the first one, delivering a slash right in the middle of the armor. However, he realized that it seemed indestructible, and another one appeared behind to counterattack. Lu Fan barely defended himself and shouted for Xiao Yi, signaling that the time had come. She appeared, smashing the knight and destroying the entire castle. They looked from above and apparently had dealt with the first of the 4. Another one advanced, saying that for killing the king, he should die. He used a lightning attack, but Lu Fan defended himself. However, there was one coming from the front and another from behind. He managed to escape the 3 attacks by jumping up while thinking that he needed to reach the 100th floor quickly. In front of the fireball, he told Xiao Yi to finish it, a ridiculously overpowered attack because it caused damage and also restored her health. The poor knights tried to resist but soon began to be vaporized, and the 99th level was cleared. Once again, they leveled up, and now the elder was eager to see what would happen on the last floor. The smoker said that today would go down in history. Gandalf, on the other hand, was beginning to get apprehensive. The 100th level on Nightmare difficulty was theoretically impossible. He approached the throne and raised the sword when suddenly a strange red aura began to envelop the place. His weapon disintegrated, and he quickly realized that it was the last floor. In a split second, he found himself once again in front of the throne, now surrounded by the undead and with the king sitting on it. The monster was the level 60 Emperor and World Annihilator. Seeing that they would have to face multiple creatures, Lufin decided to test the destruction mode. And the rascal was still smiling confidently. He pointed to the king and told her to switch to the destruction form. The dragon roared and her body was covered in flames. With that, her physical strength had dropped, but her spiritual strength had increased to over 7,000. The old men who had been impressed for 30 minutes were once again in disbelief that she had another form of evolution. The headless knights pointed their swords and told the undead legion of 500 to advance on Lufin. But he told Xiao Yi to use her new ability. While he fought the undead, the activation was being prepared until he turned and told her to activate the cataclysm. The undead were now just dead. The kill count was rising by over 100 per second, while the old men watched our boy running towards the king. The headless knights leaped at him to try to stop him, but he suddenly started breakdancing to dodge. He called Xiao Yi, and now only 37 undead were left, once again activating the cataclysm, and the old men were once again in disbelief. While the top two had 75,000 points, Lufin was already nearing 1 million. They knew very well that the reward for scoring that many points would be no small thing. Lufin called out to the boss, who said he was an ignoramus. Now the army had only the boss alive. Lufin told Xiao Yi to be prepared. The monster swung a sword, and Lufin used his dragon claws to defend, activating an ability that made her flap her wings and create 2 fire cyclones. The boss retreated, realizing there was something strange about his strength. This was because Lufin was using the Ring of Lament, and now the more the boss got hit, the more negative statuses were applied. The monster called Lufin despicable, but he just called for his dragon and charged forward. The poor boss was now surrounded by about 20 fire tornadoes. The king retreated to near the throne, but Lufin appeared instantly from within the flames, landing a hit squarely in the chest and pinning him to the throne. With that, she leveled up to 17 and our boy to 22, and the monster counter had reached 0. Now the elders just wanted to know what this kid was going to receive, while the rascal only wanted to go home to eat his aunt's cooking. Delicious. He was congratulated for completing the 100th floor, and the first item he received was an Ice Dragon King's Fury skill book, a ring blessed with a wind spirit, and a cloak that granted resistance to fire and ice elements. Now it was just a matter of going home. Exiting through the portal, he was eager to see what the results would be, until the elders came up to him, saying he was the pride of the school. While the elders scolded each other for doubting him, our boy was confused. Kin's father came immediately, saying that even knowing how strong he was still surprised. Lufin only mentioned that he had met the conditions he had asked for, meaning he shouldn't have any more problems with the princess of the Taiki kingdom. Shanghai replied that he could rest assured that it was resolved, and the man in the white hat overheard the conversation and left immediately. There, they were talking about how no one had broken the record for over 30 years. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom on the northern border in the level 60 region, a man was watching our boy's performance while drinking a bottle of wine. He looked like Reinhardt from Overwatch, but he was actually Marquis Tu Jing. Someone knocked on the door and brought some books, saying his deduction was correct. An official from Dragon City named Huan Shanfeng was negotiating with that Princess Jinsu. The old man was angry, and the white-haired boy said it seemed they had been receiving various privileges from the Jin family. Reinhardt said that now it was clear why they wanted to imprison Lufin. He got up angrily, saying they would have to deal with this Huan Shanfeng. He gave the order immediately to strip Shanfeng of all his rights and positions, and he was never to set foot in Dragon City again. Obviously, if he had any issues with it, he could just come and talk to him. With that, he turned and also said to keep an eye on this boy Lufin and ensure he received good resources. Looking out the window, he thought that once his mission there was over, it would be great to meet the future legend. But staring at a red globe of light, he wondered if this would ever end. Meanwhile, in her room, Princess Jinsu had just discovered that Huan Shanfeng had lost all his positions. However, the person on the phone informed her that they had found another dragon tamer in the city of Qinzhou. She got excited, saying she hoped it was someone who understood the situation she was in. Han Wu, the muscular guy, was now finishing his test with 89,000 points. The poor guy was exhausted, thinking he barely made it out alive. However, he was confident, having passed 72 levels, so he was sure he was top one. He saw the elders with their backs turned and wondered what was going on there, already imagining that as soon as they saw him, they would all be praising him emotionally. Full of confidence, he called for the director, who asked if he had finished. He said yes, scored 89,000, and was sure he was top one. The director just put his hand on his shoulder and said it was okay, he would still get into one of the top 10. Han Wu was confused about why the director was speaking with such a pitying tone. At that moment, he concluded that this was a lesson to stay humble and not let being top one go to his head. 7 days later, it was the date for the announcement of the exam results. Everyone wanted to talk to our boy and his aunt. Shanghai appeared, and she replied that it was better to talk inside. The official announcement showed that Lufin was in first place, but the number of points was confidential. Shanghai then announced that the government had also sent some special rewards: a book of the Blue Dragon's roar that granted a thunder ability, a bottle of lightning potion that increased damage by 20%, green wind armor that reduced damage received by 30%, and boots with arrow wings that provided a teleport ability with a 30-second cooldown. Lufin was happy. Having an ability exclusive to mages just in the boots was already incredible. Ken Chu entered the house saying that the 10 directors of each of the top universities were calling them for an interview. Lufin was impressed since the announcement had just been made. Shanghai told him to get used to this treatment, but then whispered that his results were being kept confidential to avoid attacks from other nations, as was the case with the princess. Lufin thanked him and said he wanted to meet the person who did this for him in person. The man replied that there was no need to rush because he would soon meet them. Kyun Shu then handed him a card saying it was a gift of thanks. Seeing it was a purple card, he knew it was worth 10 million coins, though they had agreed on only 100,000. Shanghai asked him to accept it as a thank you for saving Kin Ku's team. She then shouted for them to go to the village. Lufin was confused, but she pulled him, saying he had to meet all the representatives. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, Jinzu was asking Hong Tai what level the guy was at. He replied that he was at level 19 and the dragon at level 14. Smiling, she said that tamers were really different. The dragon she once wanted to give to Lufin was now in the hands of another guy. The white-haired guy was named Chen Tianzi, and the boss in front of him advanced. He jumped and sent his dragon to advance. A tail strike made the creature fall, and he went to lance its chest. With that, the dragon leveled up to 15 and he to level 20. The princess praised his talent, and he responded, saying he hoped not to disappoint her. She informed Hong Tai that the dragon's lance would be given to the guide, who said it was fine. Chanzi thanked the princess, saying that with the dragon, the lance, and her buffs, he would defeat the guy who ranked top one. Chanzing had scored 210,000 points, and she estimated that Lufin had around 300,000. So with all these new items, he would surely win. Remembering the humiliation she endured, she ordered Chanzi to kill the protagonist and steal a black dragon. She pointed at him, saying he would become the strongest tamer in history. Chanzi replied for her not to worry, it would be an honor to serve as her knight forever. Our boy was now arriving at Kin Ku's house to be welcomed by the people. She asked which academy he would attend, explaining awkwardly that she didn't want to be too far away. Her father had told her to go to the same one he did. Lufin said he trusted in teamwork, so it would be good if they stayed together, and whenever he went hunting, she would be a priority. However, he mentioned he hadn't chosen an academy yet, but would let her know as soon as he decided. Embarrassed, she shouted that she would try to enter the same one as him, and he smiled back, saying that was a good plan. As he entered the room, he was stared at by a priest and 3 healthy-looking girls. He introduced himself, greeting everyone, and the priest came over, saying he had watched the video and was impressed. Facing the people, the priest said he would receive 10 million dragon coins and access to any kingdom. The gray-haired girl said it was shameful for him to come all the way there with such a horrible offer, saying that with her, he would receive 20 million and access to a secret kingdom that the public couldn't enter called the Snow Kingdom. Everyone started arguing, each one touting their offer. Then an alternative-looking girl told our boy that if he entered her academy, he would have the right to compete in the national exam. The other said it made no sense, as he was just entering college, so how could he compete at the national level? But that piqued his curiosity. She explained that the national exam involved 23 countries worldwide, each allowed to send 1 representative under the age of 25 to compete. Of course, the rewards were extremely rare treasures. The priest and the gray-haired girl kept saying it was too much for someone just entering college, but our friend with the piercing insisted that from what she saw in the exam, he had the potential for it. Lufin knew that this wasn't just a competition with great prizes, but also a chance to elevate himself to the rank of the strongest. At that moment, the system updated, indicating that he had received a treasure map. He was thoughtful because the first one had led him to the Black Dragon Egg. The map showed it was at the Dragon Capital Academy in a safe region. Goham was about to increase her offer, but Lufin immediately said he had decided. He would go to the Dragon Capital Academy. 4 days later, he was closing his aunt's shop. She said she never imagined she would leave there and was a bit reluctant about not having to work anymore. But our boy told her he would take care of her. He was assembling the perfect team, and 2 girls in the car were already calling him Two. Of course, all of them applied to the same academy as him. Kin Chu said she hadn't applied there, but her friend revealed the secret. Lufin cared so much for his aunt that he even contacted Gohan to get her into the academy. It's the first time I've seen someone bring their aunt to the academy, considering how delicious her food is. I'd say he's smart. He'll always have good things to eat. Look how she thanks him, clinging to the boy and crying with joy. Everyone gets in the car, and before getting on the plane, our boy thinks about how he promised to give his aunt a better life, and he will. This is just the beginning. Sometime later, they are impressed by the dragon capital city until someone calls for the princess and Lufin turns to see who it is, coming face to face with Jinju and her two lackeys. Hong Tai looks confused and Lufin wants to know what they are doing there. Qianzi immediately wants to charge at our boy. Even the princess tells him to calm down because it's not time yet. The girls are all worried, wondering what the princess is doing there. At that moment, Gohan appears, saying both groups arrived together and tells them to come on. She says it's a coincidence that the two dragon tamers are the first and second in the ranking. Lufin is shocked, not expecting someone with the same profession as him. Qianzi says he's been hearing a lot about him. Lufin turns to Gohan and says they can go see the school now. The princess responds that they prefer to explore the place alone. She then shows that the first-year students area has more than 30 villages, with the best ones obviously reserved for the highest-ranking ones. Lufin's village will be there, while Tianzi's will be at number 18. Our boy quickly realizes that Tianzi probably accepted the terms the princess offered him and thinks it's shameful for someone in the same profession to stoop so low. The girls then say they didn't make the top 30 and ask if they'll have to look at the dorms. Gohan replies that they will, but the aunt gives a soft squeeze and asks if they can't live with Lufin. Gohan says there's no rule against it as long as the person who owns the residence doesn't mind. The aunt asks if he isn't tired of eating her warm meals. Our boy responds that he isn't tired. He enjoys eating everything his aunt makes. She pulls the other two and says they'll be a perfect team and all live together. Seeing he has no choice, he invites them, saying it would be better for them to be close anyway. Qin Shu, from a forbidden angle, says it's okay, and her friend says that the houses will indeed be much better than the dorms. While the aunt talks to Qin Q, her friend comes up to our boy and says they'll only be living together. But don't get any ideas, she said as they stood in front of house number 2. The sister notified him that the treasure map was nearby. He turned to Gohan and asked who lived there. She says she only handled people from the southern region, so she didn't know very well. The only information was that it was a very dangerous goth girl. Man, Lufin is unstoppable. He immediately sent his aunt and friends to his house because he wanted to meet the neighbor. His aunt smiled and told him to take a gift to the new neighbor, but he replied that he was just going to meet her. His aunt thought Lufin had changed a lot. As soon as he heard it was a girl, he ran to meet her. Qin Ku's friend was impressed. The boy had 3 girls at home and still ran to meet the neighbor. He rang the doorbell, carrying a cake his aunt had made for her. When the girl opened the door, he introduced himself as Lufin, the number 1 from Yangai City. It was obvious she was extremely dangerous and carried high-density weapons. My warrior was ready for extracurricular activities. She said nothing, and he said he brought a gift because they were neighbors and he wanted them to get to know each other better. Silent as she was, she just took the box without saying anything and then just mentioned the province and that her name was Jiang Ying. The woman said 2 words and he was already thinking her voice was very cute. I didn't know our boy was so bold. He already asked to come in and asked if she could offer him a glass of water. She said nothing and just nodded. As soon as she moved to the side, he rushed in. He knew he couldn't stay long, so he had to find the treasure as quickly as possible. He checked the bedroom, the bathroom, until he opened a door and found the treasure map with a jade dragon egg. Finally, he read his second dragon. He immediately ran out and met her in the hallway with 2 glasses of water. After obtaining the egg, he thanked her for her kindness and left. She looked to the side and saw that he had come out of the room where she had left a dress, already thinking he was a pervert in her house. That night in village number 1, Xiao Yi was observing the jade egg. He activated the incubation ability, and the egg began to crack. They both were anxious, and a small jade dragon with 2 little horns emerged from it. It seemed to be a support-type dragon, as it had various abilities to heal and apply buffs. Lufin seemed intrigued by the fact that it was a support dragon. The most impressive part was that it had a jade dragon lineage ability that doubled the abilities and extra points someone received for having a connection or being a dragon, in addition to 5,000% life recovery. This would not only double his strength, but probably also Xiao Yi's since she was connected to him. Doing the math, he got excited, realizing that Xiao Yi would reach almost 12,000 spirit points. She was happily playing with the dragon. Additionally, she had an equipment assimilation ability that allowed her to absorb any item. Lufin had no idea how strong she would become or in what form. While he was thinking of a name, the dragon bit Xiao Yi. In a stroke for creativity, he named it Xiao Fei. He picked it up and gently stroked its wing. The next day, walking around the campus, they discussed how his aunt, being in the life profession class, didn't need to attend the ceremony. The girls asked why it was so noisy in his room the previous night. When he was about to explain, someone called out to them. They were actually calling for the 2 girls who felt embarrassed when the guys said they would enter any dungeon with them, that it would be great to die alongside such beauties. They assumed the boy next to them wasn't their boyfriend. This scene seemed just for the artist to draw the girls as the scene shifted to the moment they entered the ceremony hall. Xiaoman and Qin Ku's friend had to sit in the back because they didn't have special professions. Meanwhile, the muscular guy who came in second was staring at Lufin. He remembered him as the martial artist from the entrance exam, seething while our boy smiled. He remembered very well the shame he had felt because of the damn protagonist. While Xiaomin invited Qin Chu for being able to sit next to Lufan, it revealed her feelings towards him. Something caught our boy's attention. It was the incredibly powerful goth girl in the chair staring right at him. Qin Chu asked who she was, and he said she was the neighbor from number 2. She was impressed, noting that the girl was both very strong and very beautiful. The guys in the back were getting increasingly angry with Lufan, the bastard surrounded by beauties. Then the director ordered everyone to shut up. His name was Zhao Sheming, and he was also the Combat Academy's professor. He said he didn't like idle chatter, so he just informed them they would receive some cards. These would function as credentials and shopping cards within the academy. Points, which were basically the currency there, would be stored on these cards. Points could be used to access secret realms, buy weapons, and even potions. The initial amount present on the card represented their ranking position. One of them complained that in easier provinces, weaker people topped the rankings, but the director assured them that everything had been taken into account for the calculation of the amounts. Lufan understood these were the Academy's funds. The director explained that in a month, everything would be recalculated. He also mentioned that the top 30 in that place had access to the blue class, where they would receive various privileges including secret abilities and realms that only they could enter. People realized that staying in the top 30 was very important, as it not only got them their own village but also entry into the blue class. The director then warned that being in the blue class also had its disadvantages. Any student could challenge someone from the blue class to steal their place in that position. If the blue class person lost, they were obliged to give up everything they had. Additionally, no blue class member could refuse challenges. He announced that for this first month, the top 30 from the exam would be the blue class, and the first and most important place belonged to the dragon tamer from the southern province, Lufan. People were commenting again about that bastard surrounded by women and still being top 1. Others noted that his test videos were completely private. At that moment, Tianzi said that if the princess asked, he would finish off Lufan. She replied that it was fine, there was no need to rush. Meanwhile, Qin Hu expressed her insecurity, noting that what the director did would make everyone hunt him down. After the ceremony ended, they were leaving the auditorium and our boy was eager to activate his new dragon. He mentioned that they should enter a secret realm when someone called out to him. It was Hong Wu who obviously wanted a challenge. Everyone was apprehensive since the announcement had just been made. Lufan asked if he was sure, and Hong Yu told him to stop stalling, noting that the director had said those in the top 30 couldn't refuse any challenges. Hong Yu thought our boy had passed by summoning various weak dragons. If that were the case, you could just take him out before the summons and win. With no choice, Lufan accepted, and Hong Yu placed 200 points on the bet. Considering that being top 1 with 1.2 million and having received 13,200 points were significant for the guy. From the corner, the princess and her group were eager to see how Lufan would perform. Hong Yu started the count from 1 to 3 while Xiaomin seemed insecure. Qin Chu told her to relax because she hadn't yet seen Lufan in action. The professors were also curious. As the count reached 1, Qin Chu said now she would understand who Lufan was. Hong Yu leaped towards him, activating a punch with accumulated Kai. Strangely, our boy vanished into thin air. The guy realized it was a teleportation ability from second-class mages, but the boy was a dragon tamer. Lufan appeared behind him and told him to come on, asking if that was all he could do. Hong Yu concentrated energy into both hands, saying that he was asking to die and launch a series of palm attacks. But our boy advanced, dodging easily. The fool was confident, thinking that as long as the boy didn't summon a dragon, he would win. Suddenly, Lufan was about to kick him in the chest. He activated his shield, sure that someone with less than 280 points of strength couldn't break it. Of course, the shield was broken in the middle. The poor guy spat tomato sauce as he was thrown to the ground. Even Lufan was disappointed, wondering how someone could lose so easily. The crowd was asking where the dragon tamer's dragon was. Our boy approached, saying he didn't even try hard and that losing like that was ridiculous. The princess asked Tianzi what he thought his chances of winning were. He said that from what he saw, he had a 30% chance. But with the princess's buffs, he had 70%. She seemed excited, saying that was a good probability. Lufan then swiped the guy's card, taking the 200 points. Han Yu noticed he had 13,000 points. The professor had shown the calculation of how the points were determined. Doing a quick calculation, he realized Lufan must have scored at least 1.3 million in the exam. He knew Tianzi, the top 2, had scored 210,000. Watching our boy walk away, he thought it was the most embarrassing moment of his life to think he could beat him. In the entrance hall of the secret realms, his aunt appeared, worried, asking Lufan if he was okay. Our boy said yes, while Xiaomin was commenting that she hadn't imagined the boy was so strong. If his kick caused that much damage, she didn't want to imagine when he summoned a dragon. Lufan then called everyone over, presenting where they were going to enter. It was a dungeon known as the Forest of Poisonous Spiders, one of the best places to gain experience. His aunt mentioned that she was there but didn't know how to fight, so it would be very dangerous for her to go along. Of course, our boy said not to worry, that he would take care of his aunt. He then mentioned that the only problem was they needed one more person to make 5. Qin Q suggested they take a look around. The number 2 girl and neighbor were right there. She was definitely the best option to join them. Lufan approached her awkwardly, calling for Jiang Ying. Seeing the look of disdain on her face, he was sure she didn't like the home invasion. Awkwardly, he mentioned that he noticed she was checking out the available dungeons. Would she like to join their team? Seeing the rascal with 3 girls beside him, she called him a pervert. His aunt and friends asked what he had been doing to make the girl think that on the second day. He fumbled, unable to explain. He turned to Zhang Ying and admitted that their first meeting was strange, but he wanted her to join them in the dungeon. Seeing it was the forest of poisonous spiders, a good auction, she agreed. He smiled and everyone seemed excited because now the team was finally complete. When he went to pay the entry points, she said it wasn't necessary. She swiped her card, showing 8,744 points. Holy smokes, that meant she must have scored at least 800,000. This dense girl could almost be the protagonist of the story. Soon, the 4 of them appeared inside the spider realm. And do you remember that the last chapter ended right when Lu Fan and his friends were entering the dungeon? The inflated goth went ahead, and the girls in the back were asking why he chose such a difficult place. Our glutton answers that he chose this one because it's the dungeon with the most experience. It's the highest level. Then the aunt shows up, offering tasty stuff as always, which were some cookies that increased their experience gain by 20%. She even boasts to everyone, saying that only the secret class she got can cook that kind of thing. She then calls out to the inflated goth and asks if she wants to eat a little bit. The goth turns around and asks if that cake from last time was made by her. She asks if she's talking about the one our boy delivered and says yes. While Jianying watches, the other girls start praising the aunt's cooking. She lets out a small smile and our boy immediately notices something moving in the bushes. He tells them to be careful. They've been found. At that moment, a level 40 black-scaled python rises in front of them. Man of Xiaoman throws herself at it, calling out to Shizen. She strikes the creature's mouth, but it doesn't seem to deal any damage. Qin Shu comments that these level 40 creatures won't be easy to defeat. The aunt was even thinking about cooking some food to give them strength, but our boy says it's not necessary. They should focus on the fight while he handles these problems. So they understood, boy, the problem is the fight, but what are you going to do? Jianying already knew what the boy was up to. They thought a crazy dragon was coming, but our boy summons the latest novelty. Xiaoman asks if that's a dragon, and our boy tells Xiao Fei not to sit on his head and be so unruly. The girls all realize that apparently our boy had 2 dragons. At that moment, the python attacks Xiaoman, and our boy tells Xiao Fei to use the emerald light. But my goodness, how many Xiaos are in this story? A shield is summoned and defends Xiaoman. She falls to the ground like a fool and Qin Q rushes to help. She gets up, legs splayed, saying that apparently she didn't take any damage. The emerald light increases defense by 30% and withstands 3 attacks. Our boy tells everyone to relax as long as Xiao Fei was there, they wouldn't get hurt. Seeing this effect, Qin Q gets alarmed, saying this was better than a second-rank priest. And Xiaoman is impressed that her defense went up so much with just 1 skill. At that moment, the python lunges at the 2 of them. Our boy approaches and warns them to be careful. He would handle it. However, suddenly, a red laser shoots past him. Man, the attack hits the python in the mouth and goes right through it. It was Jianying. Didn't I say this damn girl has potential to be the protagonist? And man, from this angle, she really does have a lot of potential. Not only is she level 21, but she also has a Swordmaster class and uses an overpowered sword. Lu Fan already realized that if it weren't for the system, he'd be getting stomped by her. The question is, would that be so bad? Enough of that, because our boy tells the aunt to duck. There was a spider right behind her, and she was totally distracted. Jianying's attack deflects the spider's attack, and our boy saves her just in time. The problem was that these were silver spiders with extremely high defense. Besides being level 45, they were immune to armor-breaking effects. At that moment, Jianying charges in on her own. The spider activates a quick claw attack ability, but Jianying continues dodging easily. Our boy steps in and tells her to be careful. He defends the spider's attack, but to be honest, the girl was handling it just fine. She even gives our boy a scolding, telling him not to let his guard down. That's because there was an entire nest of spiders ahead of them. He then summons an army-destroying sword and says there weren't just silver spiders there. In that place, there were also black web spiders. This spider could kill any creature after trapping it in its web for 60 seconds. Rushing toward the creature, our boy tells Jianying that she has multiple class weapons, which is impressive. She says that the Swordmaster class can forge its own blades, and they've been with her since level 1. And now, from this dangerous angle, she says it's not the time for talking. Our boy quickly realized that while this class improves dragons, hers seemed to enhance various swords. In a way, they were similar. But at that moment, a spider creeps up behind Jianying. Our boy defends her and calls for the dragon's emerald light. Then Jianying prepares the army destroyer and strikes the spider on its backside. She manages to kill it and thanks him, saying that the 30% attribute increase was very helpful. While our boy can't stop being impressed with Jianying, commenting that her class is very versatile, they suddenly hear a scream. While he's having fun with the goth girl, the aunt and the others are in trouble. He runs, saying he's going to help them while telling Jianying to hunt down the black web spider. She stands there, moved for a second. With that, the girls were all using a bunch of skills. The dragon, Lu Fan slicing left and right, while Jian Ying was just watching. At that moment, suddenly, an attack comes from behind. Luckily, she blocks one with her sword, and the other three are stopped by her skill. She starts running, but Lu Fan tells her not to stray too far with that injury. The other girls then tell him to go help Jian Ying since they were managing with the buffs. Our boy runs off and says he's leaving things to the aunt. After walking through the forest and passing under a web, he finds Jian Ying face to face with a black spider. However, unfortunately, our goth protagonist is all beaten up. Lu Fan keeps moving forward and tells Xiao Fi to use another emerald light. She turns and says she can handle it herself. But at that moment, the spider activates its ability that kills the target after 60 seconds. Lu Fan rushes past her and tells her to stop being distracted and follow the opportunity he was creating. With that, he activates a claw transformation skill that depended on the Emerald Dragon's power. He prepares the attack and sends a slash at the spider. The creature is cut in half, and Jian Ying is impressed that he took it down with just one attack. Even though he was ranked above her, his attack was as strong as her mountain destroyer. Lu Fan tells them to keep advancing together and uses the ring's speed buff. She sets her swords to circle around him while our boy moves forward. And now our goth girl wonders why, even seeing someone so strong ahead of her, all she could feel was peace. Lu Fan is all happy that Xiao Fei had leveled up to level 3. Meanwhile, depression has hit Jian Ying, who feels down for having been helped. Just then, the rest of the group calls out to them, saying they've handled the silver spiders. Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying and says she's strong, but regardless, they wouldn't let their allies fight alone. Once again, she's healed and left speechless, hot boy. At that moment, the girls all approach and ask if his little dragon can heal. He says yes and activates the life fountain skill, which creates a regeneration area around everyone. Jian Ying is left thinking that the team she found wasn't so bad after all. Some time passes and they're confused, trying to find the exit. It seemed like the end, but they hadn't found anything, and they ask what Lu Fan was seeing. When Qin Xiu approaches, she gets startled. In front of them was a crater full of spiders. That was the lair of this place's secret boss. Looking down, he knows about its mass absorption and madness abilities. The boss could use other creatures to recover its own life, not to mention it could boost all their stats. They would first have to deal with all the spiders. The girls tell the aunt, who's just starting to go into dungeons, to look at the scene or she might get sick. She says she's strong and decides to take a look. A second later, she's vomiting against a tree, saying it's too disgusting. Jian Ying says that no matter what they decide to do, they'll first have to deal with the smaller ones. And Xiaomin mentions that other teams use a strategy of luring the small ones while others handle the boss. The problem is that this would take about 4 days, and the aunt says she didn't bring that much food. Obviously, Lu Fan raises his hand and says they don't need to follow other teams' strategies. The girls ask if he had an idea and what he was thinking of doing. At that moment, our boy just yells and calls for Xiaowei, telling her to assume the destroyer form. Xiaomin and Jian Ying are startled by the creature's presence, and the spider boss starts screeching up. That's when our boy tells Xiaowei to leave all the small ones to her. With that, she jumps toward the hole, and right then, he activates the cataclysm. Everyone is startled, and Jian Ying comments that it has as much power as a legendary dragon. Our boy then tells Xiao Fi to put his buffs on Xiaowei. Now he's really overpowered, using one dragon to strengthen the other. Man, the buff increases the stats a lot. The strength basically doubled. The spider boss starts screeching and sends a bunch of minions at everyone. Our boy asks Xiaomin and Qin Xiu to form a line and not let them escape, while he and Jian Ying would go after the spider boss. The creatures swarm, and the two dive into the madness. With that, the fight begins. The two fall under the nest, and our boy calls for Xiaowei, telling her to clean their side. She launches a cataclysm attack while the two of them run toward the boss. Jian Ying is scared of getting caught in the fire and being burned to death. Meanwhile, our boy looks up and asks if Qin Qiu and the others are doing well. They're using spells to stop the rest of the spiders from escaping, and our boy says that now it's just him and Jian Ying to deal with the rest. The spider boss faces them and sends a venomous attack that they narrowly dodge. With that, he activates Xiao Fi's buff to protect Jian Ying. Man, in this spider boss's web, anyone caught dies in 6 seconds. Our boy slashes, but a touch of the web leaves a cut on his face. He then tells Xiaowei that the time had come. Xiao Fei seems to activate another buff and smiles. With that, he tells her to activate the ability to burn the whole place. She flaps her wings, creating a blaze around the entire cave. Jian Ying is scared, wondering if that wasn't enough power to destroy a nation. With that, the creatures are flying up burning. Meanwhile, our boy cleared the webs and calmly walks toward the boss. The Jade Dragon leveled up to level 5 and even received a new ability. And now comes the moment everyone was waiting for. The evolution of the little green healing dragon 2. The little dragon girl, right guys? There's always got to be one. But to forgive the Chinese, the art turned out pretty cool, so it's all good. The green light begins to shine from the heart, so to speak. And at that moment, a paw swings down toward Jian Ying's head. She barely dodges and now receives the Emerald Blessing, which also gives her 3 attack buffs. She commands her swords to strike, hitting the boss head-on. Her attack, which previously couldn't deal damage, now went straight through the monster. The buff not only amplified her attack, but also used the creature's own attributes. Our boy is just petting Xiao Fei, congratulating her on the evolution. He noticed how much stronger our goth girl's attack had become. And then he tells Xiao Fei to apply the buff once more on Xiao Yi. She flies off, sits on Xiao Yi's head, and activates it again. With that, she apparently drops 3 crystals on her head. Xiao Yi activates the ability to burn everything again, creating another explosion. And Jian Yang knows that based on the number of attributes, that blow had over 10,000 attack points. The boss starts writhing in agony, and our boy calls out to both of them, saying it's time for the final blow. The artist isn't stupid. In this angle, there's no protagonist, right guys? That's because he's already up above, blade in hand. And from there, the man strikes the boss's head, activating the blood pact with the dragons. Xiao Fei applies another buff on our goth girl, who sends a barrage of swords to assist our boy. With that, everyone levels up and the 2 dragons revert to their forms. Nisha Jianying asks our boy how many points he made, and he says about 1.3 million. She comments that with that power, it should have been much more. And he explains that it's actually because that's the limit for nightmare difficulty. Nisha Xiao Fei runs to hug him, and Xiao Yi is already getting angry. Meanwhile, our boy calls the other girls, and they show up. With that, poor Jianying is left despondent, realizing that while she wasn't far behind in points in terms of power, it was a gap that couldn't be closed. With that, the mission was finally over, and they began opening the chests. And after all that had happened, Jian Ying agreed to join the team. Even the girls wanted the goth girl's number, but she said she didn't use a phone. To celebrate the new permanent team, the aunt prepares a dinner for everyone. In the following days, he kept hunting in the dungeon with the group so that everyone could level up. During the day, they had lessons on combat theory. But half a month passed, and there were only 2 days left until the freshman evaluation. Xiaofei was already at level 14 and Shou Yan at 19. The rest of the group was at level 22, and even the aunt was at level 18. Jian Ying was also getting stronger. She had evolved the ice sword and reached level 24. And wow, Xiaoman had equipped the venomous spider set and leveled up. This warrior was really getting stronger. But one day passed, and the aunt said she was going to prepare some food for everyone. However, as soon as our boy stepped out of the portal, someone called for him. There was another goth girl with purple hair who said that President Zhao had something important to tell him. Our boy wanted to know what he wanted to talk about, especially right before the freshman evaluation. He asks if she knows what's so important. She just responds that he'll find out when he gets there. The group is talking about rank changes, and the woman asks if our boy is worried about that. He explains that lately, he hasn't had time for anything since he leaves the dungeon, goes straight to class, and then to bed. She then explains that everyone is now starting to duel for points because of what happened on the first day with him. Besides that, Hong, who got beaten up by him, has become the new standard. When someone is weak, they say they're worth 1 Hong. When someone is strong, they say they're worth at least 100 Hong. In the president's office, she tells him to go in as they've been waiting for him. As soon as our boy opens the door, the guy tells him to come in. He explains that the national test, which he had promised our boy would participate in, had been moved up. It was supposed to be in 5 months, but it was pushed forward to 2 months from now. It seems a certain Jin Chenghan is about to reach level 60 and go through the 3rd transformation. Lu Fan quickly realizes this looks like a plan to give this guy an advantage over everyone else. The president says that pitting a bunch of people in their 2nd transformation against this guy will make him an easy winner. The president stands up and says it's a shame that the promise they made will be fulfilled in such an unfair way. At best, he'll be in his 2nd transformation, and facing level 50 experts might just get him killed. He tells our boy that he won't have much time to prepare and asks if he really still wants to be part of this. To make it dramatic, he calls out President Zhou's name, and he says this is his chance to join the expert ranking, so he's not going to miss it. Besides that, he's going to win. The president says that if that's the case, he'll still receive some resources to help him out, and tells him to perform well in the freshman exam. On the day of the exam, the president announces that he'll go over the rules for everyone. It will be a 2-on-2 arena, and first place will earn 5,000 points per person. Everyone is confused by this, since not everyone is friends. Since our boy's aunt is in a combat class, they have 4 people, which is perfect to form 2 teams. Outside, they greet Jian Ying. A guy approaches her, introducing himself with an air of arrogance, but she cuts him off and rejects him immediately. While the guy agonizes, the group walks off, crushing the poor guy's hopes. Our boy says he'll team up with Qin Hu, while Jian Ying will pair with Xiaoman. It skips to the 2nd day with the first matches happening in the arena. A stone beast hurls a guy into the air. The deep web gold jumps in and slashes the other guy. Now I remember, that's Tianzi, the guy who got the girl's dragon. She's praising him, saying they're already reaching the top 16. Tianzi responds that soon enough they'll face the number 1. The princess comments that her brother, Jin Chenghan, will be arriving in the city soon. That's the guy who's cheating to compete in the national event at level 60. The next match is about to start. It seems the teams have changed, and now our boy Wenta is with his goth girl, fully armed, warrior mode engaged. Now the 2 fools are already scared, seeing that Lu Fan and Jian Ying are on the same team. We see a bit of what happened earlier. When he mentioned teaming up with Kin Q, she said it wasn't necessary. They should go together to take first place, while she would team up with Xiaoman to secure second place. He didn't need to worry, they would do their best. And now both of them are in the stands cheering for our boy. He asks Jian Yang if she's interested in taking first place. She responds, of course. We see a bit more of the preparation arena. He had some treasures stored and began synthesizing some maps. Luckily, the quality increased and he received another one. With that, he got a location in the Flying Dragon Cemetery, an area from level 45 to 60. That's when the announcement was made that it was time for the two of them to enter the field. And our boy was excited for the freshman test. In the arena, Jian Yang asked if he was confident against another dragon tamer. He said they could bet that they would win alone. She asked if he wasn't going to summon anything, and he said it wasn't necessary. All this time fighting alongside her, he realized they were quite similar. And if they won, he wanted to know the characteristics of the Swordmaster class she had. At that moment, the test begins and Tianzi charges at the two of them. Angrily, he says he finally has the chance to stomp on Lu Fan. He extends his spear toward him, but our boy disappears. However, our boy just tells Jian Yang that it's too late for her to back out of the bet, and he slashes the guy's dragon. Man, he even throws a punch to the chin, destroying part of the armor. Tianzi asks why the goth girl wasn't doing anything and why he wasn't summoning his dragon. Our boy, to humiliate him, says it's because for this fight, he doesn't need to use everything he has. Meanwhile, the princess is over there saying she finally got her chance. It seems she wanted to humiliate him again, but she was going to pay the price tenfold. Tianzi then sends the armored dragon to attack him. And our boy jokes, saying that without a tooth, it looks a bit asymmetrical. He leaps toward the creature, saying he'll fix that face. In midair, the dragon stares him down, but our boy lands another solid punch. People are shocked that he knocked down a dragon with a single punch. The princess points at Tianzi and tells him to finish off Lu Fan quickly. He jumps toward our boy, saying he will obey orders. He commands the dragon to activate a tail strike. Knowing that the boy is a tamer, he shouldn't have many movement skills. And with attacks coming from both sides, there was nowhere for him to dodge. However, the blows hit the ground and nothing happens. Our boy was already sitting on the remains of the creature's prey and asks if that's all he can do. Tianzi knows that this earth dragon is many times stronger than a beast of the same level. But even so, our boy wasn't having any difficulty. Suddenly, the princess tells Tianzi to get out of the way. She asks how he's at such a disadvantage when the boy hasn't even summoned his dragon yet. She couldn't recommend him to her brother or even send him to the Taichi Kingdom. She uses her ability on the dragon, saying that apparently the princess would have to solve this. Lu Fan remembers that this ability turns the person into a monster, and the earth dragon becomes all distorted and shrouded in a purple aura. It roars upward, and Lu Fan knows things just got complicated. In the arena, everyone comments that the creature looks more like a demon from hell. A frightened Jian Yang starts activating her swords, but our boy tells her to wait and not forget about the bet. He had already experienced this ability once before. At this, the princess tells Jian Yang to attack and take advantage of the buff she gave her, while thinking she's going to steal that damn black dragon from this loser Lu Fan. The princess asks where the attributes are that he claimed were so strong he didn't even need the dragon. But then our boy activates the Ice Dragon's Fury ability. With that, Tianzi's creature is completely immobilized. Also, the two of them are freezing and can barely move. Our boy says that this black magic of hers really strengthened that creature beyond him, but attributes weren't enough to overcome what he does. He runs asking if she really wants his black dragon, and launches an attack in her direction, saying she wasn't worthy. However, Tianzi steps in and defends her. At that moment, the earth dragon breaks free and launches an attack at Lu Fan. He teleports to its back. He activates another spell and uses the blue dragon's roar. People can't understand how it's possible for someone to have such physical strength and magical power at the same time. And Tianzi watches from the side, incredulous. They were both dragon tamers, so why were they so different? Our boy asks why he only uses simple spear attacks and no dragon strikes. Why doesn't he, for example, use a dragon claw strike or something like that? Tianzi is confused because he's never heard of these abilities. Our boy says he understands that's because Jian Yang doesn't have any of those abilities. He tells him to give up because they are completely different types of tamers. Tianzi tells him to shut up, but Lu Fan tells him to stop selling his dignity and being a slave to that princess. Tianzi, however, curses him and tells him to stop with the moral speech. He says that what he's doing is because he lost the position of strongest tamer. He then looks at the princess and asks her to use magic on him that he's willing to risk his life for it. She smiles and says if that's the case, she'll grant his wish. She uses the magic and says this is his last chance. Lu Fan asks why he's so loyal to that princess, knowing her true nature. He responds that the princess did everything for him when he was a nobody, and to become someone of high status, he had to repay that kindness. For the princess, he would do anything. At that moment, he charges at Lu Fan, activating the dragon's spear strike. Our boy just says that instead of hate, he's feeling more pity for him. He activates the extra agility ability and calls for the storm dragon. Tianzi is startled, and our boy delivers a dragon fang strike. Man, the transformation didn't last long. He just apologizes, releasing smoke. Meanwhile, the princess is scared and knowing she's next. She falls backward, saying that if our boy touches her, her brother will seek revenge. But our boy lands the first slap across her face and tells her to go ahead and let her brother know because there's something he owes him. With that, she's left devastated while everyone laughs at her. The president asks everyone to be quiet. He announces the end of the match with our boy and Jian Ying having won. To be honest, I would have preferred if she had participated a little more, right? She was just watching. What's up with that? However, the president turns to another staff member and tells them to take Lu Fan to his office right away. In the office, the president says he's learned about his connection with Princess Jinzhu, but he'll have to understand that now he'll face criticism because of it. Our boy says he knows the princess was manipulating Tansy. The president then hands him something, saying this is why he was called there. He also tells him to stop participating in the event because there's no longer any need. Our boy asks if his performance was bad, and the president says it's actually the opposite because they realize he's strong enough to participate in the national test. On the tablet, there are some secret dungeons that are extremely expensive to buy. The president says he can choose one and they'll try to win it at auction. Our boy comments that it's expensive, but the president says they won't spare resources to help him get stronger. That's when our boy says he's found what he wants: the Flying Dragon Cemetery, which is a dungeon above level 55. The next day, the semifinals with our boys group are announced. However, the president announces that Lu Fan's group has withdrawn from the competition. Everyone is confused, wondering if it's because of yesterday's incident. In the dungeon, our boy apologizes to Jian Ying, saying she can't participate because of him. She says it's fine since they'll get the points either way. Besides, she was excited to be in this secret realm with him, as there would be a lot more experience to gain. At that moment, a red-haired guy from above calls out to them. He comes down and tells them not to worry. He introduces himself as being from the secret guild of hunters, known as the Black Rat. Our boy points upward, and the guy says it looks like they're here for the Flying Dragon Cemetery, and he informs them that since they won the bet, they should follow him or her. I'm not sure. Up ahead, as she says, they spent a lot of money and asks for their levels. Our boy says he's level 25 and Jian Ying is level 24. The Black Rat is shocked and asks if they've lost their minds since that place is meant for level 55. He says he'll contact the academy because they must have made a mistake. Our boy was about to tell him not to worry when part of a tree got cut down. The trunk toppled over, and everyone started running. In that moment, Lu Fan activated the Blue Dragon's ability and electrocuted the flying creature. The Black Rat was confused and asked if he was really just level 25. After all, that was a level 50 creature. Our boy simply told him not to worry, that those creatures weren't a problem for them. I think the guy says, all right, and then says he'll show them the way. A bit later, he opened up some bushes and said that was the entrance to the Dragon Cemetery. The teleport was connected to that tree. He then departs, saying his job there was done. However, our boy wanted to befriend him as this guy manages secret dungeons and he might need more information. The Black Rat was a bit confused, wondering why. Lu Fan told him not to worry, he would always pay for any information. Since he was looking to negotiate just for locations, he figured there wouldn't be a problem. The guy says, all right, 100,000 for the information, and we'll be friends. Our boy shakes hands and says the deal is done. The Black Rat is impressed, wondering if all the people at that academy are this rich. Meanwhile, Jian Ying says she's heading out because he talks too much. Lu Fan is excited because at the top of the tree is where the map is pointing them to go. But at that moment, both of them are startled. A horde of level 50 flying dragons was coming their way. Our boy tells Jian Ying to get ready. There's a girl at level 25 killing level 50 creatures. She throws her sword into the air to get the dragon's attention. But one of them comes straight at Lu Fan. He summons Shou Yi, who arrives with her mouth full of fire. At the same time, Jian Ying feels a creature coming from behind. In full swag style, she dodges. She curls a sword at its head and finishes another one off. However, that's when she realizes she's fallen from the tree. She starts calling for her broadsword to fly out of there. The problem is that in the middle of the fall, it looked like the dragon was going to reach her first. But our heroic boy throws himself toward them. He finishes the dragon midair and extends his hand to her. With that, she grabs it and he sinks his dagger into the tree. After slicing through a lot of stuff, they finally stop. Our boy tells her to be more careful since their destination wasn't down there. Blushing, she says she's been saved again. But at that moment, they both notice something else approaching. Out of nowhere, a giant white dragon passes by the two of them. Our boy calls for Shou Yi, who's all beaten up, until a skeletal dragon appears in front of her. The creature lunges to bite her, and she's just standing there. Man, it looks like it hit her hard. Our boy jumps with Jian Ying, and the two face the berserker bone dragon. He tells her not to worry. Shou Yi should be fine. With that, he starts running, but Jian Ying warns him to be careful. Our boy calls for Shou Yi and tells her to enter destruction mode. She was indeed in the dragon's mouth. She shifts form, destroying the creature's entire jaw. He immediately summons Shou Fei and tells her to give the Emerald Blessing. With 3 crystals on her head, he calls Shou Fei to come along. He leads with his dagger and she lets out a roar. The creature is stunned and Lu Fan lands another blow. But suddenly, it activates a bone storm and starts tearing everything apart around them. Suddenly, a red attack streaks across the dragon's head. and a sight starts dismembering it. Lu Fan didn't know what was happening. Jian Ying says she'll explain it all at once. It's time for her to fulfill her promise and explain how the Swordmaster class works. Our boy tells Xiaofi to get ready. Jian Ying explains that her class gets a new weapon every 5 levels, and the Calamity Scythe was her trump card. That weapon permanently increases its attack by 0.1% every time it kills a creature. She activates an explosion of sin that starts breaking the skeleton in half. Lu Fan realizes that Swordmasters don't gain new abilities but instead gain new weapons. He then tells Xiao Fei it's her turn. She approaches Xiao Yi and places the 3 crystals on her head. With that, he commands her to use Earth Smash, extending her claw and striking down on the Bone Dragon. The entire ground crumbles and the creature is buried. Xiao Fi levels up to 15 and gains another transformation form. Meanwhile, Jian Ying is sad that she used her trump card, but most of the power came from Xiao Fi's buff. Our boy then thanks her for saving him and says that even Xiao Fei evolved. She unlocked the form of the Eternal Dragon and the form of the Spiritual Light. He congratulates her by giving her a pat on the head, and Jian Ying says it's time to climb this tree again. Suddenly, a barrage of fire comes from above. Everyone starts running, wondering why they're being attacked by magic. Our boy hides, knowing that the noise from the fight with the Bone Dragon must have attracted more people. Looking to the side, he sees a legion of dragons flying with a giant one on its back. Man, that one really looks like a final boss. In Xiaofi's light form, she can grant the abilities of Soul Protection and Soul Impact. He then tells Xiaofi to assume the light form and stay close to Xiao Ye. He starts running and tells Jian Ying to follow. They are heading straight to the top. With that, the 2 dragons transform once again. The Soul Protection would increase attributes by 200% and absorb part of all incoming damage. The only problem was that Xiao Fei wouldn't be able to do anything else. Man, Xiao Yi already had 26,000 strength. Jian Ying is impressed, and our boy explains that Xiao Fi's buffs are even stronger on other types of dragons. Now the birds in the sky launch a barrage of attacks. Our boy tells Xiao Yi not to counterattack, just to keep moving forward. Easily, Xiao Fi's spiritual form was absorbing everything. She already had a 10 on her head, and our boy tells her to use the key explosion. With that, she releases everything she had absorbed and sends an aura upward. The poor dragons start falling from the sky. Jian Ying asks about the new ability, and our boy explains it to her. She's impressed to see that the dragons had evolutions far more complex than the weapons. Our boy then stops and says the boss was just ahead. A level 60 steel dragon. It uses a steel charge attack that destroys any creature with less than 10,000 points. Jian Ying warns him to be careful, but our boy tells her not to worry. And once again, he tells Xiao Fei to activate the Soul Impact. With that, Xiao Yi is surrounded by a green energy, and our boy says now it's her turn to handle this. He activates the dragon's inspiration. And man, with that, she reached 34,000 strength points. She slams her paw into the steel dragon's neck while Xiao Fei fires a laser. Whoa! They tore off its paw. The dragon immediately turns to the 2 of them, and Jian Ying activates her power, saying they need to run. Trying to create an escape opportunity, she activates the explosion of sin and hits the dragon's neck. Who would have thought our goth girl was this strong? Or maybe not that strong, since the steel dragon tanked the attack. She tells Lu Fan that, unfortunately, she can't deal any damage, and he says it's okay. He understands her desire to contribute to the team, so he tells Xiao Fei to link with him. He stretches out his dagger and withstands the dragon's attack. At the same time, Xiao Fei strikes its head from above. With that, they finish the boss and everyone celebrates. Xiao Fei also gains a new intimidation ability. Jian Ying, as impressed as always, also levels up to 25. Our boy comments that she's been talking a lot lately. He says spending so much time with him is starting to change her. Our boy says the first time he heard her voice, he thought it was adorable. She gets embarrassed, wanting to know what's with this adorable voice thing. With that, they keep talking and walking through the forest. Meanwhile, the 2 dragons are biting at each other, wanting to kill this girl. At the top of the tree, among a bunch of cocoons, there's a blue dragon egg. Our boy then asks if she unlocked a new weapon upon reaching level 25. She shows the new sword and says it seems really good because of its agility effect. The sword could split into thousands of peel blades, each dealing 10% of the original damage. Our boy says that when those swords level up, they'll be really powerful. However, Jian Ying is just thinking that even at level 25, those swords wouldn't do anything compared to his dragons. She realizes she's feeling a lot of pressure being in a team with him, as she's always comparing herself. He then says they should get going, and she says it looks like their destination is just ahead. But the 2 dragons seem to have found something. A dead guy with a lot of stuff around him. It seems like this was a group of old adventurers who came to this place as well. Just as our boy tells her to be careful of their surroundings, something comes from above. A level 60 bronze dragon appears, and right after that, another creature appears in the sky. A level 65 elemental 3-headed dragon, which was a boss. The 2 of them are startled, and Jian Ying wonders if this is a trap. At that moment, the 3-headed dragon starts casting a triple spell. Xiao Fi leaps in and slaps the fool's face. With that, she interrupts the spell, but the dragon just stares at her. Meanwhile, the bronze dragon comes charging in and she says the two of them will have to handle it. Our boy tells her to get ready to use the new ability. It's a good chance to evolve it. He rushes ahead and tells Xiaofi and Xiaoyi to get ready to use their abilities. Our boy strikes and Xiaofei activates the dragon defense and soul impact. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi is dodging the three-headed dragon's triple attack. Our boy tells her to use the new intimidation ability. She prepares a punch, transforms again, and lets out a roar at the three-headed dragon. With that, the creature becomes frightened and paralyzed for a few moments, terrified, trembling all over. The problem was that the skill even affected Jian Ying, who was behind. Our boy then receives Xiaofi's buff again and delivers an attack to the bronze dragon. He tells Xiaofi to take advantage of the stunned state. She grabs the three-headed dragon and slams it into the ground. With that, the screen starts to turn green. Our boy notices that lately Xiaofei has been quite destructive. Man, everyone leveled up a lot. As always, Jian Ying felt sad for not having helped and wondered if she had really become a useless genius. But our boy just tells them to find a place to rest while Xiaofei finishes off the three-headed dragon. He then notices something in the status window. But night falls, Jian Ying brings some food, saying it was prepared by his aunt. But outside the camp, there was no one around. She wondered if he had realized she was useless and abandoned her. Man, this goth girl seems more like an emo now. Meanwhile, Lu Fen is approaching the treasure's location. He finally arrives face to face with a basket with two giant eggs on top. He didn't want her to know the real reason he had come to this place. However, the eggs crack and the soul of the Dragon King emerges. The status window says level 1, but our boy says it's level 70, so I'll believe him. He prepares and tells them not to underestimate the level difference. The dragon leaps toward them and he says they need to take this seriously. Meanwhile, Jian Ying is only hearing the noises. She imagines that since he always has to save her, he must be tired of having her in the group. She didn't want to be an obstacle anymore because he wanted to conquer this place. She recalls all the moments when Lu Fan told her she'd get stronger, like when he thanked her for saving him. She started thinking that if she wasn't as strong as him, she'd have to find another way to help. Meanwhile, our boy is still fighting. Killing a level 70 creature alone was quite tough. He told Xiaofi to prepare the lava hell while using Xiaofi's buff. She activated both attacks and went toward the Dragon King. One hit landed squarely on its chest and the flames started to spread. However, the soul could shake off any physical resistance and went after Lu Fan's back. Our boy, startled, tried to activate Xiaofi's spiritual form in time, but the dragon was bombarded by a rain of swords. Our boy didn't know what had happened. Obviously, Jian Ying had arrived to help our boy. This was the new ability she had received, and she told our boy not to worry, that she wouldn't take any risks. Our boy just smiled and said he understood. He activates a new ability from Xiaofi that grants 2 buffs, not only to her, but to everyone around. Additionally, she now had 12 attack buffs and 12 defense buffs. Our boy tells Xiaofi to go after it. With that, she charges at the dragon and slams it down. Lu Fan prepares a spell and uses the blue dragon's fury. But suddenly, a golden light shines in the sky, and our boy recognizes it as a boss's magic. It replaced the boss's abilities with the dragon language abilities, which were much stronger. He sends an attack in Xiaofi's direction, who creates the Apocalypse Fall, dealing 2000% damage. Man, the whole place gets wiped out. And when the smoke clears, Xiaofei had saved the poor souls. Otherwise, everyone would have died. Apparently, the dragon killed itself to make that attack because even Jian Ying leveled up, saying she was scared she might have died. Once again, everyone advanced, with our boy reaching level 29. Our boy noticed that Xiaofei was jealous and kept complimenting her. That's when Jian Ying says she now understands why he didn't take that fight in the arena seriously. He then explains that he wasn't trying to abandon her, but was looking for something when he stumbled upon the boss. She reminds him of the day he said they never let their teammates fight alone. Now all healed and cheerful, she says she knows he's strong, but she won't leave him alone. The scene shifts to our boy opening the treasure. What he finds are the spiritual wings of the Dragon King. The item allowed the user to fly and also enhanced draconic abilities. The problem clearly was the level 60 requirement. However, there was another item that allowed any pet to become a mount and combine part of their attributes. Man, there was also a flute that allowed the user to summon the soul of the Dragon King 7 times, and it would have the same level as the user. Our boy is just sad because it's limited to being used 7 times. At that moment, Jian Ying asks what's happening with Xiaofei. She was using the life spring, continuously increasing her HP. The energy seemed to be spreading throughout the forest. The two of them soon noticed that the tree seemed to have been healed, but her abilities only affected allies. Apparently, the sacred tree itself was an ally in this place. He continues to observe as the plants seem to be moving. Suddenly, one of the roots stretches toward him. At the tip of it appears a seed from the sacred dragon tree. It says that he would need to kill the abyssal dragon and the devourer and submerge the seed in their blood. With that, he would receive the favor of the true master, a dragon of life, which was the root of all things. He imagined that this abyssal dragon must be a creature close to level 80, so he would have to wait a while before attempting it. But he praises Xiaofei, saying that if it weren't for her, they would never have found this secret treasure. Then he gets an idea and asks if Xiao Fei could eat that flute. This is because she had a natural assimilation trait that allowed her to devour equipment and convert the stats into abilities she possessed. He gives it to her to eat, saying it might not work because it was a consumable. Immediately, she swallows it, and our boy knows that if it doesn't work, he's lost the item for good. However, the flute is assimilated and he gains its ability. Right away, she uses it, and the shadow of the dragon appears on her back. Since Xiao Fei was level 18, the dragon that appears is also level 18. Jian Ying is shocked, realizing he has a pet that has its own dragon pet. She says they need to return because everyone must be worried. However, he tells her she can go ahead, as he still has something very important to do. It seems we will see what happened with the egg because we're back at the academy. Our boy, arms crossed, says it's time they talk about this. He complains about the two constantly fighting and tells them to look at that egg. Another family member was about to arrive, so they should treat this new one well. The item is a stellar dragon egg, and our boy says to consider it a new member of the family. He uses the ability, eager to see what will hatch this time. However, the talent doesn't activate, and the egg remains intact. That's when he sees that to hatch another creature, he needs to become a dragon master by reaching level 30. But considering he was already level 29, it might not take too long. He then tells the two that tomorrow will be another day in the spider forest. The next day arrives. Qin Shu and Xiaoman are knocking on the door, wanting to know where our boy is. He wakes up groggy and she tells him he needs to check out this post that's been circulating around the school. He's confused, wondering if he was woken up to look at a social media post. The message said that Lu Fan dropped out of that championship match because he was afraid of losing. He asks who these people from the Fengyun Pavilion are, claiming he's scared. She explains that the group has the Academy's number 6 and number 3, with more than 30 members. Our boy feels a bit disappointed that he's the school's number 1, but everyone thinks he's afraid of these Fengyun Pavilion guys. Xiaoman explains that the leader of that group, Jiang Fengju, said he's going to take Lu Fan's number 1 spot. This could also cost him his qualification for the national championship, and our boy already understands what Jiang is trying to do. However, he just smiles and says that if they want fun, they'll get it. He borrows her tablet and says he's going to respond, as that's what they're looking for. The scene shifts to the arena area. A member of the pavilion named Xu Jing sees the message on his laptop and informs the leader, Jiang Fengju, that Lu Fan has responded. At that moment, two side characters charge at him. However, the real side character activates his power and sends out a bunch of clones. The side characters of the side character are impressed with the side character. But that's it, right guys? He smashes them and they fall to the ground because, well, you know how it is. Xiaoman shows the post and says he needs to check it out. The leader says that Lu Fan is very arrogant for challenging the entire pavilion. He tells them to respond, telling Lu Fan to come to this arena after tomorrow's final. And obviously, the entire pavilion gathers because that's what he wants. He's going to show this guy who the real number 1 is. In the post, our boy called them trash and said if they really want to know who's number 1, they should challenge him to a duel. The girls commented that today the pavilion would be participating in a semifinal, and they could go watch. However, our boy was far more interested in going to this secret realm to keep farming. That older aunt is still growing, guys. She tells our boy to be careful and not to be too overconfident. However, Qin Q says that since he's number 1, people will think he's scared if he just goes to watch. The aunt suggests disguising him, and the next second, he's in the arena looking not suspicious at all in this outfit. But with a smile, Hank says no one will recognize him like this. Except at the moment they announce the match is about to start, Lu Fan stands up. She asks why, and he just says this isn't interesting and that he's going for a walk. Meanwhile, the director is just observing. Or maybe he's not the director because he's knocking on the director's door. He's asking the person inside if they've heard about the challenge between Lu Fan and Jiang Fengyan. But their voice tells Shengming to let others handle the matters between the freshmen, as he doesn't want to be informed. However, Shengming is worried about what might happen and that the pavilion members could end up in the hospital like Lu Fan's last target. But their voice says he should be more concerned with the envoy from the Dragon Capital who's coming to check on Lu Fan. He then asks how Lu Fan's preparation is going. Shengming says Lu Fan is about to advance to the 2nd class and assures him that a guy he knows named Qian Shang won't cause trouble for him. However, the voice warns that the envoy this time would be a man named Ruan Chengfeng. The president knows that this Ruan Chengfeng was affected by the dispute between our boy and the princess. And the voice says this guy once held a high position but has been losing rank, and now he's just a city envoy. They ask why he is silent and apologize. They explain that if this guy is the envoy, Lu Fan will face many difficulties. However, the voice just says that Lu Fan is his personal selection, and that's why he's being sent. The president says he understands and will help the boy advance to the 2nd class as quickly as possible. The voice then says they are looking forward to watching the exciting event tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the training room where points can be earned, a guy is thrown out. People were saying that there was someone inside at level 29, but it was impossible to beat them. Our boy wanted to farm the spider dungeon, but he was there waiting for them to finish the match. At that moment, another challenger appears. And man, what arrives is clearly the biggest danger in the story. The girl shows up with 36 frames, waving to our boy and asking if he wants a fight. He calls her miss, and she replies that since his level is lower, she'll let him start. Our boy just says there's no need for that, and she can go ahead. She smiles and says that if that's the case, she won't hold back. She summons a flame in her hand and warns that she's coming. However, Lufan realizes something is wrong with this girl. She's already transformed and even pulled out that little devil's trident. In a second, she vanishes and reappears behind Lufan, saying she's different from the others. She goes in for a stab, saying it's good that he's giving it 100%. He turns, manages to defend himself, but is thrown far away. Already wondering what level this girl could be to be so strong. Man, I don't know what level she is, but I agree that she's strong. She's not the type to hold back and says that if he's only going to defend, she'll have to teach him a lesson. Our boy says he understands, and with that, the two charge at each other. A frantic exchange of attacks begins. The people outside are all startled by the noise and wonder when it will end. At that moment, it's announced that the match outside in the arena has ended. The pavilion team had won, and Sujing says he heard that Lufan came to watch their match. Fenjin throws his hand up and tells Lufan that his arrogance will end. In tomorrow's fight between the two, he wouldn't last a minute. However, the girls are all wondering where he's seen Lufan since he left a while ago. Our boy is in a much better fight. Or rather, he's in a much more dangerous fight, trying to figure out who this powerful senior is. She lifts his cap and says he's getting used to her movements too quickly. However, Lufan had already realized that if she wanted, she could have finished him off much faster, so why was she dragging this out? The older sister says he seems like a man with little energy, but he has a handsome face. She gets closer and asks why he's been hiding it. Even our unstoppable Lufan is a little flush right man. He apologizes, saying that unfortunately, he has to take this call. Then he tells her that he has to go, but first he wants her contact. She replies that she didn't think he was bold enough to ask for the number of a girl he just met. He is all flustered, saying he just wanted to plan another training session. But she doesn't give him her number and says if he wants to see her again, he should just open another one of these point rooms. Our boy is left wondering if she's a teacher. After all, he clearly didn't stand a chance against her, and in the end, he still earned the 100 points. He runs out, desperately calling for her, wanting to at least know the identity of this crazy woman. However, at that moment, someone calls out to our boy. It's his aunt and her friends wanting to know why he's in such a hurry. He heads toward them exhausted, wanting to know who that mysterious woman was. The next day, it was the match between the pavilion and our boy. Fenjin brought everyone, wanting to know where that so-called number 1 Lufan was. At that moment, someone comes running, and everyone gets ready. Our boy apologizes, saying that unfortunately, he made everyone wait. He walks in with bread in his mouth, saying get started because he has other things to do later. People were about to complain, but our boy says he arrived right on time. Lufan then says he doesn't know what level everyone in the pavilion is, but they could start with everything right away. The bald guy, who is probably going to be one of the first to get beaten up, asks if our boy is looking for death. However, Fengyun says enough talking and announces he's betting 7,000 points on this fight. Our boy says he forgot about that detail and says he alone will bet 17,000 points. Sujing says they don't have that much, but Fengyun tells him to shut up. If they won all those points, they wouldn't have to worry about anything else at the academy. So he declares that the pavilion will bet all the points they have in this fight. Lufan smiles and says that if everything is at stake, they can begin. The leader warns the guy next to him that Lufan is probably going to summon that dragon girl. He tells everyone in the pavilion to be prepared. Lufan is just smiling, standing still, while everyone in the pavilion is already pointing their weapons at him. The leader gives the order to attack, and Sujing slams his staff on the ground, throwing out chains. That magic would immobilize Lufan for 5 seconds, and everyone jumps toward him, wanting to finish him off before he summons the dragon. However, Lufan easily breaks free and draws his dragon dagger. The leader strikes, not understanding how he easily freed himself from the control. At that moment, Lufan grabs him by the chest and throws him to the ground like a fool. Everyone is shocked that Lufan had thrown the guy to the ground without any effort. Sujing activates another spell and reduces Lufan's movement by 75%. He seizes the opportunity to cast a second spell and sends a barrage of explosions in his direction. However, Lufan is unharmed and smiling, asking if that's all the top examinees had to offer. Stepping on the leader's head, he says it looks like they were nothing special. Sujing wonders why Lufan seemed unharmed even though the magic hit him directly. Obviously, with a 10% increase in attributes due to the patches, none of that did any damage. Poor Fenjin is still underfoot, trying to break free. He uses his ultimate skill, creating a bunch of clones around Lufan. While Sujing is in despair, the rest of the group says the leader will finally win now. Our boy raises his hand and says that since he won the championship, he'll show something even Chanzi didn't get to see. Everyone is shocked. And man, he really summoned Xiao Yi. She flaps her wings and the barrage of fire starts destroying all of Feng Yin's clones. At that moment, everyone in the pavilion falls to the ground, wondering if that was a real dragon. Even Feng Jin, looking up, admits that this was something completely different from what Tanzi had summoned. Our boy tells Jiang not to fall just yet. He activates the dominance ability and warns that the counterattack is still coming. The pavilion members who are trying to flee are all affected by the roar. Poor Feng Jin tries to escape, but he doesn't even have the energy to move. He begins losing consciousness, saying it was impossible to escape from this place. At that moment, our boy earns 13,000 points and thanks the pavilion. The people on the ground are all devastated, realizing they have nothing left. Our boy praises Xiao Yi and says now they have something more important to do. Our boy heads back to the point room, and just then, a pair of sandals steps in. The senior had returned and asks if he wasn't there waiting for her all alone. Our boy says of course he was waiting for the big sister, especially since he knows she's the only one above level 70. She hadn't noticed that he'd set that level limit in the room. Meanwhile, in the arena, they examine Feng Yin's body. Shaming thanks Lu Fan, saying it seems like he held back. Even though everyone had fallen, no one was in any real danger. Back in the room, the mysterious senior asks if he's plotting against her. Our embarrassed boy explains that he set the limit, so clearly she's not a senior since she's such a high level. She asks if he knows her identity and says maybe she's a teacher. She laughs and says if that's the case, he can call her senior. She approaches, saying that now that he's not hiding his face, it's much better to look at. She warns him that if she sees the minimum level limit next time, she won't enter the room. The danger transforms, saying she saw him use some of what she taught him in that fight against Feng Yin. Lu Fan smiles and says it looks like she watched the match. She says yes and thanks him for putting everyone to sleep as soon as he summoned the dragon. Our boy thanks her for the compliment, but admits he still has a lot to improve in close combat. At that moment, she almost lands a spear strike to his face. Man, she really hit him, and he asks why she did that. Now a bit angry, she says he's still too weak to be showing off his humility. Man, the poor boy can't even be humble. Desperate, Lu Fan says she's strong and kind and he's willing to pay any price for her to teach him. She laughs at his desperation and says if he wants, he just has to bring the food his sister makes. He decides not to correct her by saying it's actually his aunt and says it's all good. She then tells him to come at her with everything since she's here waiting. She blocks the attack and says he's coming in too fast. In that case, she bets that if he manages to knock her down once today, she'll give him a new weapon. That's because the weapon he's using is no longer suitable for his fighting style. Just like her, he should have a high-quality weapon. However, our boy explains that it's only with this weapon that he can partially transform into a dragon. She jumps to the ceiling and asks if that's the case, then what else is he asking for? He dodges and says what he's asking for is a level removal enchantment. The 70 kilo thigh asks if he knows how rare and expensive those items are. Lu Fan tries to defend himself as he sees her coming at him with full force. She warns him she'll beat him up for having the audacity to ask for something like that. Sometime later, he's getting a massage from his aunt, saying he didn't manage to land a single hit on the girl. Jian Ying says she must not be a teacher from the capital. And Qin Chu comments that our boy is on forums again. But this time, it's our boy, and in this photo, he looks like he's in Yujio, with that card in his hand. Jian Ying says that now, with this, he must have taken over the pavilion and will be idolized by its former supporters. However, Lu Fan says he's not too interested in that, as he just wants to focus on his objectives. Jian Ying then wants to know what those objectives are. Next scene, they're back in the arena dungeon for our boy to level up. After numerous tries, this had become incredibly easy. And finally, our boy reaches level 30. Qin Chu was happy while the aunt, as usual, was throwing up. The girls were excited for him to go to the class change hall. Walking through the academy, now everyone recognizes him as the guy who took down the pavilion. The boy even got a fan club, and that girl over there is holding the Yujio photo in her hand. Ashe says it seems her friend was right, and now everyone has become a fan of our boy. The aunt then says they'll have no choice but to change his outfit again. Now, every time he goes out, he'll have to wear a hood, mask, sunglasses, and a cap. Our boy apologizes for being such a hassle to walk around with. Ashe says she wishes she were being followed by a bunch of people too. Jian Ying says no one at the school has ever reached his second dragon class, so he'll have to figure it out on his own. An excited Kim Q says this is his chance to make history in this place. Ashe pats him on the shoulder and says they've arrived, wishing him good luck. He thanks everyone and says he's going in. With that, he swipes his card and enters the class change hall. Unlike the first awakening and the second one, you can choose the direction you want to go. However, as he expected, the academy system had no information about his class. A blue aura begins to surround his body and the academy wishes him good luck. Our boy then starts seeing the various paths he could choose for his second class change. He had the Dragon Priest, which, let's be honest, is garbage. He's never going to pick that filthy trash. He also had the Dragon Summoner, which is probably trash too, and the next one must be insane. Lastly, there was the Dragon Flame Knight, which was way more stylish, so of course, that's what he's going to pick. He's got that dumb look on his face like he doesn't already know what he's going to choose. But then we're surprised. There was a fourth class, the Dragon Knight. Clearly, because it's bigger and more stylish, that's the one he'll choose. especially considering that this profession had more abilities that synergized with pets. Obviously, our boy says it's the one that suits him best, right? Outside, everyone's talking about the class changes, and I found it strange that it was taking so long. The aunt asks for patience because this must be a very important moment for him, and Jane exaggerates, saying his choice could change the direction of the era they live in. When Kin Chu mentions the importance of it, our boy appears. All the girls, excited, turn around eager to know what his new class is. Our boy says he'll explain everything at home. His stats had increased a lot, but the most important thing was that the contract now had 3 slots. On the way, the aunt asks if he'll have to learn how to ride a dragon. He says one of the reasons he chose this class is that he already has an item that will help him do that. All he needs is for Fee and Shoei to reach level 30, and then it will be available. However, the aunt is concerned, saying that riding dragon girls sounds a bit strange. Our boy tells his aunt to stop imagining weird things when someone appears and says he's finally back. It's Mrs. Dangerous, and he asks why she's here. She says she should have given him her contact because apparently he wasted a lot of time. At that moment, Xiaoman says, "So this is the aunt who trained him so hard he came home exhausted." But the curvy one asks the aunt if she's Hank, the one who makes spiritual food. She confirms, and the mysterious woman says she'll need the boy for a little while. The girls are confused, but she says it's just for a few tasks in Dragon City. The aunt says that if that's the case, she can take him, but to bring him back before dinner. And the curvy woman says she'll return him in one piece. Watching quietly from the side is Jin Ying, and our boy wonders why he doesn't have a say in any of this. The scene changes to her speeding through the city in a car, and our boy is on his phone. She asks why he's so quiet. He responds by asking where they're going. She says it's obvious they're going to buy him a little present, an extremely rare enchantment known as level removal. Man, but it's going to be competitive since they've arrived at an auction. He asks what they're doing there, and she says it's obvious. The item is going to be auctioned off. He remembers that getting the right to go to that dungeon was extremely expensive, and he tells her that maybe it's better for them to give up. But she just asks where his excitement is and says she's a lot richer than he thinks. Our boy doesn't want to owe her too many favors and says he'll find a way to pay for all of this. With that, the announcer welcomes everyone to the Tianhua auction house. Man, the first item up is the level removal scroll. The materials to make it are extremely rare, and there's only a 0.35% chance of success. The bids start at 950 million, but within seconds, they're already at 2 billion. Another guy bids 2.3 billion, and she tells our boy that she's going to teach him something. If you want to win an auction, you have to be decisive. But just as she's about to bid, a guy behind them raises his hand and offers 3 billion. Man, it was none other than the damn princess with a lunatic by her side. At that moment, both of them recognize her, and the curvy woman says it looks like they're going to have to spend a lot more. However, she tells our boy not to worry. She's going all in. She raises her paddle and says the enchantment will be his, offering 4 billion. At that moment, the princess and the idiot in front of her are shocked. The guy next to the princess says they brought 5 billion, so they could raise the bid. But at the same moment, the curvy woman raises the bid to 5 billion. Everyone is confused, wondering why the woman made a higher bid than herself. What our boy is thinking it's better to let the princess have it because there's no way he'll have 5 billion to pay for it. However, with that, they congratulate the girl whose name I still don't know. That's when the two in the back realize it was Lu Fan. They start heading to the VIP room. The princess is furious, saying that that despicable person was trying to mess with her again. She leaves the table, saying that as soon as her brother arrives, they'll deal with those useless people. The scene shifts to the VIP area. Wow, it can't be that with all this detail and attention, this woman came just to deliver the scroll. The nameless curvy woman hugs her and asks who the boy accompanying her is. She introduces him as her junior and says the scroll is a gift for him. However, her friend sees some mischief and asks if he's that kind of junior. She introduces herself to our boy as Du Yakshu, the owner of the auction house. Unfortunately, she's the wife of the curvy woman's brother. If you think about it, she donated 5 billion to a place her brother owns as well. So that's pure money laundering. Immediately, our excited boy opens the scroll he's been wanting so badly. Meanwhile, Big Sis swipes her card, already realizing her account is about to be emptied. She turns to Lu Fan and tells him he better think about how he's going to pay her back those 5 billion. Then she turns back and tells him there was another reason she brought him here. She explains that at the auction house there's something called the Codex. As long as you bring an item they've never seen before, you can earn some money just by showing it. It's different from selling, and you earn 3% of the item's value just for displaying it. She explains that this way the auction gets some publicity with your item and everyone benefits. And of course, if you want, you can sell it in the future for whatever people offer. Our boy, knowing he has several items, says he might earn those 5 billion much faster than he thought. So he tells Du Yakshu that he wants to register this item in the Codex. She says that it's worth at least 2 billion, which means he would receive 3% or 60 million. Our boy thought it was a convenient method, but it's clearly going to be tough to earn those 5 billion. He then says he has something much rarer than the soul wing, and he shows her the stellar dragon egg, asking what she thinks of it. Yahello is immediately shocked and recognizes him as the dragon tamer from the southern province. The mysterious woman asks if he's going to have a second dragon now. Poor thing, she doesn't even know that with the flute he could probably summon 5 now. Yahello then says she'll have to take back what she said, as she has no idea how much that's worth. Lufan asks if they can't put it in the codex. She grabs him immediately, saying that's definitely not the case. They have to put it in the codex because it'll mark history. And the mysterious woman is standing there, thinking she clearly bet on the right person. Yahello says that if he agrees to put the egg in the codex, she'll let him take 1 item from the auction house per month. She says that if that's the case, she can register both. Excited, she tells him that his bonus of 1 item per month has already begun. Our boy smiles, saying there's already something he wants for free. With that, he leaves the room. Obviously, he chose the scroll for free, so now he doesn't owe the curvy one anything. She's angry since he paid off the debt so quickly, and she couldn't even take advantage of this favor. Our boy leaves, excited that now, once a month, he'll get a new item. At that moment, the treasure rankings begin to update, and he wonders if he'll show up. Suddenly, his egg appears as the #1 treasure. Everyone starts screaming in a frenzy, wanting to know why there was a real dragon egg there. And our boy realizes the value of the codex. After much effort, they finally escape the crowd. Our boy realizes that maybe he could have asked for more things. He asks the mysterious woman where her car is, but she spins the key and says they're back on the motorcycle. She tells him not to stall and to hop on. Our boy blushes a bit, seeing that she enjoys riding. Or maybe he's blushing for another reason, and she tells him to get on quickly. As soon as he mounts, she accelerates and tells him to hold on tight. On the way, she mentions that now that he's leveled up, he has 3 dragon slots. That's when she realizes that if he has 3 slots and was holding that egg, then he probably already has 2. He tells her to focus on the road, but she says that many people consider dragons to be like gods, and here he is so young, already having 3. Our boy simply asks why she's helping him and wants to know who she really is. But she just says he still has to pass the first test, so the time hasn't come yet. She warns that an envoy is coming to the academy, and he'll have to be approved by him to participate in the national exam. It's someone above level 70, so she's worried he might destroy our boy. But she's driving and he asks why he seems so calm about it. Our boy says that training with her, there's no way he could lose. No matter what this guy tries to do, he's going to qualify for the national event. She laughs, saying that if he's so confident, she can only trust him too. But seeing that it's nighttime, she apologizes for taking so long. At that moment, our boy equips the soul wing of the Dragon King. He approaches her hand and tells her he's about to speed up. She better hold on. He took off flying, but it seems her motorcycle went even further. With that, he drops her off in front of the academy and says he's heading out. She waves goodbye, thinking that this boy is quite obedient. She thought she would have to escort him to the door and ask him to go in, but that's fine. She likes it when the guy is a bit more passive. Man, this woman was definitely having some thoughts about our boy. Meanwhile, our boy is back home with his dragons, all asleep like him. But now, with no other distractions, he finally pulls out the stellar dragon egg. He tells the 2 that it didn't work out last time, but they better remember to get along with whoever comes out of it. He begins activating the taming effect, telling the 3rd one to appear. A light starts to shine, and the 2 are curious to see what's coming. A bunch of stars and constellations begin appearing in the sky. When our boy looks down, the stellar dragon, all blue and black, was right there on the ground. It had a damage absorption ability and an ability that caused area damage. And our boy immediately sees that it's a combat type with physical damage. The most impressive thing is that it seemed to have doubled Xiaofi's initial stats. Not to mention that at level 20, with these base stats, it would already surpass 10,000 points. He thought Xiao Yi was specialized in physical attacks, but now he sees she's a bit more magical. Not to mention it had a stellar scale ability that seemed really good for absorbing damage for 60 seconds. As soon as our boy turns around, the dragon goes to punch Xiao Fei. When he sees them all surrounding him, he says it's time to name their new sister. Here he goes again, certainly with another Xiao name. He decides to name it Extinction, which means star. Xiao Yi doesn't seem to like it, and our boy says he'll try to come up with a better name later. But seeing the little dragon so calm, he figures the name must be fine since it didn't get irritated. The scene then shifts to the country of Tai Chi in the level 60 area. A group is in the middle of a desert. A knight asks Shengyan what the problem is. This guy is the princess's brother, and it seems she asked him to avenge her against a certain person. The girls in the group ask if she's being humiliated over in Dragon Country. The brother says yes, and apparently it wasn't just once. That girl, even as she grew up, was still pampered by him. A guy with glasses asks if he's going to Dragon Country to kill him, and Chengyan just replies that of course he is. As her favorite brother, he would help eliminate any problem she had. And he says that when he gets the last piece of the curse set, he'll head to Dragon City. Not only will he help his sister, but he'll also destroy that country's future. The strongest person this year will be from Tai Chai. The group says that if he participates, victory is guaranteed. In the following weeks, Lufan's life calmed down and he regularly had intense training sessions with his teacher. The best option was still the Spider Cave, so he kept going there every day to level up his dragons. The girls in the group had all reached level 30 as well. Now they were excited to evolve to the second tier. And now that his entire team is about to evolve, they can finally go to a more advanced dungeon. Jian Ying unlocked the Sword Dancer class. Since she's not the strongest, it's a class with effects that can help the group more. Qin Shu, on the other hand, decided to follow a more aggressive path, given that Xiao Fei handles the healing. Our boy comments that only one more is left. Xiaoman seemed really excited and Qin Shu asked what class she got. With all that excitement, it seemed like it must have been something secret. What she unlocked was the Water Ripple Swordsman profession, which is part of the magical fencing set, one of the hidden classes. Jian Ying congratulates her, saying that unlocking a hidden class in the second evolution is much rarer. Our boy comments that she was a bit weak for the team anyway, and she threatens to take him down. However, he gets a call from the president informing him that the national envoy was arriving. The next scene shows them all in the auditorium. Gu Han tells him that the person coming to evaluate them is called Xian Feng, a level 76 knight. On the stage, our boy sees a guy holding a staff, and he remembers that staff was the second most valuable treasure in the auction codex. He then asks Gu Han if she knows who the person in the cloak is. She explains that it's the new president of the Dragon Academy, who took over 2 years ago. He asks what this person's abilities are, and Gu Han explains that no one knows anything about them. This person doesn't attend any events and even uses a voice modifier to communicate. At that moment, people announce that the envoy was arriving. As soon as they look back, the entourage enters, and Xian Feng immediately asks where the president of this place is. The vice president awkwardly introduces himself. However, the chubby knight just ignores him, saying he wants to speak to the president directly and doesn't want to waste his time. He asks if all the candidates have arrived. The person in the white hood simply signals yes. And the vice president says there was only one candidate named Lu Fan. Our boy notes that this envoy seems like a tough guy who has been through many life and death situations. And Gu Han says that everyone is taking a big risk by recommending only him. The envoy says that if they chose just one person, it seems his opinion doesn't even matter. The vice president, however, responds that he's sure Lu Fan will impress him. Xian Feng laughs and says the boy does seem promising. A level 32 Dragon Knight, champion of the Southern Province, and also the #1 among the students. He approaches our boy and says that his life must be so easy that he probably doesn't even understand the struggles of other people. Lu Fan already realized that this guy was full of hostility toward him. And Xian Feng says that since the academy trusts him so much, it's time for him to take a test. Man, he immediately strikes, and our boy defends himself. The people tell him to take it easy, because he's a level 76 testing someone at level 32. But the envoy keeps throwing attacks, saying that since he was chosen, he must pass the test. His mission was to select 22 people to represent the nation, so he couldn't go easy on this guy. Lu Fan can't defend himself and can't summon the dragon because there are too many people in the room. Xian Feng insists on hitting him, saying he wants to see what he's capable of. He lands a strike on his hand, wanting to see the person who made him lose his high-ranking position and reduced him to just an envoy. But at that moment, someone raises a staff and says he's getting way too excited. They strike the ground, saying they'll move to a different place. With that, a magic circle appears beneath everyone. In the next second, our boy, the master, and another guy had disappeared. In the middle of the arena, the president says that now they can fight with everything they've got. Xian Feng says it doesn't matter and tells Lu Fan to show what he's made of. Our boy says he now understands who the person was that let Princess Jinsu do whatever she wanted. That explains why this test didn't seem right from the start. He summons Xiaowei and says that since he gave him permission, he's going all out. Xian Feng recognizes the dragon as the one the princess wanted to get rid of. But since he's level 76, something like that is irrelevant to him. He raises his sacred shield, confident that those attacks will feel like child's play. Xiaowei launches toward him. She activates the pressure ability to generate a stun effect, but the guy's shield blocks any negative effects. The vice president says it looks like it's going to be tricky since last time that move into the pavilion. Xian Feng says that's not going to work on him, but suddenly, without realizing it, he drops to his knees. The fear ability had been applied. Our boy approaches and asks how the envoy plans to assess him while kneeling in the middle of the fight. Xian Feng activates an ability that removes any stun effects and makes him immune for 2 minutes. He jumps toward Lu Fan, asking how he dares to try and humiliate him. But our boy stretches his arm to the side and asks if he really thought he was still taking it seriously. 2 portals appear and they're confused about what's coming next. Lu Fan simply says he's going to do what was asked. He's going all out, and it's time for Xian Feng to take this seriously. Xian Feng is shocked, wondering if Lu Fan really has 3 dragons. The vice president was about to intervene, but the president stops him. Our boy asks what all this talk of 3 is about. He activates Xiaofei's ability and summons 2 more bone dragons. Poor Xian Feng is trembling. The 2 wyvern souls have entered the field. The vice president wants to know since when Lu Fan had 5 dragons. The person behind the hood says it's a surprise to them too. I'm starting to think it's that trainer, right folks? Probably her for sure. Our boy then tells the special envoy, "Do you think I'm qualified to go to the national championship now?" Xian Feng wonders if he's really going to be defeated by this kid. He activates the divine light protection, but Xiaofei's attack lands squarely on his head. The vice president is worried that the poor guy might have been killed, but Xianfeng had summoned his mount, saying that Lu Fan was too young to think he could kill him so easily. Everyone notices that he seems to have fled, and the president says no one ever imagined the envoy would be beaten like this. Our boy compliments him, saying his mount really is impressive. But Xianfeng is convinced that without the summons, Lu Fan is nothing, so he just needs to land a direct hit. The divine protection still has 4 seconds left, so he plans to make the most of it. He warns that an amateur will always be an amateur. He charges toward Lu Fan, saying that even with so many dragons, he's still full of flaws. He uses the judgment attack, telling him to die. But Lu Fan had already activated Xiaoyi's protection. Shen Meng is shocked to see that only part of the shield had been broken. The worst part is that now his power is depleted, so he's in trouble. Our boy says that if it's a special envoy, there's no problem with doing this. The guy starts flying, wondering what Lu Fan is planning. What he didn't see was that Xingqian was already in front of him. With that, he gets electrocuted and takes a punch to the chest. The chubby guy falls to the ground like garbage. Our boy tells him to take a good look at himself. Where had the special envoy who came to teach him a lesson gone? Shen Feng was about to beg him to wait. But man, without mercy, our boy blows him up point blank. Smoke rises, and when it clears, poor Shen Feng is completely defeated. Our boy apologizes for killing his mount. But since he believes the national exam is something brutal, this kind of thing can happen. The vice president says that this should be over since it's clear that Lu Fan has already qualified. But Shen Feng tells him to be quiet because he's the one who decides when it's over. The vice president was about to say something, but the president says he won't last much longer. Considering Lu Fan's abilities, he knows that in theory, Lu Fan would be a perfect candidate. But Shen Feng won't allow it. No. Not this guy who made him lose his position and brought him shame. Xiaofei was about to do something, but Lu Fan tells her to stay put. He easily dodges Shen Feng's attacks as Shen Feng complains that Lu Fan killed his mount. Regardless of what happens today, he's determined to kill him. He goes in for a slash but takes a kick to the chest. Man, the chubby guy goes down again. Our boy says losing your cool in the middle of a battle is extremely dangerous, and he warns Shen Feng that if he's trying to avenge Jinchu, he'll always be around for him to do whatever he wants. But he should remember that next time he shows up, he won't hold back. Shen Feng tries to get up but collapses on the ground, unconscious. At that moment, the vice president runs, telling someone to call a priest. The person behind says that Lu Fan hides it well, and she didn't expect him to have 5 dragons. The president asks how much power he really has, and Lu Fan explains that he hasn't even used the dragon's abilities. She then says that choosing him was the right decision. We all know who she is, right folks? It's definitely the teacher. While being hugged, our boy says she seems very familiar. The scene shifts to a level 60 region in the northern area. Someone sees that Lu Fan has qualified and comments that the boy is quite good. It's Reinhardt from Overwatch saying that Dragon City seems well represented. He calls for an officer who asks what the Lord wants. He tells him to prepare a griffin because he's heading to the Longdu Academy. The officer wants to know if he's really planning to abandon the northern front. He says not to worry, he'll be back soon. He just needs to meet the representative and handle a certain matter. Back home, our boy is frustrated. This time, the treasure points to a place over 1,000 kilometers away. He thought treasure hunting might be a good idea at the moment, but it looks like it's too far away. He then merges the treasure and receives a new map. But this time, it's a god level 1, and he immediately calls his friend from before, saying there's a place he needs some information about. But at that moment, a meteor is heading toward his house. Our boy was about to talk about the extreme northern region when something explodes right in front of him. Man, a hooded figure observes the destruction. He pulls an emblem from his pocket. As shadows emerge, Xiaofei is already attacking. Not just her, our boy had summoned everyone to escape from the flames. The guy seems to be trying to teleport, and our boy tells him to stay put. He lands a solid hit to the face and immediately recognizes the man as the professor who was beside the president that day. Meanwhile, the girls are trying to escape, calling for the firefighters. The guy says that now that he's been seen, he has no choice. He throws a chain around our boy's arm and activates an ability to self-destruct and take Lu Fan with him. Lu Fan is confused for a second, but quickly realizes this guy's plan. The girls tell him to calm down, they'll help him. But the guy's fire core keeps building up. He starts swelling, telling Lu Fan that there's no escape today, death awaits them both. Lu Fan tells Xiaofei to prepare the Eternal Guardian to protect everyone. The whole group is then enveloped in a green aura. The value is already at 96%, and our boy knows this guy is about to blow himself up. He jumps toward him, saying the guy is crazy. But suddenly, a staff pierces through the man's chest, interrupting the ability. Lu Fan sees that it's Brahma's staff, the president's weapon. And with that, the chubby guy seems to be consumed by his own power. The staff moves and returns to the hand of the hooded figure. He then descends to talk to everyone, telling them not to worry, that he's fine. Auntie is crying and Qin Chu wants to know who that mage is. Looking at the corpse, he says he remembers seeing that person close to the professors. The vice president apologizes, saying he didn't expect an assassin to be after Lu Fan within the school. Our boy, however, asks why that man would do such a thing. The vice president tells everyone to calm down, that they'll investigate to understand the situation better. The next day, the president is shocked, as this man had been at the academy for years and she never expected there to be a traitor like this. Though the entire academy was within her reach, had she been delayed even a little, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, Reinhardt interrupts, saying that this boring place is quite dull. He tells her not to get upset, that he wasn't really listening, and asks why no one is questioning what he's doing here. The president apologizes for her selfishness and asks if he completed the mission in the north. He says no, but that he came to help with the problems they're having here. She asks what he means by that, and Reinhardt says he's planning to take this kid up north. That's because if everyone is hunting this boy here, he could take him to the north, or by his side, no one would kill him. The president agrees that it would be safer with him, but asks why the Duke of the North wants to spend time with the boy. He says he's been following Lu Fan's progress from the beginning, and besides, there's something he can help the boy with. The president understands, but says he must ensure that Lu Fan won't be put in danger. Reinhardt assures her not to worry, that he'll bring the boy back in one piece. Meanwhile, at the main gate of Londu Academy, the princess's brother, Chenghin, had just arrived, and she happily runs to hug him. Chenghin tells her she's more important than any equipment. Jinchu asks if he'll help her get revenge. He replies that he'll definitely take down anyone who made her sad. Meanwhile, our boy had just received the map from that black rat. Jian Ying asks if he's going far, and Lu Fan admits that this time he's a bit intimidated by the place. The area on the map is vast, and he doesn't have much information about it. She then tells him that if he's going, he should say goodbye to everyone first. Just then, the doorbell rings, and he says he'll answer it, thinking it's the vice president. He opens the door, already talking, but who he finds is Reinhardt. Reinhardt says he hasn't brought the results of the investigation yet, but there's no need to worry, he's not a bad person. He explains that the bodyguards are asleep due to a misunderstanding and asks if Lu Fan can heal them. Startled, Lu Fan grabs his blade, since the bodyguards had been prepared by the president. But Qin Chu recognizes Reinhardt as her uncle and asks why so many people are passed out. In the living room, Reinhardt says it's a good thing Qin Chu showed up, or else Lu Fan would have attacked him. Lu Fan apologizes, explaining that he's a bit on edge since he's been under attack recently. Reinhardt laughs, saying he heard that Lu Fan took down the national envoy, so it seems like he doesn't need any help. Qin Chu mentions that the great hero who once stood alone against a beast storm is here at the academy. Our boy is impressed, saying he's heard that story before. The old man smiles and says every generation has its incredible figures, but right now he's more interested in Lu Fan. He came specifically to the academy just for him, to take him to the far north for training. He had already discussed it with the president, and it's the best option for Lu Fan before the national test. The girls are worried, and Jiang says he can't get hurt before such an important event. Reinhardt explains that the far north is indeed a dangerous place, but that's exactly why it's a great place to train. Our boy wants to go, considering there's treasure there, but the problem is everyone's safety. Jiang says that if he wants to go, he just has to say the word. Thanks to him, they've all advanced to the second level, so it wouldn't be easy for them to be defeated. Our boy immediately agrees, saying he'll go to the north. The old man celebrates, saying that if that's the case, they'll have to drink a lot and have a feast to celebrate. Our boy says he'll buy everything and wake the rest of the people for dinner. Later that night, we see them at the city's training academy. Look who's visiting again. Folks, we know who it is already. She says she's been really busy lately, but if he's up for some practice, they can start. But our boy says he's there to say goodbye. She looks confused. Lu Fan explains that he's heading to the far north, so they won't see each other until the national test. She grabs his face, saying that in that place, he'll definitely learn a lot more than by sparring with her. Our boy is a bit embarrassed. He says he has to go because he still needs to say goodbye to everyone. But she grabs him. She says she doesn't have much to give him, but she puts a necklace in his hand, saying it will keep him safe. Then she tells him to do his best in the far north and that the national test will be easy. She asks him to bring her a piece of ice that doesn't melt when he returns. With that, she vanishes and only her hair sways. This boy is a bit crazy, isn't he? He's just going to tuck it into his pocket. Sometime later, he's heading home, but someone is following him. Our boy asks how long this person is going to stay on his tail. It's Chenghin, who says it wasn't easy to find him. Lu Fan asks why he's being followed. Chenghin opens his arms, saying that he's heard a lot about the boy and introduces himself as Jinchu's brother. He is here to leave a like in this video. And do you guys remember that the last chapter ended just when Jinju's brother showed up saying he wanted to have a chat with our guy, and he wasn't there to just drop a like on the video? No. Obviously, Lu Fan already wanted to know what that fool had to say. The guy opened his arms, saying that Lu Fan might not know him, but he knows very well what the boy has been up to. His name is Jin Chenghin, and he's there to get revenge for everything our guy did to his sister. Right away, our guy dropped his shopping bags and asked if he was also from the Tai Chi Kingdom. He said he was sure Jinzu must be there too, and told that damn woman to show up. Obviously, man, she appeared, telling him to stop being arrogant. Now she was finally going to see her big brother and teach that fool a lesson. Chang'an, however, said he was a humble guy and was willing to give Lu Fan a chance. If he let his sister step on his head and slapped his face a few times, maybe he'd let him walk away unharmed. If it were the aunt, he'd be winning with that deal. But since it was that damn woman, obviously he told the guy to go to hell. And he asked if Jinju hadn't warned her brother about what happened the last time they had problems. She told him to shut up and told her brother that there was no way to fix it, so it was better to just finish that brat off. The guy activated a pentagram in his hand and warned that apparently Lu Fan would only apologize once he was in his coffin. At that moment, our protagonist felt that this guy had a strange, evil aura. He activated his power, telling Lu Fan to have a good death, and then a giant purple slime appeared, spitting green acid. Of course, the protagonist dodged it easily, but he was impressed that the guy could summon such a large creature like that. And the worst part was that the monster seemed to be transforming, and now it had turned into a woman with multiple legs, looking like some weird version of Naruto's Nine Tails. The guy ordered it to finish Lu Fan off, but right at that moment, something was coming from the sky. A frozen mountain griffin appeared and crushed the creature. The two idiot siblings were completely confused about what had just happened. Here comes the mighty Reinhardt, folks. Chang'an might be strong, but he knows that this guy is no joke. And man, Reinhardt wasn't there to chat. He already drew his blade and rushed toward them. Chang'an took a direct hit to the chest and was already coughing up some kind of black sludge. This guy clearly had something messed up inside him. The man asked if he recognized him and told him to just give up. He warned that this abyssal walker had no chance against the claws of a king griffin. Poor Jinju girl, everything always goes wrong for her. She got wrecked in 10 seconds. At that moment, Chang'an said he knew very well who he was. However, my guy, I think, maybe it'd be a good idea to drop that spear because it looks like you're dying. Even Lu Fan was impressed that Mr. 2 just came in and killed the guy without a second thought. That's when the old man revealed that he knew very well that as long as that abyssal creature was still standing, Chang'an wouldn't die. He started to disintegrate, and Reinhardt ordered him to show himself immediately, or else the abyssal creature would be destroyed. Under the griffin's claw, it seemed like the fool had appeared. Yep, that's right. He had shown up right in the middle of that pile of slime. And the worst part was that his ability had a 12-hour cooldown, so he wouldn't be able to use it again. Chang'an said that attacking a representative before the grand tournament would make him a target for the 23 nations. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was standing there, mouth open, realizing that this bastard was really immortal as long as the creature was alive. Reinhardt then said that this rule would only apply if Chang'an hadn't attacked Lu Fan first. However, he warned that since the tournament was being hosted by the Tai Chi Kingdom this year, just this once, he'd let him go alive. Yeah, Chang'an said thanks, of course. He was about to die right there, the idiot. Then Reinhardt struck the creature with his spear, warning that he never liked the Jin family and that they'd better disappear from there. Obviously, the fool just called his little sister and said they should leave, but not before telling our guy that he'd be waiting for him at the national competition. It was good for him to know that in the Tai Chi Kingdom, things would be different. Lu Fan stayed there, talking with Reinhardt, saying that guy was shameless. He dies like a fool and still has the nerve to act all high and mighty. The old man told him not to worry too much and to get moving because they needed to prepare for their journey. That last night before everything started, everyone was drinking and chilling. That rascal is always relaxing with the aunt in his lap, folks. Funny thing, when I first wrote down her name, I actually noted it as Hot Aunt. After a long night with the aunt and his waifu the next day, he was on the Big Griffin, traveling north. There was still 1 month left before the national test, and he planned to use this time to uncover the secrets of this region. The old man told him to be careful and not get frostbite, but Lu Fan was more interested in finding the level 60 secret locations. Then he spotted a strange red area on the horizon and asked what it was, to which Reinhardt replied that it was the reason he had been brought there. The scene then shifted to the northern military camp, and the old man told them to get ready. At that moment, they needed to explore 114 routes. And what they were looking for, the boy probably already knew. It was the red moon. They had no exact idea what this phenomenon was, but they referred to it as that thing. However, he was excited because the legendary young warrior was joining them on this adventure. For Lu Fan, this was perfect, since the military camp's interests were completely aligned with his own. Checking his objectives, he saw that locations 78 and 77 were the closest to the treasure he had to find, and he immediately requested to join those groups. Reinhardt replied that he could sense the boy had a desire for battle, but he should have known that bringing a level 32 there wasn't a good idea, since the place was full of terrifying beasts. However, Lu Fan made it clear that he wasn't there to play it safe. If he had come all the way to the north, it was to level up as fast as possible and take down the strongest things around. The old man said the boy reminded him of his younger days, back when he also loved rushing straight into danger. With that, he summoned a bow and handed it to the boy. Man, that thing was legendary quality, and he could even equip that dragon scale with it. Of course, he wanted to refuse because it was too much, but Reinhardt told him it would help him survive in this region, so he better take it. Our boy immediately celebrated, saying that if that was the case, then yeah, he was definitely keeping it. At that moment, some guys from the camp brought uniforms for him. Reinhardt handed them to him and said they would soon be checking out Route 78. Our boy put on the jacket, all swagged out, and said he couldn't wait. Well, he didn't have to wait long because the next thing he knew, they were already flying, him with his wings and the old man on the griffin. However, the old man wanted to know why a dragon tamer was flying with wings instead of riding a dragon. Our boy explained that, unfortunately, he wasn't high enough level to ride a dragon yet, but his time would come soon. Suddenly, in the middle of the air, something caught his attention. Some crow monsters appeared, and like always in this story, every single creature had massive energy sacks installed on their chests. It was a monster unlike anything you could imagine. Our boy told Reinhardt to be careful while taking a sip of his drink. But the old man said the one who should be careful was the boy, while he was already spearing the first one in the chest. He kept killing the beasts, saying Lufan better get used to it because things moved at a different pace around here. Lufan realized that despite being seen as a prodigy at that moment, he really wasn't qualified to be in this place. A while later, the old man said they had arrived. Looking down, our boy saw what appeared to be a massive red eye buried in the snow. The man explained that they had no idea if it was a portal, the remains of a giant beast, or something else entirely. Lufan observed that, considering the shape of the mountains and the design of the eye, it looked like the head of a colossal dragon. But it didn't make sense for something to be so massive that they couldn't even investigate it properly due to the sheer size of the area it covered. The old man said he was sure the boy was scared. The first time he saw it, even his griffin got so frightened that it ran all the way back to base on its own. Unfortunately for Lufan, even the system couldn't identify this creature. At that moment, the old man explained that there were places in this world no one had ever explored. He was the first person to discover this creature while fighting those crows. During the battle, one of the men warned that an avalanche was happening, but the extraction team was still down below. In a desperate rush, they ran through the snow, trying to find the team and save everyone. But at that moment, something began to rise from the ground, and that massive, eerie eye appeared and started staring at them. He said that all of this happened a long time ago, yet even now, nothing had been discovered about it. Just then, Lufan noticed something approaching and said it must be the Griffin squad. However, the old man replied that yes, once they had been part of the squad. But at this moment, they were decayed corpses. Warriors who had died there and had been reborn as monsters. Man, Lufan took the first hit and had to defend himself. He asked Reinhardt for help, and the old man admitted these things were indeed tough to deal with. Besides, he didn't want to have to kill his old friends. At that moment, the Griffin activated an extreme thread web. As soon as the monsters touched it, they got trapped. Lufan asked once again if those had really been his subordinates, but the old man didn't respond. He just told them to leave immediately. It was time to head back. The monsters landed on the ground and just stared at them. It seemed like those damn things could communicate somehow. The next morning, the old man asked if he was really sure about this. Lufan said yes. He wanted to go to the front lines and help push the investigation forward. The man called for some people to enter, and they immediately announced they had brought information. The name of this guy was Lu Fei. I'll just call him Fei because our protagonist is already named Lu Fan, and that would get confusing. And he was the captain of the main exploration squad. The blonde guy was named Chang Kong, and the girl with glasses was named Shen Kai. Reinhardt then announced that today they would be welcoming a new member. The boy named Lu Fan, who was ranked #1 at Dragon Academy. Shang Kong greeted him, saying that he had also studied at the same academy and was glad to see him there. With that, he assured everyone that he'd take care of the new recruit. Our boy wanted to know what that brooch on their chests was, and obviously it was a kind of merit medal. The gold one was the most valuable, and their team in that region had 8 people who held it. At that moment, Lu Fei told Reinhardt that he didn't want to accept Lu Fan. They didn't have time to babysit some kid. However, Reinhardt told him not to worry and said that if Lu Fan died, it would be entirely the boy's fault. Even though they were friends, this was an order. And from that day on, Lu Fan was part of his squad. The guy just accepts it and then calls for our boy. He informs him that Shen Kai will explain a few things to him since they'll be heading out on a mission soon. However, the glasses girl didn't seem too thrilled about having to teach our boy. In the meeting room, they explained that a snowstorm would hit in 4 days, so the mission had to be completed before then. They were heading to Route 78, but the problem was that the journey to the exploration site took 2 days, meaning they didn't have much time. With the addition of the new member, the goal was to explore another 100 miles of that region and return. If they did that, the mission would be a success. Shen Kai said that 100 miles might be too much considering the boy was just starting out. Lu Fan noticed that everyone was underestimating him, but he didn't care. His real goal there was to complete his system missions and claim the treasure. Right then, the leader gave the order for everyone to prepare their griffins and told Lu Fan to get his ready as well. However, Lu Fan revealed that despite being a dragon tamer, he didn't have a dragon. And on top of that, he didn't have a griffin either. Shen Kai immediately snapped, saying there was no way in hell she was letting that bastard cling to her back. But he told her not to worry, He had his own way of handling things. Next scene, the four of them were soaring through the sky. Our boy was impressed that Shenkai even had other griffins escorting her. My god, that girl looked gigantic riding that griffin. That beast came with some weird buff. Up ahead, the others warned that they were about to enter the lightning clouds and told him to be careful. The group tried to stay alert, but in the middle of it all, Lufan started getting lost. Obviously, he couldn't fly as well as a griffin, so he just hovered there, trying to locate everyone. However, suddenly, two golden eyes gleamed behind him. Man, out of nowhere, a gigantic wolf appeared. What the hell was this? Was it a sky predator lion, a level 75 corrupted corpse? If so, our boy didn't stand a chance. He managed to land an attack on it while noticing that the corruption status was likely due to that red moon. However, the monster was preparing an instant claw attack that was impossible to dodge. Just as Chang Kong shouted for him, he struck the creature right in the head. Shenkai appeared, warning them not to let that bastard create clones while complaining that she had already lost one of her eagles. The guy even used magic to pull our boy closer, telling him not to worry. They had killed plenty of these before. At that moment, the creature began to vanish, activating a mist storm. Chang Kong ordered them to move quickly, but everyone's expressions changed, saying this thing didn't seem like a predator. Suddenly, they were all fleeing, shouting that they needed to escape immediately. A sky devourer had appeared. When Lufan looked back, he saw a gigantic whale. Strangely, it was a level 1 creature, but if it ate you, you lose 17% of your health per second. On top of that, if it hit the ground, it would deal 1000% damage to everything around it. Lufan could only think that this damn monster was even bigger than Xiao Yi's strongest form. That's when Fi appeared, yelling at him to run and stop standing there. Chang Kong warned our boy that they didn't stand a chance against the devourer and needed to get out of there immediately. Lufan was terrified. Whatever that red eye was, it was modifying all the creatures in the region. At that moment, the devourer opened its mouth and activated a skill that pulled everything nearby toward it. Lufan didn't want to summon any of his dragons, afraid that they might get affected by the curse if they were eaten. But if he didn't do something, he was going to die. Meanwhile, Fei shouted for him to keep fleeing as they were about to leave the storm's range. As soon as they gained a bit more distance, the creature's skill deactivated since it only had power inside those clouds. Lufan was confused and Fei explained that this was why it was easier to escape from that monster. Our boy was shocked that these people actually traveled through such dangerous places every time. The whale, having left the clouds, crashed into the ground, exploding and dealing 1000% damage. Anyone below would have certainly died. However, a little while later, the group landed and found the creature's purple carcass. Our boy apologized for not being able to help much, and Chang Kong assured him it was fine. There were simply too many unknown dangers in this region. Shen Kai, on the other hand, warned that at the pace they were going, they wouldn't be able to complete their mission. Fei told her to calm down. It was just a boy learning how things worked. But she countered that she was starting to worry she wouldn't even make it back alive on the last day. Then she turned to our boy and warned that this wasn't a place where he could earn merit just by doing nothing. If he didn't start pulling his weight, he'd end up dead, and no one would care enough to save him. Man, this damn girl wouldn't stop roasting our boy. Guaranteed that soon enough she'd be in danger and would have to be saved by the Chad. But until that happened, she kept jabbing his chest and tearing him down even more. He, however, guarantees that when things get tough, he'll be a valuable asset in the challenges ahead. Chang Kong steps in, telling them to stop arguing so much. Meanwhile, Fei thinks that if Reinhardt ordered this boy to be here, there must be a reason. He tells everyone to get ready. They were continuing the journey. And he tells Shen Kai to stop thinking so much about the boy. All they needed to do was complete the mission and get back, nothing more. However, suddenly, her griffin signals something and she immediately warns that they're about to be attacked. In the blink of an eye, massive ice blocks start raining down. They manage to dodge, and Chang Kong activates a protective shield. The problem is that this ended up separating Lufan from the group. A massive claw stomps on his back, and when he looks up, it's not just one creature. It's a whole pack of corrupted level 80 Yetis. Man, these things just keep leveling up non-stop. This is getting out of hand. Lu Fei is shouting, asking Lufan to respond if he's still alive. Seeing the creatures there, Shen Kai is certain that the kid is already dead. There was no way he could have survived an attack from 20 of them at once. The leader then orders Shen Kai to create a distraction while Chang Kong handles the monsters. However, just as he's making this plan, another creature is sneaking up from behind. Man, he and Shen Kai were almost crushed. They barely made it out alive. At that moment, they realized they might not be able to find Lufan. The plan now is to save Chang Kong and not look back. While he fights the giant beast, she runs off in search of their comrade. But just as she looks around, she sees Lu Fei struggling. The problem is that she can't help him either because a bunch of monsters are closing in on her as well. She decides to whistle. Even though that would draw attention from the creatures, she needed to let Chang Kong know where they were. Instantly, all the monsters turn to her. The poor girl grips her sword tighter, still trying to find her friend. On the other side, exhausted, he asks if Lufan's okay. Lufan tells him not to worry, he's going to save him. But before that, he needs to deal with these three here. Obviously, the guy doesn't believe the boy can handle it and tells him to use this chance to run away. But before he can even finish his sentence, the first attack is already coming. Our boy dodges and counters with a dragon aura attack. At that moment, he had activated the black dragon aura. Watching him fight and dodge so effortlessly, the blonde fool had no idea how this was possible given the boy's level. Slag out as ever, our boy smirks, saying, "Nothing is impossible when you're a dragon tamer." Another giant ice block comes crashing down, smashing one of the monsters in the head. At the same time, our boy switches to the star dragon aura. He slashes toward the ice chunks, shattering them in half. Chang Kong is still trying to understand how a level 32 is fighting an elite level 80 creature. It just didn't make any sense. Right then, Shen Kai appears with Fei, relieved that she finally found them. The others are stunned that Lu Fan is still alive, while Chang Kong is just glad everyone is there. But in that split second, one of the creatures is already lunging at our boy. Lu Fei yells for him to watch out. Without hesitation, he hurls a victory blade, piercing the beast straight through. At that moment, the leader tells everyone to stay calm. They needed to recover and come up with a plan. But Lu Fan, bold as ever, declares that the plan is simple: kill all the Yeetis and call it a day. Shen Kai immediately tells him to shut up. That was impossible. The best plan was to retreat to a safer area. However, Lu Fan tells her he's not joking after all. He also has a healing ability to restore everyone. She's about to say something when the creatures attack, but he just cuts her off, saying, "No time for talking." He orders Shen to take the wounded and retreat. He would handle the rest. At that moment, Fei recognizes the bow in his hands. It was supposed to be Reinhardt's. It was unbelievable that the old man had entrusted such an item to this kid. Shen Kai is also shocked, realizing that the boss must have really valued this boy to give him such a weapon. And with that, Lu Fan declares that once they flee, he can finally go all out against these Yeetis. I thought they would refuse, right? But nope. Fei just shrugs and says, "Alright then, and I'll let you handle it," before flying off. Our boy, still cool as ever, is just thinking about how nice it would be for them to make it back safely, since he's got everything under control. Activating the bow, he grins and says, "Time to test out the old man's gift." Meanwhile, up on the griffin, Shen Kai is hesitant. She doesn't think it was a good idea to leave the boy behind. But Chang Kong tells her not to worry. He had seen how the boy fought. They were only holding him back in that mess of creatures. After all, the man is a dragon tamer. The Yeetis launch another barrage of ice projectiles, and our boy responds with a volley of arrows. The monster's attacks are all obliterated, but Lu Fan is impressed. These bastards just won't give up. Energy starts building up in his bow, and he's curious to see how they'll survive this one. A storm of crimson arrows begins spreading out. The Serpent Rain attack deals 20% of its damage through countless arrows that linger around the battlefield. Finally, the bastard starts summoning the dragons. Man, I was missing our dear little dragon. The problem is, the Yeetis are entering berserker mode now that their health is dropping. Lu Fan calls for Xin Xin to prepare to use his ability. And with that, the beast soars up, conjuring a stellar explosion. Bet you couldn't guess what this ability does. He grabs a star and explodes, dealing area damage. At least the name is fitting, right? But this time, things are going to be different. Our boy declares that he's going to destroy it. Just as the star was about to hit the ground, he struck it with a serpent attack. Actually, it wasn't just any arrow. It was the serpent arrow, and the serpent bit the star, causing a massive explosion. Man, the impact was so strong that even the fools fleeing on their griffins got sent flying. Poor Fei barely got saved in time. And Kang, that poor guy, was still knocked out on the ground. Staring at the massive crater left behind, the leader wonders if this was really Lu Fan's power. Shou Yi, meanwhile, is absolutely thrilled. Our boy casually says that now that this mess is cleaned up, they can reunite with the squad. But at that exact moment, the captain appears, demanding to know if that attack was his. Before our boy can answer, the guy is already asking about the red-haired girl next to him. Our boy explains that it's his little dragon and tells her to change forms. Shou Yi immediately transforms, and our boy announces that it's time to cleanse the area. She activates Cataclysm, instantly vaporizing all the monsters nearby. The fools standing around are absolutely stunned. Now they finally understand. He is the true dragon tamer of the southern province. Our boy could have made things easier for everyone and just told them up front, Now it all makes sense. He didn't realize he was that famous. So he asks how they know about him. Fei explains that the master of this place has always been talking about the dragon tamer, so everyone knows who he is. And just like that, Shen Kai's whole attitude has changed. She finally realized that the kid is the real deal. I kinda wish she had suffered a bit more before he saved her just to make it funnier. But hey, I'll take it. Our boy, ever the king of irony, apologizes for being a bit of a bother and asks the seniors to take care of him. Yeah, now everyone's attitude has changed, Fei immediately reassures him that he doesn't need to worry. He's actually impressed by the boy's calm decisions and sharp thinking. And Shen Kai, now she's apologizing, admitting that she really underestimated him. Our boy just nods, accepting it. At that moment, Xiao Yi levels up, reaching level 30. On top of that, she gains a new perception ability. The others ask what's going on, and he explains that she just leveled up. With her perception skill, she can now detect invisible creatures or anything hiding nearby. Shen Kai then comments that he had mentioned he was about to become a dragon rider. Right then, the mad lad smirks and says, "That's right, now it's time to ride these dragon girls." A little peculiar, but alright. Meanwhile, up in the sky, Xiao Yi is setting things on fire and bombing the battlefield. Everyone is in shock, wondering what's happening. Apparently, Evie doesn't know she's gigantic now and is already missing her cute form. That giant form of hers evolved, so this must be gigantic form 2.0. Fei tells him that if he wants to ride something that big, he's going to need a special saddle. They'll fetch one for him. But Lu Fan tells him not to bother. The Bravo already has his own. Star insists, saying that a military saddle would increase his stats by 10%. That's when our boy reveals that his saddle is made specifically for dragons. Not only does it increase her stats, but it also boosts his. And apparently it's boosting by 100%. Kinda busted, don't you think? Right then, Xiao Yi lands and Fan says, "Well, in that case, let's get this thing equipped." Comparing their military-grade griffin saddles to the one made for a dragon. Yeah, they were offering him garbage. And now Shen Kai is acting all different again, saying she's realizing just how talented the boy really is. She should have recognized his worth sooner. Lu Fan simply thanks Xiao Yi for always protecting him. From now on, he was a true dragon tamer, and they would fight side by side. The others are still a little embarrassed, but our boy, he's already mounting Xiao Yi for the first time. The moment he does, he feels a surge of power through his body, as if he could tear the sky apart. On top of that, he unlocks a claw attack with his hands, which is actually a combination move between him and Xiao Yi. Chang Kong mutters that it makes sense now. This damn kid saved his life back then for a reason. He's a little bitter, though. He's been training for 10 years, and now he realizes that against someone like Lu Fan, he doesn't stand a chance. But our boy, he doesn't care one bit about the whining. He just takes off, soaring through the skies on his dragon. Right away, he orders Xiao Yi to use her perception ability to locate some more creatures. Her aura expands, and suddenly, something shimmers in the air. A cluster of glowing butterflies appears. Turns out, her skill not only detects hidden creatures but also breaks their invisibility, so now everyone can see them. However, the leader immediately warns them. These snow moths are extremely dangerous. They should escape while they still can. The creatures were level 86, and the last time someone encountered one, it died on the spot. But do you think our boy, who just became a dragon rider, is gonna run away? Of course not. He charges in without hesitation, already swinging, saying this was exactly what he was waiting for. Our boy is itching to test his new coordination ability, so he and Xiao Yi attack in perfect sync. Slashing X-shaped claw strikes straight at the moths. Those poor things didn't stand a chance. The fools watching from behind remember how these creatures had slaughtered countless allies before. But to our legendary protagonist, they were just another warm-up. And just when it looks like things are about to get really dangerous, our Chad of a hero drops a finishing move. He tells everyone to pay attention now that Xiao Yi has her new ability. Creatures wouldn't be able to hide anymore. Man, he's the one launching those fire slashes with his new skill. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi is spitting fire, burning everything down. Sometime later, when they're back on the ground, he had wiped out everything. Chang Kong is confident now, saying that with this boy around, they have nothing to fear. And Lu Fan, just as confident, declares that now that he has mastered Xiao Yi, even if a snowstorm were to hit them, he's sure they wouldn't die. Even so, the leader looks up the sky and, judging by the disappearance of the stars, confirms that the storm is coming. It was definitely going to arrive sooner than expected, making things risky. The two of them discuss how dangerous it would be to continue, especially with Chang Kong still injured. However, Lu Fan is insisting, saying that now that the high-level creatures have been dealt with, their chances of completing the mission have greatly increased. He's starting to sound like one of those characters that convinces everyone to push forward, only for them all to die while he survives. But hey, he's the protagonist, so I doubt he'll let that happen. Because now he's holding out his hand, reassuring them that he would never put their lives in danger. Faye takes a deep breath and finally says, "Alright then, I trust you." He believes in the boy and is sure he won't let anything happen to them. With that, they continue advancing calmly through Region 78. Among the snow moths, our boy finally gets the item he was after, the unmelting ice and epic quality material. Right away, Lu Fan calls everyone over, saying that things are fine now. The squad trudges through the snowstorm, struggling, while our boy, he's completely fine. They want to know what he had to fight for that item, and he just casually says, just some snow moths. No big deal. At that moment, everyone is convinced that this bastard is going to get a gold medal. Fee then mentions that they've already advanced 100 miles. Maybe it was time to head back to the barracks and rest. Chang Kong agrees, saying his injuries are getting better, but he still needs to return. I thought our crazy protagonist was going to insist on pushing forward, but no. He simply summons Xiao Yi, saying that it's time to head back. Why? Because she's hungry. With that, the captain orders them to set up the signal. They plant a device into the ground and press a button. A red light shoots up into the sky. This was to mark the farthest point of their advancement and signal for a new forward base. Immediately after, they take off flying. I thought our boy would be riding Xiao Yi all the way back. But just then, someone else approaches the signal. And man, you can already tell. This bastard is definitely up to something. The next day, Northern Base. Lu Fei calls everyone together. But out of nowhere, our boy is yelling at Shen Kai, demanding if she knows anyone who can process unmelting ice. She casually mentions a blacksmith in the region and asks if he's trying to make a ring for his girlfriend. But he says no, it's just for a friend. I don't know what he's up to, and even I'm confused now. But then he just flies off with Xiao Yi saying he needs that blacksmith. Shen Kai looked a little sad there, huh? Are you falling for our dragon tamer girl? Meanwhile, that crazy boy also has a necklace. And I already know, that mysterious guy at the signal, definitely her old friend, husband, or ex-boyfriend who's already dead. At the blacksmith's, our boy arrives at the blacksmith, who welcomes him and immediately assumes, if it's a gift for your girlfriend, she's gonna love it. But right then, Reinhardt appears, grinning and saying, "Damn kid, you're hard to find." Strangely, the guy is fixing his clothes. Or actually not, because our boy just got a bronze medal for helping push the front lines forward. He'd already heard everything that happened, and Lu Fei had praised him a lot. But honestly, he expected something like this. The moment he saw that dragon girl eating like crazy, he knew that was the strongest one. And then, he reveals something important. They had received intel from another country, and it was something Lu Fan needed to see. His informant team had been tracking the representative of another faction, and strangely enough, in their territory they found a massive, strange skeleton. Lu Fei immediately notices that it looks exactly like the one near the Red Moon. Reinhardt tells him to follow. He has some videos to show. The footage. A bald man with a medal stands before a six-winged angel. The angel speaks about some Master Charles State and a castle of a head. The bald guy confirms it, saying that along with him, their entire team disappeared. They hear a strange sound, and the angel comments that it's the sacred trumpet of the mountain. Right then, an old man warns that someone is approaching. When she turns around, she sees one of the transformation experts from their team. Thinking they survived, she relaxes, only for the guy to attack them on the spot. Back in the meeting room, Reinhardt stops the video there, but it's obvious what happened next. Just like how creatures here were mutating, humans over there were being transformed. Lu Fan comments that he saw something similar in the mountains, and Reinhardt confirms. These reports have already been sent to Dragon City. At this moment, these mutated beings were being called ancient gods. The problem? No one knows where they came from, why they fell here, or what kind of powers they possess. But with their abilities to revive and modify creatures around them, it's clear they are some kind of deity. The old man says that all these unanswered questions are what's giving him such a headache. Not to mention that the people revived in that other place seem to have consciousness, unlike the creatures revived here, which are more like brainless zombies. Lu Fan immediately understands what the guy is implying, that soon something similar might start happening here. At that moment, the old man explains that the creature from the sacred mountain killed everyone, except for one person named Charles Morgan. This guy is the representative of the Nation of Scattered Stars. And the strange thing is that when he retreated to that place, the transformed creature attacked everyone except for him. They even gave him something called the essence of the sacred mountain. Charles was already considered a powerful battle priest, and on top of that, he accepted it. This was what allowed him to obtain a never-before-seen class, something known as a holy priest. This profession had never been recorded before, which is why they're struggling to understand the extent of his power. The old man places a hand on Lu Fan's shoulder and warns him to be extremely careful in the national duel. After all, he would be up against someone who wields the power of the gods. If there's one thing about this Dan Lu Fan, it's that he's overconfident. He straight up says he doesn't care about the power of the gods. He's got this. 2 days later, military blacksmith. The blacksmith finally finished the item he had requested. Our boy even brought along some premium wine, which was gifted to him by the chief as a thank you. At that same moment, the squad appears, telling Lu Fan that a new expedition is about to begin. The blacksmith thanks him and tells our boy that if he ever needs anything, just ask. And with that, the team sets off for another adventure. The next morning, snowy terrain. They were already marching through the snow, and the leader warned that this time the expedition would take at least 15 days. Upon reaching the place they had previously advanced to, Lu Fan finds it strange that the signal is missing. Shen Kai uses a tracker to locate the device on the ground, but she remarks that it seems to have been poor quality. However, Lu Fan is highly suspicious. Even the wind was slow, and the area was too quiet. It was as if they were walking into a trap. But Chen Kong had already stepped forward, saying it was time to continue the exploration. Just as Lu Fan is about to warn them about a possible trap, a horde of creatures suddenly appears out of nowhere. Before they could even react, they were completely surrounded by monsters. Lu Fan is certain that for these creatures to be able to hide and set up an ambush, someone must be controlling them. At that moment, a hooded figure speaks. confirming that yes, these creatures serve divine glory. The protagonist asks who is speaking, but Chang Kong and the leader seem to recognize this man as Lu. Man, this guy seems to have consciousness because he even greets Shen Kai, casually saying it's been a while since they last met. Confused, Lu Fan asks if they know this guy. And just like we predicted, this guy was Shen Kai's husband, or rather he used to be, because he's dead now. He was also one of the strongest warriors here, holding a silver insignia, and he died on a mission. Chang Kong suddenly snaps, telling the leader to shut up. Out of nowhere, dude. At that moment, Lu Fan notices that poor Shen Kai has collapsed and is crying. All broken, she asks why he disappeared like that and begs him to come back with her. He steps closer and says that he misses her too. Clearly in her mind, he looks like a kind, gentle man, and she hugs him, saying she always wanted to see him again. But at that moment, the guy transforms and says that unfortunately, he cannot return. However, he can give her the option to stay with him and serve the god who is about to awaken. Surrounded by magic, Shen Kai demands to know what he's doing. He simply tells her it would be better if she obeyed, since she would receive the essence of the god, which would grant her unimaginable power. The girl keeps crying, telling him not to do this. But he tells her not to worry. Soon enough, she would become a corpse like the rest of them. Wait, what? Was this all an illusion? Because now she's suddenly in Lu Fan's arms, and Lu demands to know if she will stay with him and serve the gods. Obviously, the leader says the obvious. They cannot let this guy capture her. But the problem is, not only is this guy powerful, but he also has hundreds of monsters surrounding them. They're considering escaping, until Lu Fan casually says that running away wouldn't be fun. Shen Kang warns him not to start a massacre, but it's too late. Man, this proud girl has already drawn her bow, declaring that it's time to level up. Lu, however, simply sighs, saying it's sad that the boy has to die this way. He orders all the creatures to attack, declaring that they will all soon become corpses. At that moment, Lu Fan orders Shen Kang to raise a barrier, while he prepares the serpent arrow attack. With the sanctuary raised, at least the rest of the squad is protected. They ask what they should do, and our girl simply says not to worry. The rest is up to him. The first volley of arrows is fired, slaughtering the monsters in its path, aiming straight for Lu. Shen Kang yells at Lu Fan to get real. They would have to help at some point, because his shield only lasts 10 seconds. Lu sees the first arrow approaching and barely dodges, but at that exact moment, Lu Fan was already behind him, and without hesitation, he activates the Dragon Destroyer form. Boom! Shou Yi appears, fully transformed, slamming down with a devastating claw strike. Meanwhile, down below, the leader, poor guy, can only say, "I'm counting on that kid to win because the trainees are screwed." Lu Fan activated his new synchronized attack with Shou Yi and slashed right through Lu. At the same time, she was using Cataclysm, setting everything on fire. The Sanctuary shield only had 2 seconds of resistance left, while the others inside the barrier were wondering if this was some kind of forbidden magic, because it was way too powerful. The poor fool of a corpse was being burned and evaporated. By the time his shield hit 0, Shou Yi had already wiped everything out. A while later, Lu was lying on the ground, and the others were asking if he was still conscious. Shen Gong ordered Lu Fan to use a Sacred Chain skill to make sure this guy didn't escape. The young warrior knew that Shou Yi had taken so much damage that the enemy wouldn't even try anything. Shen Kai, on the other hand, was heartbroken, saying she couldn't even recognize the kind man who was once with her. At that moment, a purple energy began leaking from his body. Suddenly, he rose up and told her to leave this place immediately. He muttered something about the other corpses having left and heading for some deeper ruins, but before he could finish explaining, he died and Shen Kai screamed in despair, while she was there crying her heart out. Our boy? Yeah, he couldn't care less. To be honest, neither do I. And it looks like Lu Fan feels the exact same way. Once again, the chief thanks him, saying that if it wasn't for Lu Fan, everyone would have died. However, that strange purple energy was still floating around, even though the guy was dead. When Lu Fan noticed it was heading toward the red moon, he rushed forward to stop it and slashed through it. As a result, he obtained a corpse essence, a consumable item. He remembers that in the video, they mentioned something about the sacred essence that Charles received. Maybe this was something similar. Right away, the chief warns him to be careful with such a dangerous item. At this point, Lu Fan is certain that Charles made a contract with the sacred gods. He says they need to return and deliver this to Reinhardt immediately, and the chief agrees, especially since Shen Kai was still shaken. Our boy nods, and before leaving, they give the poor fool a burial. Shen Kai kisses the necklace. Lu Fan says he's in a better place, and that's it. Done. She cries a little, and now she's completely fine again. With that, the team prepares to return to base, but not before setting up the signal again. The next morning, back at base, Reinhardt was briefed on everything that had happened. Lu Fan explained that he had a theory about what was going on. To become a servant of the gods, one had to meet certain conditions. Creatures with no intellect but immense strength could, at best, become some kind of puppet. However, powerful individuals with intelligence could control the essence and retain part of their consciousness. As for Charles, he must be someone with extraordinary power and compatibility. That's why he was able to fully transform into a true servant of the gods. Reinhardt understands what Lu Fan is suggesting, that just having this stone isn't enough to turn into a corpse. Somehow, one must also be worthy of the god's power. Lu Fan confirms this, adding that Lu had mentioned that some of the corpses were leaving this place and heading for some ruins. At that moment, Reinhard brings up certain cults that had been growing rapidly over the years. People claiming to be blessed by the gods. They had been expanding aggressively, and if what Lu Fan said was true, that maybe all of this was connected. Apparently, this so-called church had already infiltrated 12 nations, which means that if this is true, it is extremely dangerous. Then Lu Fan asks if this part of the northern field is the only inhabited area. Reinhard confirms it, and immediately, Lu Fan suggests that maybe all the people who had died here had become creatures. They were probably in the mountains, waiting for the right moment to attack, so it would be wise to act first and wipe them out before it happens. Reinhard looks troubled, saying that it's a shame to have to think like this about his fallen comrades. They had all died protecting this country. Our boy, however, says that he understands, but this has to be done. Otherwise, they will be the ones under attack. Reinhard asks what they're going to do with the item, and Lu Fan says that this is the perfect opportunity to test a certain hypothesis. Reinhard, however, doesn't want to test it on a person, so he asks what exactly Lu Fan is planning. The bold bastard wants to test it on a dragon. Bro, you're about to lose that dragon, you fool. And just like me, Reinhard is obviously concerned, saying this is extremely risky. If Xiao Yi were to turn, if she became a servant of the gods, this entire place would be destroyed. Ah, here we go. The madman clarifies that it won't be one of his dragons. Reinhard tells him to get to the point. Which dragon is it? Outside, Lu Fan explains that his dragons now have a summoning ability. He then calls Xiao Fei, telling her to summon 2 small flying dragons. She responds and the creatures appear. Poor Reinhard has never heard of a dragon that can summon 2 dragons. This bastard is cheating, and honestly, he really is. At least the poor baby dragons are only level 22, so they're not very strong, which is exactly why Lu Fan chose them. Because if one turns into a corpse, he and the chief can kill it. Reinhard gets ready and warns that he is about to use the item. He tells Xiao Fei to make her dragon eat the essence. The moment the dragon bites it, it immediately senses something strange. The creature is engulfed in purple energy and begins to roar violently. Obviously, everyone is startled, and Lu Fan tells the chief to prepare. The guy is already thinking about killing it, but the boys are greedy and know it would be a waste to kill the creature just like that. So he calls Xiao Fei and tells her that since she's their master, she should use her dominance and control to make these creatures wake up to reality. The little dragon then uses the Emerald Blessing skill to remove debuffs and increase stats. But the old man is still uneasy because the purple aura hasn't disappeared. On the dragon's head, it shows that its health is healing 0. Then suddenly, the creature lets out another roar. Xiao Fei intensifies her glow, and nobody understands what's happening. With that, the dragon becomes a fallen dragon corpse level 22. They didn't die, they didn't become slaves, and it even seemed to have gained the power of the gods. The boys praised Xiao Fei, saying she managed to prove exactly what he wanted. At that moment, Reinhard realizes that the boys' theory was correct. And the weird thing? Both dragons transformed, not just one. That's because Anders has some kind of special connection. Xiao Fei is already hugging our boy, who says he's excited to test these monsters in battle. Reinhard says that now that the essence has been proven, there is only one thing left to solve: the ruins and the temples. The next morning, they were already advancing through the sky. He explained his theory to everyone on the team and obviously warned them that it would be dangerous. Besides that, the system was notifying him that he was approaching a marked treasure location on the map. Suddenly, Shenkai asks what that is. Ahead of them, there's a bright light, the end of the storm. As soon as they pass through, they find a beautiful landscape. Massive mountains and a clear blue sky. No one in the group had ever been here before. I don't know if I'm going crazy, but do you guys see those huge chains underwater in this image? What the hell is that, guys? Damn it, the next image is literally him wondering the same thing. What are those chains? Right then, he gets a notification. You have arrived at the marked treasure location. Oh wait, not quite. The treasure seems to be right over there, and judging by the shape, he already knows. It's a baby dragon egg. Are we getting another powerful dragon girl? The system then announces that he has obtained a blue dragon egg. Definitely water related, right? Besides that, next to it, there's a box, and inside it, there's a book. It's the dragon language resonance, which allows someone to learn the magic language and increase a dragon's magic power by 100%. Damn, that's a lot of magic in one name, Jesus. But obviously, it only works with dragon-related abilities. The problem is that he can only learn it at level 35. The guys call out to him, asking what he's doing. These guys are paying close attention, huh? Our boy just found a dragon egg and an insanely powerful manual, while the rest of them are completely clueless. At that moment, the old man says that he never imagined that after exploring the north for so long, he would find a place as vast as this. The mountains seemed to stretch for over 1,000 miles, which meant finding the gods' ruins would be difficult. However, everyone notices that the chains are pointing in the same direction, which is clearly suspicious. Kang is eager to find out what it is. And of course, our boy states the obvious. We're going to follow the chains and find out. Makes sense. However, the chief reminds them, they are entering an unfamiliar region, and they have no idea how dangerous it is to advance further. Shen Kang apologizes, since last time he was the one who got injured and ended up slowing everyone down. But our Chad steps forward, telling them to relax. He'll go ahead and check things out. But man, our boy is being careful. He activates Shoyi's destroyer form right away. The others warn him to be cautious, and the chief reminds him that this time, they have a teleport scroll. If he encounters any trouble, he just needs to run back to them, and they'll disappear together. Lu Fan thanks them and takes off with Xiaoyi. 2 hours later, he was still flying, still following the chains. The place was too vast, and he couldn't even tell where it ended. Until finally, he gets a notification. You are entering the ruins of the fallen corpses. The area was so dangerous that even the level indicator was a question mark. He decides to keep going, certain that he'll find creatures similar to the ones from the video. But suddenly, Xiaoyi starts roaring. He asks what's wrong, and when he looks down, he sees a gigantic coffin. Man, this series really loves having objects the size of planets. He tries to use his analysis skill, but just like with the previous eye, he can't see what's inside. Then suddenly, he feels something strange. Beneath the coffin, something is emerging. Xiaoyi seems to be going crazy, losing control. Judging by her reaction, Lu Fan already knows. Whatever that shadow is, it's extremely powerful. The thing starts moving, and he immediately turns to flee. There's no staying here, man. Better run. But the problem is, even with Xiaoyi flying at full speed, even with his speed buffs, he can't escape. He activates all his agility buffs, raising his speed to 14,000, and manages to gain a bit of distance. But it was a close call. He barely escaped. If it weren't for the buffs and his new mount, he definitely would have died. Sometime later, he reaches the camp where the others had already set everything up. Chang Kong wants to know what he discovered, and right away, Lu Fan reveals the truth. Yes, the ruins of the fallen corpses were up ahead, but there was something extremely dangerous beneath the ice. They absolutely needed to teleport out of there immediately and get away from that place. At that moment, the team was shaken. Because if Lu Fan is backing off, then it's definitely nothing good. A few hours later, back at headquarters, they are gathering all the information. Reinhardt announces that they will have to stop the expeditions. If they continue down this path, they will end up like the Morgan family. Lu Fan then reveals that even Xiaoyi became uneasy when she got near that place. Reinhardt spreads out a map, saying it's hard to believe that even the legendary race of dragons feared something. That region should immediately be classified as a forbidden zone. He then orders Faye to cancel all expeditions near that area immediately, and to report it to Dragon City right away. All explorations of Zone 78 would be shut down. And everyone, of course, just salutes, practically thanking him, because nobody wants to go back there. Then Reinhardt turns to the protagonist and says, "It's amazing that you've been here for such a short time and have already made so many discoveries." He hands the boy a badge, saying it's a form of recognition for everything he has done. The fool tries to refuse, saying that he was just doing his job and all that. But obviously the old man just pins it on his chest and tells him to shut up. The team praises him, saying that he really is incredibly helpful. They never imagined he would be this useful. At this point though, I still feel like everyone is going to die. I don't know why, but do you guys get that feeling? You know that part in Sword Art Online when the MC meets a nice little party in the early episodes, and then they all die in a cave? I don't know why, but I still feel like everyone here is about to get eaten. Just look at how happy they are. This isn't right. As soon as the others leave, Reinhardt starts rummaging through his shelves, saying he would like to keep Lu Fan here. But unfortunately, the time has come. He hands him a book containing information on the national tournament, and tells him that in a week, he'll be heading back to Dragon City. Lu Fan knows that even though he wants to help here, the national competition is approaching, so it's time for him to leave. Reinhardt notices his hesitation and asks if he forgot something, or if he's just going to miss this place. Lu Fan says that yes, but he never forgot the reason he came here in the first place. With the experience he gained, he is certain that he is far more prepared for the national tournament. The old man praises his dedication, telling him to read carefully since the book contains information on everyone participating. The story is really going to pretend he didn't pick up that blue dragon egg, huh? Is he never going to open it? I just remembered. These bastards. Open it already. Let's see what comes out of the live stream. At that very moment, in a different part of the Taishe Kingdom, Jin Chenghen, the little brother of that cursed girl, is standing there with some weird new power. And speaking of the cursed one, there she is, Jinshu. She asks her brother if his creature still hasn't evolved. They've been killing monsters for a long time now. Except, in this case, monsters meet people. He tells her that he just needs to devour a few more lives to advance it to the next stage. Then someone calls out, "Your Highness and Your Majesty, the Prince." A family appears, saying it's wonderful to see that he personally hunts monsters. Poor happy family, huh? They're about to get devoured. This guy is a lunatic. He kills everyone in his own territory, and now, to be a real villain, he's going to start killing people from other territories too. Let's cause some chaos. Shanzi steps in, telling him not to harm the civilians. But honestly, I think he's already been doing that for a while. He casually responds that he just needs a few more lives. Killing this useless bunch of civilians was nothing special. In fact, it was an honor for them to become nourishment for his summoned beast. Then he walks away, saying it's ridiculous that Tianzi entered this family and still doesn't understand how things work here. Yeah, buddy, I think Tianzi is finally realizing he joined the wrong crowd. Meanwhile, in Hangmation at the Spiritual Tower, the representative there is an expert in snake taming, and his name is Kieran. He says that in this national competition, they will be allies. And this girl, that's YG. And for the first time, a female character in a story is drawn with an actually realistic athletic chest. I mean realistic, but it never is. She warns that no one should leak the fact that they are forming an alliance. And then there's Discount Light Yagami over here. His name is Yasenlai. He says that they have always ranked low, but this time, they will secure the best position possible. Everyone is just telling each other, pleasure doing business with you. Over in the Nation of Snow, we're now in an active volcano. It couldn't have been called the Nation of Volcanoes to make more sense, but whatever. Some men in suits arrive, telling the young master that the family has ordered him to prepare for his journey. The guy shows up. Man, this dude has the perfect design for someone who's about to get wrecked by the protagonist. But damn, his name is Andre. Such a nice name, right? Man, what a shame. He's about to get beat down. Meanwhile, over in the Nation of Stars at the temple ruins, someone approaches and an old man with a monocle tells Charlie that he better be ready. The problem with gaining the six-winged power is that the fool now has to walk around with them sticking forward, making him look like an idiot. But he insists that he's ready for the national tournament. 2 days pass, and there's our boy reading up on all the competitors. Reinhardt asks if he went through all the information, and as soon as our boy looks at it, he sees the entire squad wishing him luck, saying they want to see him in first place. Finally, the time to return to the academy has arrived, and our boy says he's ready. But seriously, when are you going to open that damn blue egg? Let's get it over with already. I want to see the big dragon girl. The next morning in the headmaster's office, our boy walks in, and obviously, everyone is already kissing up to him. You're incredible, kid. You're going to do so well in this duel. The boy is even going to get some personal guards. He's VIP status now. Sitting on the sofa, the headmaster congratulates him on everything he has done and asks if there's anything he needs. If he wanted something, they would provide it. Lufan says yes, but it's something really simple to get. A creature taming slot expansion scroll. Immediately, the man spits out his coffee. Did this bastard get another dragon? Lufan just shrugs, saying it's no big deal. He's well prepared. The headmaster explains that it's not that expensive, but the problem is that it's not always in stock. Still, they could try to get one. Lufan thanks him, and also asks for the guards to stop following him, because he's a pretty independent guy. Sometime later, the guards are posted outside his house, and our boy is back home in a place that has an extremely powerful cast. The most powerful auntie in all of Manhwa immediately hugs him, saying she missed him so much these past weeks. They had already prepared a huge banquet for the boy and were so happy he was back. The moment they saw him, they noticed he had grown even stronger over the past month. The conversation goes on for 2 hours, but our goth girl is sitting in the back of the table, and she doesn't look too happy. Give her some attention, Lufan. But instead, he's staring at that little necklace, thinking about a certain someone he needs to visit before he leaves. Kyaomin notices this, and she wants to know who that expensive-looking gift is for. He tries to leave without saying anything, but these damn girls already know. It's for the senior Brava. 1 hour later, there he is, waiting in the reception room. This bastard loves getting beaten up by women, huh? He has 5 women at home, but he goes after the only one who isn't there. Men are a disaster, and at the same time, he's still thinking about the auction girl. But to be fair, he has his reasons. He's after that pet slot expansion scroll. While waiting, he makes a call to the giantess. Man, the artist's angles in this scene are crazy. Apparently, he called her to ask about the other girl, and her friend teases him, saying that it looks like he's missing her. But he explains that finding her will be really difficult because she returned home to deal with some family matters. Still, since he's already in the capital, he should stop by the auction house to talk to her. Obviously, right after that, our boy was arriving there. Escorted, he tells them not to worry, saying those were just security guards that the school guy had placed near him. At the table, she mentions that his auction house is thriving, and she owes a lot to the boy since he placed that dragon egg there. Lufan wonders if maybe he should do something with that blue dragon egg too. However, he decides to leave it be, especially since he already has more than enough advantages in this place. At that moment, Yakyu says that mommy had left some little items for the boy. Man, this kid randomly gets some absurd stuff, seriously. Soon enough, a red sword appears infused with the fire of the legendary meteorite, obviously meant to help him in the competition. The rascal remarks that based on its weight and size, it seemed like it was made for him. And Yakyu confirms, saying it was indeed forged by one of the best blacksmiths in the capital. Lufan is sure she used the experience she gained from fighting him to create something that suited him. The book she had left behind contained a rare skill called Magma Explosion, which was only useful for a dragon tamer. Staring at the items, he thinks he'll have to properly thank her for all this. Taking a quick look at the letter, it says that it's been a while since they last saw each other, but unfortunately, she won't be able to be there. Something unexpected happened, and she won't even be able to watch the competition, but she hopes the boy liked the gifts. When she returns, she wants to invite him for dinner and then for an intense fight in the arena. Of course, guys. Also, as a warning, he better take first place or he'll be punished. Lastly, she hopes he remembered to bring the eternal ice she had requested. Takei asks if he's okay, to which he just thanks her for the items and for delivering the letter. He then focuses on business and asks if she has a pet slot expansion scroll. Unfortunately, she awkwardly replies that she doesn't. That's because it's a pretty rare scroll, as very few classes use something like that, so nobody really keeps it on hand. Regretfully, the protagonist decides he'll have to leave that blue egg for later. For now, he needs to focus on leveling up Extinction. Takei then closes the sword's case and hands it over, telling him not to worry. If a scroll like that appears, she'll definitely reserve it for him. Our girl thanks him and says she's heading out. On his way home, he's already thinking that he'll be leaving tomorrow, so it looks like he'll be without the scroll. The problem he's facing, however, is that when he was up north, his creatures weren't even leveling up anymore. He needs something more challenging. That's when our dear curvy goth is there waiting for him. She comments that he seems way too calm for someone competing in the nationals tomorrow. The rascal wants to know what she's talking about, saying she's getting bold and that she's been waiting for him. That's because as soon as he arrived, she felt like doing, you all know what, right guys? Clearly, she's another one eager to train with the rascal. He just accepts, saying it's time to test his new weapon. Already in the Academy's arenas, he prepares his sword and his new book. Meanwhile, she starts summoning swords, commenting that it looks like he's gotten some new stuff. He spent so much time up north that she's curious to see how strong he's become, and right away she launches an attack at Lu Fan. He gets ready to defend and immediately notices that this sword is much lighter than it seems. He was easily countering her attacks. As the fight went on, he realized that when Senior said the sword would suit him well, she was right. He felt that using it came much more naturally to his body, and now he wouldn't have to rely so much on dragons anymore. Getting closer to Jian Ying, he tells her to be careful. Then he activates that broadsword and strikes right in the middle. The poor girl realizes that damn Lu Fan is testing a new sword, and even so, she's struggling a lot. And our cheeky guy takes the chance to compliment her, saying she's getting much stronger too. However, she was feeling a bit disappointed after all. Now she didn't stand a chance even in combat skills. At that moment, she felt a little insecure since he just kept getting stronger. Because of that, he better take first place or it'll be embarrassing for her. He just thanks her, saying she can count on it. The next morning, the ladies from the most well-populated house in Dragon City are waving goodbye to our boy. The time had come. 3 days remained until the start of the national championship. This was his chance to truly become part of the elite of the Dragon Nation. And obviously, he was going to make the most of it. The director then approaches and informs him that the supervisor of Dragon City wants to speak with him. Every nation needed to send a competitor and also a superior who would oversee to ensure the rules were being followed. This so-called superior would make sure our guy obeyed the authorities and would, in a way, educate him on how to interact with people from other nations. At that moment, the security guard kneels, and the man tells him to be careful with what he says. Lu Fan then asks what Zhao is doing there. It's the Gandalf of the dark web saying that apparently Lu Fan is the representative this year. The school director seems a bit embarrassed, saying that Zhao didn't mean to come all the way there. However, the old man replies that it was only right for him to come and meet the representative. But they kind of already knew each other, right? The guy is just making the formal introductions. And Uncle Zhao says it's incredible to see such a young guy already owning a dragon. He's sure this competition will decide the boy's future. If he has any problems, he should just talk to him and he'll try to sort it out. Then he tells him to hop in the car because they're heading to the banquet. I thought our guy already knew him. I mean, he meets old men all the time. But actually, he had no idea who this was. And when he asked, he found out that this guy was someone called Fi Bai, one of the 3 most powerful people in the Dragon Nation, basically deciding everything. At least the supervisors seemed to be someone who wanted the best for him. It's a real miracle, right? Normally, those state guys just want to make the boy's life miserable. Already in the car, he asked the director why he couldn't feel the old man's power. Was Lu Fan's level too low, or did the guy have an extremely strong skill to conceal his power? The director explains that it was neither. In fact, the guy was just a normal level 40. Even though strength was very important in this world, not everyone in power depended on it. Among the 3 elders, only one was qualified as one of the top warriors in this world. On the other hand, the 4 men surrounding the old man were called the 4 legendary swords. Lu Fan wonders just how many more secrets the Dragon Nation holds. At that moment, they arrive at the event where a bunch of reporters are trying to take pictures of him and calling out to him. They are in the city of Jinhu, and he never imagined there would be so many people in such a small place. The scene then shifts to a dinner that night. The poor guy can't even go for a walk. The director tells him to get used to it and stay in this hotel until the competition's over. At that moment, he asked about Charles from the Star Nation, and the man explains that his nation always does this. They only show up on the day of the competition. However, right there beside them was the damn Jin Chenghen already making an appearance. The guy next to him suddenly stood up, excited. He went to greet the old man, saying it was an honor to see him as the supervisor this year. The old man remained calm and simply asked him to sit down. Then the man in the white suit announced that the banquet would finally begin. Before the food was revealed, the director told our boy to brace himself. This country was quite poor, so their so-called legendary grand banquet consisted of fried chicken with instant noodles. Our rascal immediately thought that his aunt definitely had much tastier food than this. Yeah, and he remembered that he had packed some meal boxes filled with everything she had to offer. Suddenly, though, a guy at the table slammed his hand down. He complained that the food here was terrible and asked if this was really how they were treating their guests. Man, this is Jin Chengyan's country. They really are broke, poor guy. And he basically told the guy to starve if he didn't want to eat this. However, the side character-looking dude stood up and told him to repeat that. He pointed at the fool and warned him that he better not run into him during the national exam. Man, poor Jin Chengyan was getting humiliated right there, staying completely quiet. What happened? Where's all that courage now? At that moment, the mountain of steroids walked off, saying he was going to find something better than this garbage. Until suddenly, he caught a delicious scent. Obviously, it was the auntie's buns, right guys? Since the first chapter, those have been legendary. And man, Auntie had prepared a massive feast for the boy. The juiced-up guy was staring at it like a starving cat, and our humble protagonist asked if he wanted to eat with them. Come on, man, you can't just give away the sacred auntie's food like that. And the shameless musclehead immediately sat at the table, just saying thanks. He grabbed a bun and took a bite so flavorful it practically exploded in his mouth. Our boy told him not to stand on ceremony and to enjoy everything there. With that, they started eating, savoring everything. Obviously, Jin Chengyan wasn't happy about this at all. And the worst part was that the other competitors were catching a whiff of the food and eyeing the boy's feast. Jin Chengyan was about to explode, but the guy next to him told him to calm down. Then he stood up and announced to everyone that the banquet was over. It was time to present the maps and the rules for this year's test. A hologram appeared showing various ecosystems. For Lufan, this was perfect. 9 different places with unique beasts that would help him level up his dragons. The man explained that each area had creatures ranging from level 50 to 80, and the points awarded for defeating them would obviously be based on their strength and rarity. Additionally, this year there would be missions that granted points. Each region had its own missions, and those who completed them would earn points. However, each person could only take one mission at a time before accepting another. Lufan noticed that they weren't saying anything about fighting each other, but he figured that killing someone would probably allow them to steal that person's points. This competition actually encouraged people to do nothing and just wait to eliminate those at the top. At that moment, the snake tamer wanted to know what that cave symbol on the map represented. The man explained that it was another rule. Those locations contained something called the Black Tower. It was a kind of dark terrain that moved randomly, and within the triangle, there were extremely powerful historical beasts trapped inside. Additionally, they were commanded by a demon from the 9 realms. Everyone knew that one of these 9 realms demons had nearly destroyed Tai Kiss City. It was insane to have something like this as part of the test. Lufan asked how they even had something like that, and the guy next to him explained that these creatures had been sealed away a long time ago. According to records, the entire area was nearly wiped out because of those monsters and their armies. Fibai explained that these creatures were stopped by the 5 experts, who are now considered national treasures. While Lufan was deep in thought, the snake tamer knew that in these tests, monsters were usually a bit weaker than they would be in reality. So he asked how strong they were this year. The guy explains that, unfortunately, this year, the seal on the 9 realms demon would be completely released, and it would have its original strength. Immediately, the test participants start saying that this was basically sending them to their deaths. In the past, it took 5 experts to deal with this, so obviously, they had no chance. That's when Lufan, like those annoying nerds in class, asks if killing the 9 monsters would earn a lot of points. The Snake King tells him he's not understanding. These monsters aren't meant to be killed, just to increase the pressure. Even the test official thinks our boy is joking, but confirms that yes, if someone could actually kill them, they would earn a massive amount of points. If no one else had any questions, the meeting ended there. People start leaving, and the officials tell Lufan to head to his room. Meanwhile, they are already eager to see the boy's performance. Lying in bed, our protagonist is deep in thought, considering all these variables. He's not sure about Charles, but he at least knows that Dan Chengyan will try to kill him. Just then, a notification pops up on his phone showing the ranking predictions. Above him are Chengyan, Andrew, and Charles, which obviously doesn't sit well with our boy. There's no way he's as weak as that damn Chengyan. Whoever made this ranking doesn't know anything, but at least he now knows to keep an eye on this guy named Musashi 10. The next day, the grand tournament was finally about to begin. Looking up, Lufan sees the official portal appearing, and everyone gets pulled in. Our boy, it seems, already eager to drop near one of those hellspawn lairs. Meanwhile, back in the most well-populated house in the country, everyone is watching his performance. Obviously, the folks from the north, along with Reinhardt, are eager to see how he does. The event's commentator asks who will claim the #1 rank this year. When Lufan opens his eyes again, he has entered the secret realm. He got lucky, landing in the northern region, which is similar to where he was training before. Since he's still ranked 23rd, everyone must be at 0 points. He remembers that there was a mission in the northern corner, so that's where he's heading. The only thing he needs to be careful about is that if he racks up too many points, he'll become a target for everyone. With that in mind, he summons Xiao Yi and Xingqian. He tells the new little dragon to team up with Xiao Yi so they can level up together. But the little creature just wants to stick close to him. Stogie starts heading toward the mission, seemingly searching for that monster lair along the way. Meanwhile, Chang'an appears in the desert region. He's already familiar with this terrain and activates his ability to create multiple clones. As long as one of these heads remains alive, he cannot be killed. This grants him 9 extra lives, making him basically immortal. At least until the first one gets a sword to the head, and Musashi casually remarks that now he has 8. Confused, Chang'an asks why. Weren't they allies? Why was he attacking? The guy apologizes and says he was just curious if killing summons would grant points. However, Chang'an tells him that if he wants to kill beasts, he should kill Lu Fan's dragons. Musashi tells him to calm down. He still has 8 lives left, and besides, they need to kill a lot of bosses, so he should relax. But Chang'an just brushes past him with a shoulder check, saying he has no time for arguments. Strangely, Musashi is now asking for cooperation, saying they really need to work together and protect each other. But Chang'an insists that their only agreement is that he will handle Lu Fan while Musashi deals with the Black Dragon. His plan is to use that place filled with demons. However, Musashi hesitates. While that damned guy can resurrect, he himself cannot. At that moment, Chang'an prepares something and strikes Musashi's chest, but it turns out to be just a buff. Too bad, it hurts like hell to install it, leaving Musashi writhing on the ground. At least now, if he dies, he'll also be revived by one of those beasts. On the other hand, if Chang'an dies, he dies too. When the national test ends, their contract will be dissolved, so now they are truly allies. Chang'an then says it's time to start farming points, leaving Musashi confused. But Chang'an explains that first they will rack up some points, and once the creatures have wiped out most of the competitors, that's when they'll kill Lu Fan and steal his points. Musashi then notices an exclamation mark on the ground and wonders if it's a mission. But Chang'an explains that it's a trap mission, and each map has one. Musashi wants to know what a trap mission is, and Chang'an simply says it's something that once accepted, cannot be completed. 5 hours later, Charles is in first place with 20,000 points, Andre follows with 18,000, and Chang'an sits at 15,000. Musashi trails right behind with 14,000. And where is our boy? Lu Fan is in 23rd place with a mere 200 points. My god, the boy is struggling. His school director is confused, and everyone is saying that the Dragon Tamer class really isn't as strong as expected. But Bai, on the other hand, is just sipping his tea, completely calm. Lu Fan is still flying through the region, searching for that black tower. He has covered the entire northern areas so far and still hasn't seen it. Some lions worth 80 points appear, but he just ignores them. To him, they offer so little that it's not even worth the effort to fight them. He has the option to continue searching for the boss or start hunting other participants. Finally, he spots some commotion and assumes it must be a mission. Nearby, a white-haired guy is battling a yeti. Exhausted, he mutters that yes, his transformation really is difficult to maintain. Lu Fan had finally found the mission. However, his joy was short-lived as Xiao Yi suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as the other guy saw him, he turned around and realized it was that damned Lu Fan from the Dragon Nation. This guy was Yasenrei, a level 45 warrior, and honestly, Lu Fan should think twice before trying anything. Lu Fan calmly walked forward, completely ignoring the fool. The poor guy thought to himself that this arrogant bastard was too full of himself. That was until he saw that Lu Fan was only level 32 and ranked last in the competition. This was actually an opportunity. Well, actually, he was being dumb as hell, because if Lu Fan had no points and there was no reason to attack, there was nothing to gain. That made sense. But in reality, Yasenrei just wanted to grab the mission that Lu Fan was about to take. So he used a water cage ability to trap the boy in place. Then he jumped at him, declaring that this was the end of the Dragon Nation's representative. However, before he could even react, he got smacked away by Xiao Yi, sent flying like a ragdoll. His arm was completely broken, twisted at a weird angle, and he realized that the dragon's strength was very real. Lu Fan casually told him to cut it out. He wasn't even going to kill him for a mere 5,000 points. It wasn't even worth the effort. The fool was shocked that his prison ability had been broken with just a simple flick of the hand. But of course, side characters never know when to quit. This guy really had a death wish. He figured that if he could kill someone with high expectations, he'd finally get recognized. That's when Xiao Yi let out a roar, and he immediately started crawling backward in fear. Lu Fan sighed and asked one last time, was he going to give up the mission or not? And with that, the mission was accepted. Of course, there was no way he was giving it up. While Yasenrei was still trembling, something huge approached them. A massive creature landed with a crash. Xiao Yi was sent flying, and obviously the idiot took this chance to run for his life. Unfortunately, he tripped and ended up in a position even waifists don't usually fall into in this series. The beast was the guardian of this region, the Yeti King, level 75, worth 200 points. The fool was overjoyed, thinking that Lu Fan must have died from that attack. The monster slammed down once more, and now he was the one about to be killed. However, before the boss could land the final blow, a red glow appeared from behind. The monster turned around only to take a clean slash across his arm and chest. Then Xiao Yi followed up, slamming it into the ground. Lu Fan hadn't even used any skills, just a simple sword slash. To him, this wasn't even close to as hard as fighting the undead in the north. Yasenrei realized that if that attack had hit him, he'd be dead. How the hell was a level 32 this strong? And when he saw Lu Fan approaching, he knew it was over for him. The poor guy closed his eyes in fear. but Lu Fan just walked past him, completely ignoring him. Yasunrai immediately started begging for his life. When he realized Lu Fan truly wasn't going to kill him, he felt relieved. But then he checked the mission and froze in shock. Lu Fan had to defeat an epic boss, the level 85 9 Realms Demon. Watching how Lu Fan walked away, he knew that crazy bastard was really going to attempt it. Meanwhile, outside, a school official was freaking out. A mission like this shouldn't even exist in a secret realm. But the corrupt organizers who had set everything up for Chang'an to win just told him to shut up. Lu Fan accepted it. That's a problem. Even so, the school director grabbed the official by the collar, demanding that he disable the mission. This is impossible for any player. But the guy just smirked and said, too late. Once started, it can't be changed. Keep complaining, and you'll be kicked out. Fei Bai, sipping his tea, calmly told the director to relax. Don't get angry, just watch. Maybe Lu Fan getting this mission is actually a lucky coincidence. Besides, you need to understand that this place is full of corruption and favoritism. This is the perfect chance for Lu Fan to prove he can fight against all of them. The professor demanded to know why Fei Bai, as the inspector, wasn't doing anything despite knowing all of this. But the old man just dropped a cold, swag-filled line. A true hero must be strong enough to make any trick irrelevant. He was absolutely sure that completing the impossible was exactly what Lu Fan wanted to do. So this was his perfect opportunity. The professor sighed, saying he understood. And at that moment, something surprising happened. They saw Lu Fan flying straight toward the Black Tower. Our boy told Xiao Yi and Xingqian that it was time for a massacre. As soon as he got close, level 60 bloodthirsty bats swarmed the sky. At least these guys were worth 84 points each, and there were tons of them. This was the perfect battlefield for Xiao Yi to unleash area attacks. Lu Fan told Xingqian to wake up. This was his time to shine. Xiao Yi immediately switched to Destroyer of Worlds Form 2. She was easily wiping out the creatures, until Lu Fan suddenly warned her. Some level 75 buried demons were emerging from the ground, but our boy was thrilled. The more enemies, the more points. Plus, he got Dragon Control activated, meaning his attacks dealt even more area damage. More and more creatures kept approaching. Soki activated Dragon Inspiration, boosting both himself and his dragons by 30%. He pulled back his bow, ordering Xiao Yi to use Cataclysm. This allowed her to fly around, yielding massive area damage. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was eager to test out his new Snake Shot arrow, powered by Xiao Yi's 26,000 mental energy. Xiao Yi soared to the top of the Black Triangle, preparing to cast magic. Lu Fan fired his arrow just as the monsters were swarming in. His attack landed right at her feet, triggering a massive combined explosion. And then, Cataclysm Level 2 activated. Everything was instantly obliterated. In one move, Lu Fan gained 502 points, plus another 22,000. Lu Fan jumped straight from rank 23 to first place. That was just unfair. From the outside, watching the leaderboard, everyone was convinced this was the perfect time for Lu Fan to back off. He was already in first place with plenty of points, so there was no reason to take any more risks. However, the old man with the glasses knew Lu Fan saw this as just another obstacle to overcome. And Fei Bai knew the boy wasn't going to stop, especially since he hadn't even summoned all of his dragons yet. The director was about to go grab some tea, but the old man waved him off. That's not important right now. Tea can be enjoyed anytime. But Lu Fan's performance, you can only see that once. One of the schemers was getting annoyed at how confident they were. But he was sure that once the 9 Realms demon appeared, everything would change. Back inside the test, the chain snapped, the triangular seal crashed into the ground, and the prison holding the beasts burst open. Lu Fan was pissed. He should have waited for all of them to appear before using his skills. Now level 75 monsters were swarming in, ranging from 130 to 300 points each. There were also tons of goblins worth 50 points, but honestly, the more monsters, the better. After all, AO attacks would wipe them all out at once. Now it was time for Xingqian to join the battle. The little beast stepped forward, staring at the incoming horde. Why is that golden one charging in alone? The monsters surged forward and Lu Fan accelerated, diving straight into the chaos. Right away, he ordered Xiao Yi to cover Xingqian. The little dragon locked eyes with a cyclops, roared at her. That's when Lu Fan realized Xingqian's biggest problem. She was way too independent, making it hard to issue commands. But then he remembered he had never seen 100% of her power before. Also, he was calling her she now, so that was nice. Xingqian activated Radiant Scales, a skill that absorbed all damage for 6 seconds. She charged through the battlefield, heading straight for the Cyclops, which slammed her with a full-force attack. From above, Lu Fan saw the notification, damage absorbed. Her independence was actually an advantage. He didn't even have to worry about giving her orders. She was down there solo tanking everything, drawing all the enemy's attacks. After absorbing all the damage she could, she activated Star Destruction. This would return all absorbed damage in an AO blast. Lu Fan immediately told Xiao Yi to run. Xingqian just stood there looking all smug. Then a storm of blue mist and glowing stars swept across the battlefield. In 1 second, every monster turned into a constellation. And just like that, she leveled up to 34. Now she was strutting around and Lu Fan realized, damn, This little brat is arrogant as hell. Now it was time to prepare for the boss. The prison chains shattered, and they turned to look. Lu Fan was expecting some terrifying, menacing final boss. But instead, a fat toad appeared with a creature hanging from its mouth. There was a level 80 Black Mountain Beast, worth 400 points. Wait, is that the boss? Only 400 points? Still, Lu Fan was excited. He told Xiao Yi it was time to attack. The boss noticed them and immediately lashed out its tongue. But Lu Fan wasn't having it. He activated one of his own skills, one of Xiao Yi's and one of Xingqian's. His sword slash, Xiao Yi's claw strike, and Xingqian's energy burst all landed at once. The boss didn't even get a chance to react. Still, it charged energy into its horns and fired an attack at Lu Fan. But he just called out to Xingqian, and she absorbed the damage. At the same time, he ordered Xiao Yi to unleash another lava eruption. The boss got completely bathed in molten flames. From the skies, Lu Fan dove down with his new sword and landed a direct strike. Then, Xingqian returned the absorbed attack, blasting the boss in the head. Now things got confusing. Lu Fan was already level 32 earlier, but now it looked like Xingqian had only reached level 13. Either way, Lu Fan now had 51,000 points, while second place was still at 26,000. But what worried him most was Charles, sitting at 22,000 points. That bastard was definitely planning something big. Meanwhile, the old men were celebrating, while the schemer who had set the traps was punching the wall in frustration. He ordered the guards to investigate, convinced that Lu Fan had to be cheating. The funny thing, he wasn't even being dishonest about it. He genuinely thought it was impossible for someone to be that strong. Honestly, it would have been less embarrassing if he were just being a sore loser. But nope, he was just humiliating himself. Unfortunately for him, the inspectors moved like the Flash and were already back with a report. We checked. Everything is legit. The guy refused to believe it. Go check again. Yeah, sure. They'll be back in 2 seconds. The fool who read everything to screw over Lu Fan had completely backfired on himself. Frustrated, he decided to adjust the demon's strength a little. As soon as Lu Fan died, Cheng Yin would take first place and everything would be back on track. However, when he entered the control room, he noticed everyone was staring at the screen horrified. Even the old man was watching closely. Now he understood why they all looked so scared. On the screen, Lu Fan had already wiped out half the entire triangle. Face to face with the final boss, he looked like Dracula leading an army of darkness. With no other choice, it was time to summon Xiao Fei. She needed experience and they needed to ensure success, and she didn't even arrive in human form. She immediately transformed into the Eternal Emerald Dragon. At the same time, she activated her bloodline buff, boosting all dragons in the group. Xiao Fei was now buffed with plus 12 HP and plus 12 armor. With the whole team powered up, Lu Fan was sure things would be easier from now on. This buff was absolutely broken. His strength jumped from 5,000 to 8,000, almost doubling. Xiao Yi launched a lava attack while Lu Fan charged forward with Xingqian. He sent the little dragon ahead to use her armor and draw the attacks. With her natural defense plus damage absorption, she was practically immortal. The missing skill. At that moment, Lu Fan remembered something important. That dragon resonance book his master had given him, he could only use it at level 35. Right away, he activated it and unlocked the skill. Finally, his synchronization with Xiao Yi improved even further, meaning more attribute boosts. Lu Fan jumped into the air, calling out to her. A massive fireball, the size of a planet, began forming above them. The monsters below and even the boss looked confused by this absurd attack. Before they could even react, he unleashed the lava explosion with all the buffs. Because of dragon resonance, all magic attacks now dealt 10% more damage. With all buffs combined, this single skill was now 4 times stronger. As the boss melted away in the lava, Lu Fan ordered Xiao Yi to switch to her World Destroyer form and finish it off. With all the buffs stacked, her strength skyrocketed to 32,000 as she lunged in for the final bite. However, the boss managed to react, blocking the attack with its sword. Lu Fan was shocked that this bastard was still standing. He decided to finish it off himself. Well, not really, because Xingqian had already delivered a brutal punch to its stomach, followed by a taunting tongue flick. Die. With that, the boss was completely obliterated by Xingqian's Star Explosion skill. Xingqian's transformation, our boy celebrated. And now Xingqian, or should we say she, had reached level 15, which meant transformation unlocked. Time to see what she looked like. Checking her stats, Lu Fan was stunned. Despite being a defensive creature, she had insane attack power that made no sense. In her Radiant Star form, she was stronger than Xiao Yi's dragon form. However, it only lasted 60 seconds. Additionally, her galaxy form made her completely untouchable, perfect for getting out of dangerous situations. With that settled, Lu Fan noticed something. Maybe all the monsters were already dead, since nothing else was showing up. So he ordered Xiao Yi to use her enemy detection skill to see if any survivors were trying to escape. Honestly, they were really dragging out this transformation reveal. But with that, they pressed forward, entering the Pinnacle of Darkness. The Pinnacle of Darkness. From the echoes inside, Lu Fan could tell this place was massive. Suddenly, a torch ignited, revealing a path ahead. Without hesitation, he told Xiao Yi that they were moving forward, even though he knew this was clearly a trap. At the end of the corridor, in front of a massive door with a candelabra, Lu Fan found a gigantic throne. Bold as ever, he straight up called out the demon. "I know you're there. Show yourself." A deep voice rumbled through the chamber. The creature emerged, intrigued by the sight of a human standing with a dragon. They explained that its original body was lost and this castle didn't belong to it. It was just sealed here. However, the demons had been fools to send someone into its domain. Now it was time to use what little strength remained to end this and absorb a new body. Bound by chains, the creature finally revealed itself, a massive red beast with a single eye and grotesque, jagged teeth. This was the Shadow of the Earth, level 85, and it had 37,000 strength. Yeah, this one wasn't going to be easy. As the creature prepared to strike, it scoffed at Lu Fan's confidence. "You think you and that dragon can defeat me? Foolish." The demon activated dark layers, increasing the damage Lu Fan would take by 120%. It lunged forward, aiming to crush him with a single blow. However, it slammed right into an enormous shield. Lu Fan smirked. "You might want to start taking back those words, buddy. This won't be that easy." He immediately ordered Xiao Fei to summon 2 fallen dragon corpses. To be honest, they were only level 23, so they didn't seem that strong. But the boss hesitated, saying it could feel a strange aura. Lu Fan simply smiled. "You don't have the right to know what it is." Then he commanded Xiao Fei to launch a fireball. The attack shot forward, but strangely, it passed right through the boss. That's when Lu Fan realized the problem. Just like Xiao Fei, this bastard had a skill that let it shift its form. On top of that, it had Coast Walk, making it completely undetectable. Now this was bad. Even Xiao Fei's detection skill couldn't locate him. And in the next instant, the boss appeared behind Xiao Fei, slashing at her. Once again, the shield blocked it, but it nearly shattered. The defense stacks dropped to 8. Before Lu Fan could form a strategy, the demon warped again, reducing his defense stacks to 6. But this time, Lu Fan gritted his teeth and held his ground. Not this time. Xingqian's ultimate form. Suddenly, a storm of stars rained down from above. Lu Fan had secretly left Xingqian hidden nearby. Time to unleash everything you've got. Xingqian emerged, and now, where were this dragon's legs? She looked more like a giant winged space worm. This was the legendary galaxy form, and the boss was absolutely terrified. Lu Fan smirked. "So any last words?" The demon tried to activate Ghost Walk, but inside Xingqian's galaxy domain, there was nowhere to hide. The monster turned to Lu Fan and sneered. "Even if you know where I am, it's not like you can defeat me." It lunged forward with another attack, but this time, Lu Fan dodged effortlessly. Now that he could see the boss, he landed on Xiao Yi's head, activating the rider buff and declared, "Time to end this." Buff overload, and here we go again. Lu Fan activating like 200 buffs at once. The boss watched in shock. How could a single human be supported by so many dragons? But of course, Lu Fan didn't even acknowledge him. Instead, he simply stated, "Your time is up." He slashed at him from the sky, but the boss didn't seem too phased. Lu Fan quickly realized this thing was even tougher than he expected. Just then, the undead dragons charged in, unleashing their attacks. But the boss still wouldn't fall. "Xingqian, your turn." Lu Fan had been waiting for this moment. Xingqian had been absorbing all the damage dealt so far. Now it was time for her ultimate move, Galaxy Explosion. The boss's final struggle. The boss roared in fury. "Enough, it's time for everyone in this room to die." Xiao Yi swiped at it with her claws, but the creature actually managed to block the attack. However, right above its head, Lu Fan was already taking aim with his bow. "Hold it steady, Xiao Yi. This explosion's gonna be big." He charged his shot for 3 seconds. The boss, clearly terrified, lashed out with a claw strike, knocking Xiao Yi aside. But before it could escape, she caught it from behind. "You're not running away, bastard." Lu Fan smirked. "Time to land up this tower." He fired his arrow, Xiao Yi launched a fireball, and the undead dragons unleashed their galaxy blasts. The boss could only watch, horrified. Impossible. A human shouldn't have this much power. And then, boom, the entire area erupted in a blinding explosion. The aftermath, or not, in the supervision room, everyone was stunned. Nobody could believe that Lu Fan had taken it down alone. After all, these creatures had only been defeated by the nation's greatest heroes. Then someone in the room suddenly spoke. "The explosion is over, but the monster isn't dead." The scheming official sighed in relief. "Phew, almost lost my precious beast there." From the battlefield, the boss, badly damaged and furious, growled, "You bastard, for putting me in such a miserable state. I will neither forgive you." But Lu Fan, the absolute menace, just grinned. "You really think that was the end? The attack isn't over yet." It was only now that the boss realized something terrifying. The other 2 undead dragons had disappeared. High in the sky, they had activated their most powerful ability, Whale's Descent, an AoE attack dealing 2000% damage. The boss raised its arm, preparing one last strike. It will not be defeated by mere insects. But 2000% damage is no joke. The entire chamber was consumed by flames. And finally, the monster lost an arm. For the first time, it looked genuinely afraid. The final barrage. The boss stammered. This is impossible. How did I lose a limb to a creature this weak?" But before it could process anything, a hailstorm of arrows rained down on its body. Lu Fan stepped forward. Stop running. This is the end. The boss panicked. It couldn't kill the dragons. It couldn't damage this kid. How was this happening? Something's wrong. Then suddenly, Lu Fan felt something strange. The boss trembled, his body engulfed in a dark purple aura. The shadow of the earth was changing. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. What was happening? Had the boss unlocked his second form? Had a hidden seal been broken? Checking its stats, Lu Fan's heart dropped. The boss's level was now listed as unknown. Its strength had skyrocketed to 70,000. Panic in the supervision room. The school director was freaking out. How is this possible? How is it still getting stronger? This was now an unwinnable fight. He turned to Phi Bai. We need to shut down this tournament. If we don't, the boy is going to die. But Phi Bai just sipped his tea. Let's wait until Lu Fan kills it first. Then we can make some tea. The director stared at him in disbelief. Are you serious right now? We're risking the life of a prodigy. Meanwhile, the boss's stats were exceeding 100,000, but Phi Bai remained unbothered. Lu Fan has already proven himself. His combat instincts are exceptional. He won't die. The director hesitated. Fine, I'll trust him. But even so, this was insanely risky. The real villain. Meanwhile, that sunglasses-wearing bastard was grinning. Nobody seemed to notice what was really happening. He had sent a message to the tournament organizers, and they had been secretly boosting the boss with illegal buffs. Now all he had to do was wait for Lu Fan's inevitable death. Back in the fight, Lu Fan gritted his teeth. You're celebrating too early. He couldn't let this thing keep stacking power. If it got any stronger, even he wouldn't be able to stop it. So he activated his natural assimilation skill. This sends the undead dragons to his level, boosting their strength and stats. The boss charged forward for another attack, but Lu Fan was already on Xiao Yi's back ready. Use Destructive Roar. This skill was supposed to paralyze the boss, but the creature just laughed. A mere roar won't stop me. That was fine, because Lu Fan wasn't aiming to stun. He was stalling for time, and in that brief moment, he prepared 2 explosions, one for each dragon. And then, he, Xiao Fei, and both undead dragons launched their final attack together. Man, this boss just won't die. How many chapters have I been stuck in this fight? Finally, Lu Fan declares that the monster is about to learn why it should never underestimate a dragon tamer. Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei are now buffed by extinction. To be honest, the buffs shot their power from 4,000 to 23,000 instantly, but the boss has 70,000. Will it be enough? At least the boss looks scared, and finally it fires a Kamehameha-style blast, its body beginning to dissolve. It mumbles in disbelief, wondering how it could be defeated so soon after being resurrected. And guys, I think the bastard is finally dead. The room is empty. Something is shaking, and our boy looks a little weirded out. At last, it's over. The entire place starts collapsing, and obviously, he has to escape. The whole structure comes crashing down, shattering against the ground, but the beast himself walks out alive, with everyone leveling up. Not to mention, he just earned 450,000 points. With 500,000, he can relax. There's no way anyone is catching up. The closest guy, poor extinction, sitting at 70,000 points. Still, I'm worried about that Dan Charles. That guy has a demon inside him and is hovering at 48,000. Phi Bai is celebrating, calling it incredible that such a young man has such sharp instincts. He's sure Lu Fan must have worked hard to get here. Yeah, worked hard and got a ridiculously overpowered system. Meanwhile, the guy who rigged the tournament against him is smashing his phone on the ground in frustration. Someone asks if he's okay, and he just mutters an apology and storms out, slamming the door. The others seem a little unsettled, but Phi Bai just tells them to focus on making tea. Outside the room, the angry schemer is punching the wall, demanding to know how that brat managed to kill his creature. How the hell did a kid take down a monster that was sealed by the nation's heroes? Just then, security guards find him. They say they've been looking for him. In a frenzy, he grabs one by the collar and demands answers. Didn't I tell you to max out the boss's stats? The guard calmly explains that yes, the monster had reached its full potential, but Lu Fan still killed it. The guy is losing his mind, convinced that Lu Fan somehow had a 300 IQ plan. Maybe Lu Fan let the boss power up on purpose to gain even more strength. Little does he know, our boy suffered a bit too. The guards tell him it's over. Lu Fan made the results crystal clear. No one in this championship has anywhere near his strength. Phi Bai agrees, chuckling that his old body can't handle this much excitement. Hearing this, the schemer orders the guards to keep an eye on Phi Bai and Lu Fan. He wants them to find anything, any mistake, any lie, so they can disqualify him. Walking nearby, Phi Bai remarks that at this pace, first place is basically guaranteed. The schemer follows, desperately searching for dirt he can use to get all 23 participating nations to sign a petition canceling Lu Fan's qualification. Then suddenly, something flashes behind him. He barely dodges a sword strike. Petrified, he looks around. No one's there. Not to mention, it was a Night Reaper sword, level 90. Whoever did that is crazy strong. Could it be our boy's mommy? The schemer knows this is a clear warning. If he keeps going, he'll be the next one to die. Sometime later, the old man notices the mark on the wall and laughs. Tai Kid Nation is truly shameless. The guards hurry off to inform Mr. Jin that he's been receiving urgent calls. He tells them to get back to work before anxiously grabbing his phone. The message: someone is demanding an explanation for how Lu Fan managed to kill that monster. On top of that, he's taking too long to find a valid excuse to kick the boy out of the tournament. Then he notices the supervisors are murmuring. Lu Fan's points keep rising. Even though he's just sitting there, he's still leveling up. The schemer is ecstatic. That bastard must have found a way to farm free points. Now I can get him disqualified for real. But then he sees something on the screen that leaves him completely confused. Lu Fan is sitting on the throne. The area bosses are worshipping him. The monsters themselves are helping him farm points. Our boy is out here chilling, looking like a king and still stacking points. 1 hour earlier, right after defeating the boss, Lu Fan looked at his insane point total and realized he could take a break. Even the 2 undead dragons Xiaofi summoned had now become powerful allies. Then he noticed the throne and had an idea. He remembered how Xiaofi could absorb defeated creatures, turning them into her slaves. That was because the magic stone allowed defeated bodies to transform into fierce beasts. And right now he had 2 giant creatures filled with that energy, plus an entire legion of demonic troops on the ground. This was a golden opportunity. The scene shifts to the fallen dragons struggling to complete the process. Even though they were strong, they weren't strong enough to turn the boss into a puppet. That's when someone touched Lu Fan's arm. Xiaofi climbed up, staring at him intently. For a moment, he was confused. Then she transformed into her dragon form and transferred all her buffs to the undead dragons. At that moment, Lu Fan realized that if they increased the attributes even more, they might actually be able to turn the boss into a servant. He immediately ordered Xiaofi to use Jade Light as well. The monster's stats kept rising. Of course, the Earth Demon wasn't in its super transformation, just its first phase at level 35. And now, the 2 buffed up dragons had higher stats than him. Still, Lu Fan told Xiaofi to activate Life Pulse to boost them even further. With that, both dragons' attack power reached 40,000. Then he ordered them to channel their dark energy to turn the boss's corpse into a fallen servant. Since the difference in attributes was too big, the boss was instantly engulfed in a dark purple aura. Lu Fan could now kick back and relax while his creatures handled everything. And just like that, he became Sun Jinwoo, guys. He unlocked the ability to control fallen corpses. Exactly like that guy. He was shocked because this meant he could now create an army. The Earth Demon rose up, letting out a powerful roar. It was now one of his fallen servants, and Lu Fan was sure that his strength at this moment was something never seen before. Meanwhile, in the control room, Mr. Jin was losing his mind. Why the hell is the boss obeying Lu Fan? The old school director nudged him with a smirk. The point difference is so massive that it's over. No one else has a chance. Fei Bai chuckled and added that if the other nations refused to accept defeat, then maybe they should just cancel the competition altogether. The sarcasm was eating away at Jin, who knew that his family's reputation was crashing. Unfortunately, he now had no choice but to give that special mission to Lu Fan. Meanwhile, our boy was peacefully sleeping, surrounded by his dragon girls, passively stacking points. He decided to check the rankings. Of course, he was still sitting at number 1 out of 23 nations. But something strange caught his eye. A new mission appeared on the map. The scene shifts to the frozen lands. Their poor Yasenrai was thinking about grabbing another mission. Oh my guy, you're gonna get wrecked again. Then his expression completely changed because Lu Fan appeared once again. The poor guy was suffering, wondering why this damn bastard always shows up in front of him. But the real terrifying part was, if Lu Fan was here for another mission, it meant he already completed the 9 rounds mission. Lu Fan immediately noticed the trembling guy. Yasenrai started apologizing, saying he was leaving and that there was no need to worry. But Lu Fan drew his massive sword and swung at him. Yasenrai screamed for forgiveness. But in reality, Lu Fan had only attacked because a monster was creeping up behind him. Yasenrai, now drenched in sweat, thanked him. But Lu Fan ignored him completely. I'm not here to help you. I only killed it because it gave me points. The poor side character was still stuck at rank 17 with 23,000 points. But Lu Fan was actually impressed. How did this guy get so many points? Yasenrai sighed, thinking about how he didn't even sleep last night, just non-stop monster farming. Lu Fan, being as cruel as ever, briefly considered killing Yasenrai to take his 20,000 points, but he decided to let him farm a little more before making a decision. Then Lu Fan placed a hand on Yasenrai's shoulder. You're earning points way too slowly. At that moment, rank 17 was an absolute embarrassment for the southern region. Lu Fan told him he expected to see him higher next time. Yasenrai was shocked, wondering if Lu Fan was actually encouraging him. As far as he had heard, the Dragon City competitors were supposed to be cruel, but the Lu Fan he just met seemed strangely kind. Our boy casually accepted the mission, looking completely unbothered. When Yasenrai turned to say he'd work harder, Lu Fan was already gone, flying away. The mission was simple. Hunt a representative. Right now, his target was rank number 6 in the swamp region. He wondered if it was Chenghen or maybe Charles. But honestly, it didn't matter. All he had to do was complete the mission. With that, he ordered Xiao Yi to take off. Meanwhile, in the swamp region, a massive black snake was biting through monsters. Yeah, guys, it's him. The guy who, when it comes to handling snakes, is undefeated. And that weirdly buff girl was there too. It looked like they were in a party together, still sitting at rank number 10. Life wasn't going easy for them either. They were discussing something. Apparently, they were waiting for 2 more people to show up so they could farm together. One of them mentioned that Baden should be arriving soon, but the poor Yasenraya was nowhere to be seen. The snake master suddenly sensed something. Weiji immediately asked if it was the hunter, and he confirmed it. As soon as Baden gets here, we'll have the perfect chance to kill him. Back on Lufan's map, a red exclamation mark appeared, a warning of incoming danger. 4 hours later, yes, 4 hours later, Lufan finally arrived in the swamp. God, what a long trip. Right away, he noticed the challenges of this terrain. The thick fog and poisonous air made it difficult to see. Not to mention the place was crawling with ambushed predators. But none of that was an issue, because he had Xiao Yi's perception skill. Our boy easily detected 3 people hiding in the trees behind the fog waiting for him. Lufan immediately drew his sword and told them to show themselves before he attacked without warning. No one appeared, so he swung his sword anyway. At least he gave them a chance. Just then, a giant snake burst out of the swamp, the snake master riding on its back. "You're dead." Lufan, unimpressed, sighed. Titch. Not even Cheng Han or Charles? What a letdown. But the guy just smirked. "I'm disappointed too. Didn't expect to fight the last place loser." Then he looked at the rankings and saw Lufan in first place with 500,000 points. That didn't make any sense. Just yesterday, this kid was in last place. Now the snake master was completely caught off guard. He hadn't expected this sheep to be so fat. He warned Lufan not to resist too much, just hand over the points. Unfortunately for him, he was unlucky enough to fight in the swamp, his perfect battlefield. With that, he launched a green energy blast, demanding Lufan surrender his points. An explosion erupted, but Lufan just shook his head. Not even close. He activated Xiao Yi's lava explosion, but the bastard wasn't scared. He laughed, telling his snake that Xiao Yi was just a level 30 dragon. They would win easily. The 2 creatures' attacks collided in the sky, and surprisingly, the Snake King actually held on, still alive. Then he dived into the swamp. Now, Lufan lost sight of him. That's when Weiji appeared behind him, swinging a chained weapon. She attacked from above, but our boy casually blocked it with his sword. And then, a claw strike came flying in. Direct hit, right in Weiji's face. Damn, she got smashed hard. And yet she was smiling. Okay, she's not right in the head. Lufan found it weird too. Then she called out to Gailan and Baden. Now's the time. Attack. Suddenly, 4 attacks flew at Lufan at once, but he deflected them all while Xiao Yi grabbed the snake's mouth and slammed it into the ground. The 2 side characters couldn't believe it. How was a lower level guy wrecking them? Now Weiji's confidence was completely shattered. The Snake Master told them to focus. His kit isn't that strong. If we kill him, we'll all be in the top 3. But Lufan just smirked. These ambushes are pathetic. You guys don't even stand a chance. Weiji stood up, fuming. We'll see who laughs last. Lufan readied his sword. You're all about to be corpses in this swamp. Snake Master ordered his snake to unleash more venomous attacks. But Lufan just dodged and ordered Xiao Yi to finish it off. With her immunity to poison, she instantly crushed the snake into the ground, torn in half. The poor Snake Master screamed as his pet was brutally killed. Meanwhile, the side character without a face started firing arrows. Lufan blocked another attack, but at that moment, Kirin activated a magic formation. This is the end for you. The 1,000-headed serpent formation activated. Lufan stepped back, deflecting the first wave of attacks. Kirin was confident. As long as Lufan was distracted, his allies would finish him off. Weiji told him to stop wasting time and just go for the kill. But then, a massive explosion. With just one roar from Xiao Yi, the 1,000-headed serpent was obliterated. Yet Kirin refused to give up. He cast another spell. At the same time, Weiji hurled a massive iron ball. Lufan didn't even flinch. He just raised his dragon shield and blocked it effortlessly. Arrows from Baden, Xiao Yi swatted them away. Then, the ground started shaking, like a massive earthquake. Kirin grinned, rise again. The serpent revived, this time made of countless smaller snakes, merging into one gigantic beast. Here we go again. And once again, Lufan was being attacked from all sides. At this point, he realized, this fight is dragging on forever. Then something strange happened. The snake's poison started affecting YG. Kirin smirked. Since we can't poison Lufan's creatures, we'll just poison everyone in the area. Weiji panicked, begging for an antidote. But I already knew what was coming. He wasn't gonna give her shit. He knew that if Lufan died and the others died too, he would automatically take first place. The perfect scenario. Baden told him to stop and help her. Weiji was literally melting on the ground. Then finally, she got healed. Kirin apologized, saying he got distracted. Lying bastard. Even if he defeated Lufan, he still had to deal with Charles. That would be tough. So he still needed allies. He told YG to check Lufan's body. But then, Lufan laughed. No me for that. Of course, I'm alive. With all his dragon tamer buffs activated, his actual level was 36 plus 32. And because of that, he had poison immunity, thanks to Xiao Yi's skills. the faceless side character, was freaking out. Kieran realized if Lu Fan was immune to debuffs, then nothing would work on him. So he told his allies to attack. Whoever kills him gets an extra 20,000 points. Gotta say, these side characters are really motivated. Wei Ji charged forward. Guess I'll have to do it myself. But then, a massive fireball flew in from the side. Direct hit, right into YG's arm. It was Andrew who had arrived. Don't worry, bro. I'm here to help. At that moment, he was ranked 4 with 80,000 points. He complimented Lu Fan's majestic dragon. Lu Fan shrugged, telling him not to worry. He had no bad intentions. But since Andrew was here to help, he was curious to see what the guy could do. Meanwhile, Wei Ji struggled to her feet, looking completely wrecked. She was even angrier now because these two bastards were acting like they were on a field trip. Andrew said he'd deal with the muscle head, leaving Lu Fan to finish off the others. Poor YG. She activated all her abilities, convinced she still had a chance. Wait, did she just turn into a bear? Or summon a bear? I'm confused. I think she transformed since she was still using the iron ball. Andrew barely blocked in time. Even then, he grinned, telling Lu Fan to stay out of it. She's mine to handle. Lu Fan wasn't thrilled about Andrew showing up, now he'd be stealing points. But at the same time, Lu Fan didn't feel like killing him either. Andrew had a ton of points after all. Then a surprise attack almost hit Xiao Yi from behind. Kieran was fired up, saying they just had to keep up the pressure and they'd win. Well, at least he was positive. He fired another venom attack, but Xiao Yi dodged with ease. The real problem was, another white cobra appeared behind Lu Fan. Now he was completely surrounded, but he easily solved it. He activated Void Slash, slicing all the snakes in half. Then he turned to Xiao Yi. It's time to end this. But Kieran laughed. You have no chance. My snakes are immortal. And sure enough, they respawned. Lu Fan smirked. Let's test how many times they can come back. Right away, he switched Xiao Yi to World Destroyer form. With that, she started burning down the entire swamp. But while that was happening, Baden was preparing an attack. He asked for cover and said he was ready. The shot was aimed directly at Xiao Yi's head. But Lu Fan simply smirked. Let me show you the power of a dragon's bloodline. With a single terrifying dragon roar, both of their abilities were cancelled. The side characters were struggling to resist, but it was clear. Their chances were getting worse by the second. Then Kieran turned and ran. Baden called out for him to wait. For the first time, he finally had a proper face drawn, because the guy was crying. But it was too late. Kieran activated his snake buff, healing himself while escaping underground. Baden tried to run too, but got struck by lightning. Instant death. Lu Fan thought to himself, that damn Kieran always betrays his allies. He told Xiao Yi to get ready to hunt him down. They would burn down the entire swamp until that rat showed himself. He set fire to the ground, and just like that, I think the guy died. 50 chapters of this fight, just for him to burn alive underground. Incredible. At least Lu Fan got 66,000 more points. But honestly, who cares? Rank 1 to rank 1. Unbelievable. Then someone called out to him. He turned, and an explosion went off. Andrew had defeated YG, slammed her with a hammer attack, crushing her completely. He lifted her body, saying that a traitor like her deserved no mercy. But surprisingly, he was humble about it. He offered Lu Fan the final blow. Damn, what a real one. But honestly, at this point, guess what? Another 56,000 points. And guess which rank he stayed at? Exactly. Andrew reassured Lu Fan that he wasn't here to cause trouble. He saw those three attacking him and decided to step in. All because he approved of that delicious food from before. Lu Fan thanked him. He wasn't going to complain about free points. And of course, Andrew said exactly what I was thinking. This is all thanks to that amazing food. They exchanged glances. Then Andrew asked, did you bring any more? Man, Lu Fan actually did. Now, in the middle of a dungeon, they were feasting. Andrew had already accepted that he wasn't getting first place. Now he was trying to trade his tournament points for food. Then he looked at the rankings and saw that Lu Fan had over 700,000 points. At that moment, he realized Andrew also received the mission to kill the 9 Realms leaders. He confirmed it. Now he understood how Lu Fan got so many points. Lu Fan simply said, I came here to win. So of course he took down the boss. Andrew couldn't believe it. He'd approached the tower once, but after the second wave, it was impossible to survive. At least he was lucky not to be Lu Fan's enemy. Still, he was disappointed. He wanted to know the secret to farming points, but now he realized there was no secret. No wonder everyone was talking about the dragon tamer. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi was getting pissed at this guy stealing her food. Lu Fan asked if he failed the mission. Andrew nodded. He had reached the location but barely escaped with his life. Lu Fan immediately got an idea. He asked if Andrew was interested in teaming up. Guaranteed this guy was about to farm another tower. But along the way, Andrew was starting to get nervous. Xiao Yi kept staring at Andrew the entire time. Lu Fan explained that he controls her, but dragons don't like strangers getting too close. They finally arrived at another black tower. The first thing they encountered was level 60 creatures. Honestly, at this point, Lu Fan was just farming XP for his dragons. Which, yeah, is a good thing. But still, where Yahello is XAMGCEN's FUL form? Andrew wanted to know if they were really going to keep fighting, even though Lu Fan was already at the top rank. Lu Fan simply told him, if you don't want to fight, just watch. Everyone had to rely on their own abilities. The creatures charged forward, and Lu Fan said he'd leave some for Andrew to have fun. He summoned Extinction, saying that he'd handle the creatures inside the tower. Andrew just stood there in disbelief. "You're going in alone." Then Lu Fan activated Extinction's giant worm form. Wait, suddenly, it has legs. The idea and it just look like a legless worm. Looks like the artist heard me say it looked awful and changed it halfway through. With its new form, Extinction easily destroyed the entrance while Lu Fan flew inside. The first thing he saw, a massive welcome party. A swarm of level 75 monsters and a boss sitting on a throne. The boss sneered. "You're an idiot for stepping in here, human." Another level 85 Earth Demon. This one swore to grant his wish for death. Lu Fan just shrugged. "Shame, that won't happen." "Oh, and I brought you a present. I'll give it to you later." He activated Xiaofi's spiritual protection, while Xingqian's star buff was active. On top of that, he was mounted on Xiao Yi with the Dragon Rider buff. From above, Xingqian looked like a weird aquatic blob. Lu Fan had 5 seconds to activate every buff at once and launch a single attack. Xiao Yi used Grand Calamity. Xingqian used Starbreaker. Lu Fan fired an arrow. I don't know if I understood correctly, but I think he was shooting Xingqian so it could absorb the damage into its shield. Then, boom. Star Explosion activated. The entire area erupted as Xiaofi stacked buffs. Meanwhile, Xingqian was already transforming again. Now its giant mouth was wide open. Another Kamehameha blast was fired. As soon as the ability ended, the star form disappeared. Lu Fan gained 15,000 points, but I don't think he killed the boss. Last time, a buffed boss gave 500,000 points. Then again, that one was rigged. Now he was using Xiaofi's ability to summon 2 fallen dragon corpses. Then, he activated Galaxy Form again and launched Star Rain. Ah, now it's back to being the giant worm. Guess it has 2 forms. He was doing all this to clear the air monsters and farm XP for everyone. Abyss Wasp tried a venom attack. Straight attention. But now that she leveled up, she had a black hole skill. It completely erased the attack. And then, it created another black hole explosion that wiped out everything. Lu Fan, watching from above, was impressed. But then, he noticed something strange. Even after all of that, the boss had disappeared. Even worse, the creature had teleported behind him. It activated Death Prison, trapping Lu Fan. Centipedes charged at him, but then, a glowing eye locked onto the enemy. It was the boss he resurrected, and it punched the other boss straight in the face. The original boss was stunned. "How are you here? Why are you helping a human?" But the undead boss ignored him. Then, it vanished and reappeared behind him. Strike. The new boss was ripped in half. At the same time, Xiao Yi dropped another explosion on him. Lu Fan finally revealed the gift he brought, a reunion between old friends. But of course, these damn monsters never die easily. The boss stood back up. It was furious. "This is a disgrace to our race. Seeing one of our own reduced to a human servant, I will not allow it." Then another purple smoke ability activated. His stats shot up to 60,000. He was certain this damn dragon tamer would ruin all their plans. He had to be eliminated before he could cast another spell. The undead boss struck again. The new boss screamed at him, "Wake up, remember who you are." But the undead boss ignored him again. He activated Clone Division. But even with multiple clones, he still couldn't defend from all angles. That's when Lu Fan grinned. "Since you're enjoying all these gifts, how about I add another?" He activated Corpse Manipulation, and then it started raining monsters. An army of creatures appeared. The centipede boss realized Lu Fan had tamed the entire tower, and right then, the undead boss landed a direct punch. Lu Fan, watching like it was UFC, cheered as he waited to see who was the stronger boss. At the same time, he summoned his army to fight the tower's remaining monsters. The battle erupted. Blood, explosions, and sword slashes filled the air. The centipede boss couldn't believe it. How? How can a single human be this powerful? Above him, riding Xiao Yi, Lu Fan smirked. "Your time is up." But the monster responded, saying that thinking he would be defeated was nothing but an illusion. The entire area was suddenly shrouded in a strange green energy. From the sky, weird slime-like creatures started raining down. Lu Fan spotted the boss trying to escape through the smoke. No way in hell he was letting that happen. Immediately, he activated Dragon Encouragement. This boosted everyone's attributes by 30%. He declared that the monster wasn't getting out of here. He ordered Xiaofi to team up with Xingqian and for her to activate Star Destruction. Once again, that 58-second transformation kicked in. Then he commanded Xiao Yi to launch Lava Explosion. At this point, this guy was straight up turning into that Overlord dude, stacking 38 buffs before every attack. And here we go. Another purple explosion, another light explosion, another fire explosion. There's no way this boss is still alive. At the very least, the creature was now lying in pieces on the ground, completely burned. But of course, we've gotten used to this by now. The bastard was still alive, muttering that he wouldn't give up. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Andrew was struggling with the griffins. He easily blocked their attacks and crushed one's skull. He had finally cleared out the weaker enemies, but something felt off. Why wasn't the third wave showing up? Then, boom, the entire area exploded. Andrew was sent flying. When he got back up, he saw Lu Fan riding Xiao Yi casually flying out of the tower, swagged out, and carrying the boss's head. Ander froze. What the hell is that? He had no idea what it was, but it looked like something dangerous. Lu Fan simply revealed, "This is the head of the tower's boss." Then, in a surprisingly humble move, he offered it to Ander. He explained that if Ander didn't land the final blow, his mission would be stuck forever. Ander was genuinely touched. "You're a true friend." Damn. Now that I think about it, when Ander first appeared, I totally thought he'd be one of those side characters that get beaten up and disappear. But here, he is a real ally. I got trolled. Ander stepped forward and landed the final strike on the boss's head. And just like that, mission complete. Sometime later, back in the swamp, Lu Fan was relaxing. After earning all those points from the boss fight, Ander now had 270,000 points and was sitting at rank number 2. Lu Fan then declared, "Our temporary squad ends here." Ander looked depressed, but he nodded, saying he understood. In the end, at the national tournament, they were rivals. However, the next time they met, they would definitely go out for drinks. He shook Lu Fan's hand and said he was looking forward to that day. Damn. Lu Fan smiled and promised, "At this rate, I'm calling it now. Ander is either going to die to Jiang Cheng or Charles, just so Lu Fan can get insanely pissed and wipe everyone out." Before leaving, Ander even gave Lu Fan 50 more points. Like bro, he already has a million. What's the point? Lu Fan didn't even want them, but Ander insisted. "I can't just accept all this food and help and leave without giving something back." Before parting ways, Ander asked him a question. "You're way too strong, so why did you drag out that fight against those 3 before?" Lu Fan responded that in this tournament, there were tons of professions he had never seen before. That was the perfect chance to analyze new abilities. Ander sighed. "You always have the coolest answers." He turned and walked away. Lu Fan waved. "See you later." He stood there thinking to himself. He really hoped he wouldn't get a mission to kill Ander, because that would be pretty damn sad. However, he was happy since he got new little corpses for his group. At the moment when the fools were watching, the bald guy was celebrating that Ander had passed everyone else. He even went to thank Fed Bai, saying that he knew it was because of the Dragon Boy. He said it was nothing special, and that he didn't even deserve all that respect. Meanwhile, the fool was in the background, seething with rage. The demons from hell didn't kill that damn kid. The secret mission he had given also didn't work out, and now he had no more plans. That's when a guy called for him. He informed him that the important scroll had been completed. At that moment, the guy's expression changed to a smile, and he said that the final method was foolproof. In another room, he asked if it was really ready, and the others confirmed it was. It was a scroll that allowed someone to create a portal to the national test. However, it was extremely unstable and dangerous to use. The guy with glasses said it was the only option. Everyone had already checked what Lu Fan was doing, and it really seemed to be the boy's power. However, the fool still believed that somehow he was deceiving everyone, and that his team was incompetent. He told the idiots to keep an eye on the door until he got back. Man, he opened the portal, and it looks like he's planning to kill the boys if possible. "Brave little guy, I think you're going to end up dead." The fool pointed out the obvious. Not only was the scroll dangerous, but besides that, if he was seen in the videos, it would be a problem. However, he simply said that he had already spoken with the director and no images of him would be shown. All they had to do was protect that door and everything would work out. Lastly, they were supposed to activate the final mission. That would be perfect to get rid of Lu Fan as quickly as possible. In front of our boy, a small mission appeared. Another one of those to subjugate an earth demon. The thing was right in front of him, and he didn't even suspect how strangely it appeared just for him. He already knew he had enough to win, but he imagined that maybe with more points he could even gain a bit more reputation. And with that, once again, he advanced with Xiao Yi. The poor monsters seemed to be dying of fear. He also summoned Xiao Fi and Xingqian, whose full form we still hadn't seen. The bastards, with a new spatial rupture ability, opened a hole, and upon passing through, they were already inside the triangle. This time, there were several centipedes, and the boss had even higher stats. The guy was getting more dangerous. The creature has always said that it looked like he was seeking death, and our guy replied that the one who would die was him, right? Doesn't even seem like we've seen this happen twice before. Then he started summoning a bunch of his creatures, plus that dragon, and charged forward. Meanwhile, a guy on the ground was begging to be killed, but someone placed a sword against his neck. It was Musashi Ten, who said that begging was useless. The guy said he was willing to hand over all his points and leave the match. But the other guy wasn't interested and said that just killing him and taking the points would be much more fun. If he licked his shoe and shouted that everyone from his nation was trash, then he might let him go. Obviously, the guy refused, and with that, Musashi said his head was going to be cut off. The fool then said fine and moved in to give the little kiss. "Boy, you're humiliating yourself too much." While the poor guy was saying that everyone from his country was a bunch of pigs, the other guy was making him shout louder, until suddenly a purple hand appeared and killed the guy for good, right? Better this way for the love of God. Musashi got angry, but Cheng'en said he knew very well that he was going to let the guy escape. Besides, he didn't kill for the points but because he had a mission to complete. The fool wanted to know what the mission was, but Cheng'en just told him to shut up. Right at that moment, that fool who was almost going bald from so much anger showed up. Meanwhile, our boy was being attacked by the boss, but he took control of the centipede boss and used it to stall the other one. That one, the other boss. The problem with these bosses is that they all have the same name, right? Earth Demon. So we can only call them Boss 1, Boss 2, Boss 3. Apparently, the monster dropped dead, and our guy earned 400,000 points. At least this time, there wasn't that damn overlord buffing, absorbing power and boosting everything. But if it didn't happen there, Chenghin was advancing to start the same nonsense. It seemed that all the guy with glasses did was pass on the mission details and the location of our boy. Musashi wanted to know why they weren't doing the mission, but it was obvious Chenghin had other plans. The guy with glasses was sure that Lu Fan was using some kind of cheat to farm those areas. He had to watch and learn how he did it, and only then would he have a chance to win. Chenghin was thinking that his plan was to focus on Charles and not on the trash that was Lu Fan. But it seemed that the main mission only activated for the person in first place, so now he had to be the target. Out of nowhere, Musashi collapsed to the ground and told him to be careful, but Chenghin just told him to look ahead. There were several creatures holding chains, and they had arrived at the same place as our boy. Chenghin was confident, telling him not to worry because with his strength, they would manage. Musashi then activated one of his samurai techniques and started slashing through the monsters. Meanwhile, the other fool didn't even care that Lu Fan had some dragons. He must have some way of cheating to farm these places, and if that idiot could do it, he could too. However, strangely, even after killing countless creatures, they hadn't earned a single point. Chenghin was sure something was off and decided to take a look inside. Lu Fan really knew something that no one else had a clue about. Inside the triangle, they wondered why there were no monsters, and if the place had already been cleared. When suddenly, something started appearing right in front of them. The two were startled, and at that moment, our boy's 3 bosses appeared right in front of them. Right away, Musashi was sure something was wrong. That's when the protagonist himself appeared behind them, saying he hadn't expected this visit. The guys turned around with not-so-happy faces, wanting to know what he was doing there. Our boy simply replied that he had come specifically for them. This was all a big trap that our boy had set. After collecting more and more corpses, he was getting better at controlling them. Now he could send the creatures to farm in much farther locations. With the 3 areas he had already fully cleared, he had 3 armies attacking others. Meanwhile, he kept the powerful bosses and their creatures for himself. But then Musashi said that if a level 33 kid wanted to talk to him, it meant he was interested in dying. Poor Chenghin was all confident, saying he already had a grudge against Lu Fan and couldn't let him die easily. He thought dealing with Lu Fan would be easy. The problem would be killing those bosses. Our boy then said that apparently, these two would never take him seriously. And with that, the guys threatened him, saying that if he revealed the secret to farming those locations, they'd let him leave alive. Our boy laughed and said that apparently the fools thought he was exploiting a bug. The guys said they weren't just thinking that, they were sure. Not only was this place almost empty of monsters, but he was also close to level 30. There was no way he could have done this alone. Our guy replied that he had never done anything alone. Because, for example, he had 3 friends right behind him. Chenghin noticed that these creatures were strangely calm. There was a possibility that Lu Fan was controlling them, but that should have been impossible since they were too strong. Lu Fan then said that if a secret to farming this place existed, his cheating kingdom would already know about it. Chenghin was realizing that things were getting complicated, and before he could finish thinking of a plan, Musashi charged straight at our boy, who snapped his fingers, saying it was sad to see his efforts being so underestimated. At that moment, the 3 bosses appeared and Chenghin immediately shouted for them to run, while repeating to himself that it had to be a bug. There was no way this guy was that strong. Besides, all this mess had been arranged by his kingdom, and the victory was supposed to be his. But the Acanthopia boss immediately activated a skill and slammed both fools in the chest. As soon as Chenghin fell and tried to get up, the big brute appeared. He activated that ability of his to launch the purple spheres, but with a single grab from the monster, the attack was undone. Noticing at that moment why it had taken countless heroes in the past to seal these creatures. Already afraid of dying, he wanted to run away, but the second he thought about being his country's pride, he got crushed. Lu Fan, the shameless fanboy, all tangled up with the dragon girls, bragging about how hard he worked to get that little boss. Musashi was getting up, saying he was the future of the Sakura nation. He unleashed a phantom slash, declaring that he wouldn't die so easily. But apparently the guy had already been crushed right in the middle of the beast. Lu Fan was worse than a villain with his lines saying that everyone claims to be the strongest in the world until they get smashed by his beasts. A very humble boy. He leveled up, but he couldn't understand why he didn't gain any points. That's when he remembered that Chenghin had that ability to revive himself with the goo and figured it must be something similar. In an instant, the 2 fools reappeared far away in the middle of the army. Both still had 5 to 6 lives left, but with a 24-hour cooldown. Musashi was celebrating, saying they didn't need to fear death, but Chenghin told him to stop being naive. Lu Fan had 3 demons, an entire army, and a bunch of dragons. Even if he survived and still couldn't kill him, it was even worse. First, they had to figure out how he was managing to subjugate the creatures in those locations. Musashi stood up and said that if Lu Fan could do it, then they could too, especially the 5 lives. But suddenly, he was surrounded by a green energy and collapsed from weakness. Chang'an explained that as soon as you were resurrected, you stayed weak for 10 minutes. But it was fine, they just needed to move carefully, and soon they would recover. Until suddenly, something exploded right next to them. Looking back, he saw that Musashi had been struck down by a massive hammer. Man, Andrew had arrived, saying he had found the amazing prince of the Jin family. Chang'an was already panicking. He still had 6 minutes of weakness left and had just run into rank 2. Meanwhile, Andrew was laughing at their faces, asking why they kept popping out of the ground. Were they playing worms? And he charged forward without another word. The fool was stumbling backward, too weak to even walk. Here came the hammer strike, landing squarely. But just like our boy, Andrew also found it strange that he didn't gain any points. 10 days later, my god, time sure flew by. Finally, the championship was coming to an end. The gorgeous auntie, as always, was watching our boy attentively. Even the girls in class were glued to their phones, eager to see what would happen. In the north, everyone was anxious. And that damn Musashi was still alive, still hunting monsters, man, along with Chang'an, who had reached 510,000 points. Meanwhile, instead of hunting, Andrew had gone to rest and was now rank 3. And the new rank 2 was that weird Charles guy sitting at 720,000. He was praying to the cross, calling this the Lord's Savior. Meanwhile, inside another one of those black triangles, a boss died. Obviously, right? It was that damn Lu Fan, who never stopped. Xiao Yi had already reached level 38 and he was now at 41. Xing Shu at 29, Xiao Fei at 35, everyone was leveling up a lot. And our boy already had 7.4 million points. The kid was building an entire army with all the local bosses, and he had acquired a new ability called Dragon's Domain. But what everyone really wanted to know was what the Starry Dragon's form looked like. Dragon's Domain created an area that boosted dragons' stats by 50% and prevented other creatures from entering. Another Overlord buff for him to stack before starting a fight. That's when suddenly he received a message saying he had become a hunting target, and the rascal smiled, saying that it looked like a lot of points were coming his way. What Charles had taken was a crystal that gave the mission to hunt rank 1. Someone nearby asked if he could really do it, and man, it was Musashi and Chang'an. They hadn't even managed to give up and were already asking someone else to do it. Charles told them not to worry, that he had more than enough strength to handle it easily, while Chang'an was thinking that he had wanted to save his trump card to take down this guy. But now he needed help to defeat Lu Fan. Still, he admitted he was unsure about this, and Musashi confirmed it was impossible to defeat Lu Fan with so many demons on his side. Charles reassured them, saying there was no need to worry. He knew how Lu Fan was using someone else's power. Chang'an looked like a fool. Charles said he would explain. Meanwhile, in the championship control room, the guys were chatting about how that other fool still hadn't returned. They were worried about getting fired, but figured he would show up soon since he wasn't dead. Then a woman appeared, and if that fool wasn't dead yet, well, now he was already on the ground bleeding out. Damn man. Shigun whispered right into his ear, saying that if he didn't keep quiet, he would die. He begged her not to kill him, but she cut him down anyway. Wow, what kind of elastic assassin was this? Someone asked how things were going, and she replied that the Morgan family never failed. With that, everyone's screens were cut off. At that moment, the old guys were sure that those bastards were causing trouble again. Fei Bai was impressed by these lunatics' persistence. Then someone said to call Mr. Kim, and that's when they realized he wasn't there. He had only been missing for 10 days, just a little while. At the end of the corridor, in a tall room, he was talking with some guy wearing a hat. This was the Supreme Lord Morgan, and Jim wanted to know what he wanted. Morgan said he had asked for 3 minutes, but there was nothing to discuss. The guy was confused, but Morgan just turned around and said that 3 minutes had passed and he was leaving. Meanwhile, back in the competition, Musashi wanted to know what this nonsense was about Lu Fan being a servant of the god of death. He didn't like that kind of thing. Charles replied that he understood how difficult it was to comprehend the unimaginable power one could obtain from the ancient gods. He then revealed 3 small stones, saying that they contained the essence his master had bestowed upon him. Chang'an wanted to know if these 3 essences granted him his power. Charles said no, 2 of them were for them. Hey, are they seriously about to turn into demons? Man, don't drink that, you're gonna get screwed. Charles explained that if they accepted his master's baptism, all he wanted in return was to be allowed to explore the relics of Taiki and Sakura. Chang'an, being a prince of a country, was sure these guys wouldn't lie about making a deal. And with that, he accepted the offer, saying that after they killed Lu Fan, they would let the Morgan family research whatever they wanted in his country. Musashi seemed hesitant, but the other guy was already bursting with power, saying there was no way he was staying beneath that trash. Charles then offered it to the other fool, telling him that if he didn't accept now, he would lose his chance. Musashi, all crooked and unsure, accepted. And when someone hesitates like that, you already know they're gonna get screwed worse than anyone else. The blondie warned them that the more they surrendered to the master, the stronger the transformations would be. And that last piece had been specially prepared for Lu Fan. He would become his sacred puppet. Back in the security room, no one had seen the armored beauty kill the bald guys. The woman wanted to know if they weren't going to report anything, and the fool Jin said it was better not to. Better for them to investigate themselves and not let the mess get out. However, he was already sure that was exactly why that Dan Morgan had called him. Back in the test, our boy was flying around. He glanced at the map and saw that Yasenlei was still alive. Man, I gotta admit, that kid is tough. Our boy decided to go find his old friend. Damn, he's gonna kill the guy, poor dude. This is just cruel. But when he landed, he looked around wondering where the guy was. The kid was hiding nearby and suddenly appeared, all happy, saying that Big Bro scared him and that he had missed him. He stumbled over, saying he was afraid, but luckily it was his big bro. Lufan, however, was disappointed that the little bastard only had 155,000 points. Not to mention, he was way too excited for the championship's finale. He should be terrified. So he began drawing his bow, warning Yasenlei that at this stage, no one could be friends anymore. But suddenly, Xiaoyi activated her perception ability. The ground beneath Yasenlei started to crumble and golden hands emerged. Lufan recognized it as Chengyan's power, but the color was different, imbued with sacred energy. Instantly, he launched an attack with the golden serpent to strike the creature that was taking the poor kid away. Meanwhile, not far away, Chengyan received a notification that Yasenlei had been killed. He approached our boy, saying they had finally reunited and apologized for stealing his points. Lufan responded that it was sad to see that they had become slaves to the sacred mountain. Now that they had joined Charles, it meant he was being hunted. At that moment, the fool appeared and announced that before killing our boy, he would give him a small chance. If he became his servant and called him master, he would receive supreme sacred power. Lufan noticed that the energy from this thing was the same as from the corpses, but he responded that this so-called alliance was laughable. He wasn't like them. Even with all the power they had received, at most, they were only as strong as his dragons. Charles' expression changed, and he declared that negotiations were over. He immediately called for Chengyan and Musashi to take their revenge. The two charged forward, saying they couldn't wait to see Lufan dead. The protagonist dodged while preparing an arrow, remarking that these bastards had no dignity. He fired at Musashi, who easily blocked it. Now with this transformation, he had released an Oni mask that increased his strength by 10%. To be honest, those numbers weren't very impressive, my friend. Meanwhile, Charles was still rambling on about how he would turn our boy into his slave. But our boy, who had to kill the bodies of those northern people, was furious to see this power being used. There was no way he was letting them leave alive. Musashi then taunted, saying Lufan was unusually calm today. Seemed like he had lost his courage. But the rascal simply commanded Xiaoyi to enter her destruction form and immediately began preparing an attack as he charged at them. A barrage of fire was unleashed toward Musashi, and he barely managed to spread it apart with Chengyan's power. The guys looked confident, until our boy mounted his dragon, saying they were way too arrogant. He summoned Xiao Fei, and you already knew he was about to do his usual little buff sequence. Oh wait, nope, he just launched a lava eruption using the dragon language, nearly blowing Chengyan to pieces as he fled in fear. Meanwhile, the fool Musashi was burning inside his armor. And from the sky, our boy kept mocking him, telling him to summon something that wasn't garbage. Poor Musashi was in complete disbelief that a mere level 30 dragon was destroying him, and Lufan even thanked Charles for the point delivery. That's when the guy lost it and pulled out that massive cross. Was it a sword? A hammer? What the hell was that thing? Looked like some kind of cross staff as he summoned a gigantic object and started raining fireballs. But Lufan just said that apparently even the boss wasn't much of a big deal. He was dodging everything effortlessly with Xiaoyi completely untouched, while Charles was losing his mind. Then the guy shattered his crystal and declared that he would now show the power of the true ancient gods. A massive door appeared and an angel emerged from within. Lufan immediately noticed that the guy was charging up some kind of attack, so he started preparing his own, saying he wouldn't let that happen. He unleashed a flurry of arrows, but it didn't seem to do much. That's when he realized that this damn creature was even stronger than the demons he had killed before. Here we go, guys. He activated the dragon's encouragement, drew his bow once again, and prepared another lava eruption attack. For once, he was being humble with the buffs. And then the massive angel came swinging with its sword. Their attacks collided mid-air, causing a lava explosion, and he followed up with another arrow shot. Damn, the guy fully transitioned into an archer, huh? But apparently that technique surprised the creature, and it exploded. Or, actually no, because Charles claimed that the power of these gods was far beyond that. The creatures charged at each other, and Xiaoyi switched to her world destroyer form. Here comes our arrow boy with another shot. But this time, Musashi also leaped in, using one of his techniques. Seemed like he sent a barrage of slashes. Our boy dropped the bow, pulled out his sword, and defended. The problem was, at the same time, Charles was launching a holy explosion from behind. But Lufan handled it easily, slicing right through it with a single cut. Meanwhile, the enemies were getting more confident, saying that without his dragons, Lufan was nothing. But then Lufan appeared mid-air in full style, grinning, and said that they had fallen into his trap. The idiots were confused and told him to stop bluffing, until suddenly all of his demons emerged, grabbing hold of them. Lufan revealed that he had known from the start that he was being followed and had already set these demons up. But Charles scoffed, saying it was ridiculous to think he could defeat them with just those corpses. Until our boy snapped his fingers and summoned 15 more demons, telling them that there were still more to come. Now the fool's expressions were changing, and Charles realized something was off. How could a single person control so many corpses at once? Lu Fen asked what he thought of that, but the damn guy still insisted, saying that it didn't matter how many corpses he summoned. He wasn't trying to defeat them after all. They were followers of the divine sanctuary. With that, he buffed himself and his two allies, increasing their power by 100%. Yeah, that was actually a lot. Not to mention, he also activated a holy fire ability that dealt 500% of his power in an area. Johnny chimed in, saying Lu Fan was ridiculous for thinking he could win this way. But man, if there's one thing Lu Fan loves to do, it's stacking buffs. And he declared that it was time to show what his partner was truly capable of. Immediately activated Dragon Bloodline, then activated Life Pulse, then Emerald Blessing, then Emerald Light, then stacked Emerald Blessing again from level 3 to level 12, then activated a whole bunch of other things. The bastard wouldn't stop stacking buffs. Now everyone had plus 12 floating over their heads, and Shou Yi was already biting off the blondie's skull. The fool Charles couldn't understand how his creature was getting eaten like that, and Lu Fan told them to open their eyes because the best part was just beginning. Here it comes, guys, another new buff. It's Dragon's Domain. We said this bastard was going to use everything at once, and here we are. The fools were questioning if they had just walked into Jujutsu Kaisen. And yeah, that was exactly it, buddy. Apparently, Charles missed the memo and thought he could win inside the domain. Staying, he would end this illusion. A massive beam of light came flying toward Lu Fan, but that eagle he had dominated just casually slashed it apart. The side characters were starting to realize that even with their buffs, they didn't stand a chance. Somehow, it wasn't just Lu Fan getting stronger. Everyone in his group was. Lu Fan was wondering if these guys were ever going to die. Then a golden explosion erupted, and Charles revealed that he had a plan to keep Lu Fan alive. He'd given him a chance to serve the god of light like he did, but the boy was too reckless. The plan had changed, now he had to be killed. The ground began crumbling as Charles activated infinite light. Outside, the director was shocked, but I was sure that as always the old man would stay calm. Charles, on the other hand, fell to his knees. The mad lad had activated yet another buff, this time Eternal Guard combined with Emerald Dragon lineage. Basically, yeah, he was immortal now. The enemies practically lined up in a row, one after another. Lu Fan then said that since Charles had used his strongest attack, now was his turn. Even to attack, the guy followed a strict buff sequence. First, he used Intimidation, freezing the enemies in place. The fools were already trying to run while Musashi was begging him to stop. Chengen told them to activate Void Contract, but before they called, a red wave slashed through, cutting the boy in half. Lu Fan simply stated that, unfortunately, this time they wouldn't be coming back to life. Poor Chengen. He was supposed to be the villain, but he was looking more like one of those terrified side characters. He's standing there completely desperate, saying he can't even feel Musashi's life anymore. Oh, come on, dude. You messed up big time. Now you're all gonna die, right? I'm sick in the head. He's looking at his own hands, wondering why he can't feel the connection he made with his beasts. At that moment, Charles grabs his arm and tells him to sign a contract with him because he can't die there. Chengen is about to refuse when our boy suddenly appears behind him and slashes. Man, my friends, that guy died easily. Now only Charles is left, and he's scared out of his mind. He's wondering how Lu Fan is so much stronger when both of them are servants of the ancient gods. And there he goes with another ace up his sleeve. He decides to activate the crystal he was going to use on Lu Fan on himself instead, trying to establish a stronger connection with the gods and gain more power. But our boy is done waiting and just slashes again, saying he won't let that thing activate. And yeah, the guy falls to the ground and the thing doesn't activate. Normally, when people say that, the thing activates anyway. But just because I said that, the thing went flying into the sky, right? I think it just left, actually. But Lu Fan won't even let a tiny stone escape. He activates his wings and chases after it. For a long time, he's been trying to understand how divine power works, and now he's finally going to find out. From the outside, as soon as people see the new ranking, they already know the three fools are dead. Even the stoic old man is now wide-eyed in shock. I don't even know how this old man Jin still manages to get angry while trying to figure things out. Everything has already gone so wrong for you, my guy. I mean, what else were you expecting? Of course, something else had to go wrong. He's banging on the wall, wondering how he's going to explain to the Jin family that everyone is dead. Apparently, Chen Hong was supposed to be the nation's great future, the one they had invested all their resources into, but he got eliminated. Suddenly, a tentacle appears and someone asks if the son is dead. I don't know if it's a woman or a man, but I do know. This is the end for the Jin family, my guy. You tried to be the best, you played all your cards, you cheated in every way possible, but unfortunately, you're not the protagonist. Then the person removes their hood, and unfortunately, it's just a creepy old man. Could have been a hot tentacle girl, right? That would have made us happy. He's choking Jin, demanding to know how Lu Fan got so strong. Obviously, the fool has no idea and just says he doesn't know. The old man drops him, slamming his head against the ground. And then he declares that their last mission is to ensure that Lu Fan never leaves this realm. They will gather old allies and make sure he disappears along with the demons. Back with our boy, he's holding the stone, saying he had to kill 3 people just to get it. As always, he tosses it to those dragon kids, Those things are like trash cans, he just throws everything at them. Since they have no choice, they eat it and start glowing gold. The evolution begins, and now they've turned into golden dragons. Man, these ones look imposing. Both of them are already flying through the skies, and he's acquired the Sacred Portal and Sacred Blessing abilities. Here we go again with the buffs, man, for real. There should be a buff called All Buffs. He uses one and boom, everything gets buffed, just to save on 30 extra images per fight. Lufan is standing there, looking up at the sky, super interested, saying he's excited to see the dragon's final forms. At that moment, a message appears saying the final test voting has begun. It seems that the remaining participants in the arena can decide whether they want to continue or not. Andre and a few others had already agreed, so Lufan decides to accept too. With that, more people choose to finish than to continue, and the tournament ends. Suddenly, a bunch of treasure chests appear for our champ. The little dragon girls are all acting proud, while Lufan is excited for a special treasure that will be awarded to the strongest among the 23 countries. Man, he receives a Burning Dragon's Wish Ring, level 90. Basically, it has a ton of attributes and grants him the Dragon King's power with a supreme shield. There's also a dragon language replication book, which lets him use his dragon's abilities. This one's good. On top of that, a scrolled expansion appears, containing 3 rare or higher quality items. The treasure chest is shining brightly, and Xiao Yi is growing. This girl is leveling up like crazy, guys. So he opens the scrolls, and the first one he gets is a pet scroll, because of course he's the protagonist, the lucky bastard. The second is an enchantment scroll for weapons, and the third is a level restriction removal scroll. These guys are sneaky. They give him a level 90 ring, and then immediately hand him a scroll to remove level restrictions. How convenient, huh? Guess what he does? 1 + 1 = 2, right? He uses the scroll in the ring and equips it done. On top of that, he instantly uses the buff scroll on his sword. This guy wastes no time, he just got this stuff and is already spending it all. And the best part? Now with the replication ability, he can use his dragon's own skills. It seems that this ring requires a 5-piece set, and once he collects them all, his spirit will increase by 50 and his stamina by 200. Plus, he'll be able to transform into the Golden Dragon King form. The very next second, he's walking away with his hands in his pockets like a total boss. Some people love him, others hate him, wondering why he killed everyone. Meanwhile, the folks from Dragon City are approaching, knowing that a lot of people will start hating Lufan now. The old man shows up like he does every day, looking at the boy and saying he truly is the nation's hero. He congratulates him for reaching rank 1, despite all the hardships he had to go through. Lufan received a golden insignia from the northern faction. It served as a badge of distinction, granting him respect anywhere in the country. Our boy was a bit awkward about it, but gratefully accepted the recognition. At that moment, the announcers were about to declare rank 1. Would they dare to lie so blatantly? No way in hell, right? There was no way around it. Lufan was rank 1 with 8 million points, 91% of the total score. Andrew placed second with 700,000 points, and third place was some random guy from the Zhenhu Nation. So unimportant that they didn't even bother saying his name. Valen kept sucking up to our boy before finally stepping aside, saying he was looking forward to his future. Besides, they would depart tomorrow morning, so he should prepare. For his performance, he would receive a national-level reward. Lufan had no idea what that meant, and his professor only told him it was going to be something good. Meanwhile, the viewers were still dying to see Xingqian's final form. For the love of God, it's been ages, and she's still missing. After everything, we're finally in his room. Normally, this is when he discovers things, right? Come on, boy, let's go. He was staring at his medal like an idiot. Then he got up and declared that it was time for the main event. He activated the expansion scroll and prepared to hatch the new egg. It immediately began shaking, but we already know it's going to be another dragon, so we're not that excited. However, the other dragons were super hyped to see who their new sibling would be. He activated his absurd taming ability and the egg started cracking. Lightning flashed through the room and a blue baby dragon appeared. Its name? Blue Dragon. Wow, the creativity is astounding. From what I gather, it was focused on massive area damage and apparently had no cooldowns on its abilities, which meant constant electricity rain. It also granted immunity to debuffs and had solid recovery abilities. And it was already munching on stuff the moment it hatched. Oh no, this time, it was a male dragon. Lufan was thrilled, saying he finally got a boy. Damn bro, where's Xingqian? Wake her up already. Our boy was clearly into weird things because he immediately went to squeeze the dragon, talking about how awesome its appearance was going to be. But this little bastard was a beast, immediately bit his finger. Lufan shook his hand in pain, while the other dragons laughed at him. But this blue dragon came in hot, biting Xiao Yi too. Big mistake. She whacked him on the head and he stayed quiet on the ground. Lufan was happy, realizing that the dragon had a lock-on ability that made dodging impossible. He really liked this guy, but it was time to give him a name. The rowdy little dragon was growling at Xingqian, but she was even rowdier, slammed him into the floor immediately. Our boy told her to go easy on him since he was still level 1 and could actually die. After a while, he stood there thinking, trying to come up with a name. As always, he picked something simple and dumb, Pequeno Azul. The dragon didn't react. Guess that wasn't a good one. Since the dragon had no cooldowns and could deal insane damage, he decided to name him Abao. The translator didn't explain what Abao meant, so I will. It basically means something violent and explosive. So yeah, his name was Explosion or something close to that. And this little guy liked it, and immediately went back to biting poor Lu Fan. One thing was certain, even at level 1, this little monster hurt. Right then, the treasure map of the day appeared. Another golden rank one. Man, are we seriously never going to see Extinction's form? I've been waiting for 50 chapters. Meanwhile, on the border of the Dragon Nation at the Yi family mansion, the giant professor, filled with knowledge, was absolutely ecstatic. She already knew Lu Fan would have no trouble winning, especially with the weapon she gifted him. Oh no, but she's coughing up blood, saying that Huang family's methods are too cruel. Please don't kill her off, guys. There aren't enough strong women in this story. Actually, there are plenty, but they never leave their houses. Our boy is always traveling. Just then, a woman appeared and called out to her. Thank you, artist, for spending 60% of your time on this single panel. Apparently, the Huang family was there and she demanded to know what they wanted. The woman said it was about Mount Yunshui, but she immediately knew it was just an excuse to destroy the Yi family. She stood up and asked if the Dragon Nation had sent any messages. The woman replied that they hadn't. She slammed the table, cursing them as ungrateful. Oh no, she's coughing up blood again. Lu Fan, my boy, you're gonna save this one too. I don't know how since you're not a healer. Figure it out. You're the protagonist. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was back on his plane flying home. He was studying the next secret realm, where he would find his next mission's treasure. Turns out, his national reward was 10 dungeons that only he could farm. Great, but he knew that level 60 areas wouldn't help him level up much. That's when he noticed the Sea of Death, a nightmare-level area with level 70+ enemies. And guess what? That was exactly where his treasure had appeared. He immediately requested access to the location. The old man praised his choice, saying it was one of the best places available. Then the old man left first. His professor put a hand on his shoulder and asked him what he was thinking about. He had nothing left to do there. It was time to board the plane. Outside, everyone was snapping photos of the new superstar. When he landed back in Dragon Nation, there were banners everywhere with his name on them. And obviously, he asked his professor for help to escape as quickly as possible. With that, we were finally back on campus after more than 15 days. And when we're on campus, what do we get? The queen of the house showing up to greet the protagonist. The best group in the country was already there, waving banners for him. And of course, he was immediately mobbed. Our beloved Hank was saying how worried she had been every single day seeing so many people trying to kill him. With that, the boy waved goodbye to the director and went off to enjoy himself. And damn, it was a feast, guys. A huge table filled with amazing food. Kaf, they were chatting, asking about his experiences, teasing each other. But yeah, the guy is a proper man, no doubt about it. But even in the middle of all this, he was wondering about Senior. Little did he know she was hanging on by a thread. Meanwhile, in Jingu City, inside a reception hall, they had already received intel that Lu Fan had gained access to the Sea of Death. One guy stood up and ordered them to prepare the Godslayer and the Legion's War King. This snowman-looking dude was clearly built for a 13-year-old villain. The fool with glasses said it was too much, but the other guy grabbed him by the neck. Wait, I just realized. Those two losers from before were here again. They were so forgettable, I had completely erased them from my memory. And then he ordered the fool from the Jin family to set up an ambush for Lu Fan and end him there. The next morning at the entrance to the Sea of Death, man, this time our boy had brought his whole squad. I had almost forgotten about the goth girl's power. She really is dangerously strong. Lu Fan noticed some flags from Taiji Nation and got a little confused. And then she arrived, the first goth to ever row a boat. She explained that since they organized the teleportation for him, these people came along. But he didn't need to worry, the Academy sent her to handle things if anything went wrong. The stunning professor thanked her for her concern, and Professor Gu told him to follow her. At the front gate, she told our boy to enjoy his reward to the fullest. He smiled for a moment, but then his expression changed. The moment he stepped inside, there was a guy standing at the gate. Was he some kind of guardian? He was about to deal with him, but the girls told him to relax. Oh, you see that? They're covering for him. We didn't see what happened, but apparently, they handled it easily. Man, it's been a while since we saw Hanki use her magic huh. I had almost forgotten she had these light-based attacks. He praised them, saying their execution was flawless. I agree. And they were all blushing, saying they had continued training to fight alongside him. Our boy praised them again, saying they had taken down a level 65 creature while being only level 30. That really was impressive. Oh, so they hadn't been slacking at all. Though he himself hadn't leveled up that much either, since he was just naturally broken. But suddenly, he sensed something off and fired an arrow at Xiaoman. The attack split and killed 2 skeletons behind her. Now they woke up to reality, huh? While they all struggled to kill just one enemy, he took out 2 with a single shot. The poor girls felt humiliated, realizing that their big moment was instantly overshadowed. Meanwhile, the professor, she just wanted XP, immediately telling them to summon the dragons so they could start farming. Lu Fan then revealed that he recently got a new dragon, but its temperament wasn't great. The girls, of course, were dying to see the aggressive one. I have a feeling this dragon is going to beat up Lu Fan and his other dragons while clinging to the girls. With no choice but to give in to their demands, he summoned the storm. Lightning filled the sky and the area turned into a thunderstorm. The skeletons nearby wiped out instantly, and Lu Fan hadn't even done anything yet. He was stunned, and then boom, he activated Dragon King form. The little guy already had a skill unlocked. 1 second after being summoned, it was already level 2 and kept leveling up. The protagonist wondered if this dragon was perfect for getting a like on this video that helps Memorial make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out.